Chapter 27 of The Angel of the Revolution by George Griffith. Chapter 27 On the Track of Treason. The Ithuriel and her consorts crossed the northern coast of Africa soon after daybreak on the 27th, in the longitude of Alexandria, at an elevation of nearly 4,000 feet. From thence they pursued almost the same course as that steered by the deserters, as Natas had rightly judged that they would first make for Russia, probably St. Petersburg, and there hand the air ship over to the representatives of the Tsar. There was, of course, another alternative, and that was the supposition that they had stolen the Lucifer, the fallen angel, as Natasha had now renamed her, for purposes of piracy and private revenge. But that was negatived by the fact that Tamboff knew that he only had a certain supply of motive power which he could not renew, and which, once exhausted, left his air ship as useless as a steamer without coal. His only reasonable course, therefore, would be to sell the vessel to the Tsar, and leave His Majesty's chemists to discover and renew the motive power if they could. These conclusions once arrived at, it was an easy matter for the keen and subtle intellect of Natas to deduce from them almost the exact sequence of events that had actually taken place. The Lucifer had a sufficient supply of power cylinders and shells for present use, and these would doubtless be employed at once by the Tsar, who would trust to his chemists and engineers to discover the nature of the agents employed. For this purpose it would be absolutely necessary for him to give them one or two of the shells, and at least two of the spare power cylinders as subjects for their experiments. Now Natas knew if there was one man in Russia who could discover the composition of the explosives, that man was Professor Volnow of the Imperial Arsenal Laboratory, and therefore the shells and cylinders would be sent to him at the arsenal for examination. The whereabouts of the deserters for the present mattered nothing in comparison with the possible discovery of the secret on which the whole power of the Terrorists depended. That once revealed, the sole empire of the air was theirs no longer. The Tsar, with millions of money at his command, could very soon build an aerial fleet not only equal, but numerically at least vastly superior to their own, and this would practically give him the command of the world. Natas therefore came to the conclusion that no measures could be too extreme to be justified by such a danger as this, and so, after a consultation with the commanders of the three vessels, it was decided to, if necessary, destroy the arsenal at St. Petersburg, on the strength of the reasoning that had led to the logical conclusion that within its precincts the priceless secret either might be or had already been discovered. As the crow flies, St. Petersburg is 30 degrees of latitude, or 1,800 geographical miles north of Alexandria, and this distance the Ithuriel and her consorts, flying at a speed of 120 miles an hour, traversed in 15 hours, reaching the Russian capital a few minutes after 7 on the evening of the 27th. The Rome of the North, basking in the soft evening sunlight of the incomparable Russian summer, lay vast and white and beautiful on the islands formed by the Neva and its 10 tributaries, its innumerable palaces, churches and theatres, and long straight streets of stately houses, its parks and gardens, and its green shady suburbs, making up a picture which forced an exclamation of wonder from Arnold's lips as the air ship slowed down and he left the conning tower of the Ithuriel to admire the magnificent view from the bows. They passed over the city at a height of 4,000 feet, and so were quite near enough to see and enjoy the excitement and consternation which their sudden appearance instantly caused among the inhabitants. The streets and squares filled in an inconceivably short space of time with crowds of people who ran about like tiny ants upon the ground, gesticulating and pointing upwards, evidently in terror lest the fate of Kronstadt was about to fall upon St. Petersburg. The experimental department of the arsenal had within the last 2 or 3 years been rebuilt on a large space of waste ground outside the northern suburbs, and to this the 3 air ships directed their course after passing over the city. It was a massive 3-storey building built in the form of a quadrangle. The 3 air ships stopped within a mile of it at an elevation of 2,000 feet. It had been decided that before proceeding to extremities, which after all might still leave them in doubt as to whether or not they had really destroyed all means of analysing the explosives, they should make an effort to discover whether Professor Volnow had received them for experiment, and if so what success he had had. Mazanoff had undertaken this delicate and dangerous task, and so as soon as the Ithuriel and the Orion came to a standstill and hung motionless in the air, with all their guns ready trained on different parts of the building, the Ariel sank suddenly and swiftly down, and stopped within 40 feet of the heads of a crowd of soldiers and mechanics, who had rushed pell-mell out of the building under the impression that it was about to be destroyed. The bold manoeuvre of the Ariel took the officers and men completely by surprise. So intense was the terror in which these mysterious airships were held, and so absolute was the belief that they were armed with perfectly irresistible means of destruction, that the sight of one of them at such close quarters paralysed all thought and action for the time being. The first shock over, the majority of the crowd took to their heels and fled incontinently. Of the remainder, a few of the bolder spirits handled their rifles and looked inquiringly at their officers. Mazanoff saw this, and at once raised his hand towards the sky and shouted "Ground arms! If a shot is fired, the arsenal will be destroyed, as Kronstadt was, and then we shall attack Petersburg." The threat was sufficient. A grey-haired officer in undress uniform glanced at the Ithuriel and her consort, and then at the guns of the Ariel, all 4 of which had been swung around and brought to bear on the side of the building near which she had descended. He was no coward, but he saw that Mazanoff had the power to do what he said, and that even if this one airship were captured or destroyed, the other 2 would take a frightful vengeance. He thought of Kronstadt and decided to parley. The rifle butts had come to the ground before Mazanoff had done speaking. "Order arms and keep silence," said the officer, and then he advanced alone from the crowd and said, "Who are you, and what is your errand?" "Alexis Mazanoff, late prisoner of the Tsar, and now commander of the terrorist airship Ariel. I have not come to destroy you unless you force me to do so, but to ask certain questions, and I demand the giving up of certain property delivered into your hands by deserters and traitors." "What are your questions?" "First, is Professor Volnow in the building?" "He is." "Then I must ask you to send for him at once." It went sorely against the grain of the servant of the Tsar to acquiesce in the demand of an outlaw, but there was nothing else for it. The outlaw could blow him and all his subordinates into space with a pressure of his finger, and so he sent an orderly with a request for the presence of the Professor. Meanwhile Mazanoff continued "An airship similar to this arrived here 3 days ago, I believe?" The officer bit his lips with rage at his helpless position, and bowed affirmatively. "And certain articles were taken out of her for examination here. 2 gas cylinders and a projectile, I believe." Again the officer bowed, wondering how on earth the Terrorists could have come by such accurate information. "And the airship has been sent on to the seat of war while the Professor is trying to discover the composition of the gases and the explosive used in the shell?" went on Mazanoff, risking a last shot at the truth. The officer did not bow this time. Giving way at last to his rising fury, he stamped on the ground and almost screamed
"Great God, you insolent scoundrel! Why do you ask me questions when you know the answers as well as I do and better? Yes, we have got one of your diabolical ships of the air, and we will build a fleet like it and hunt you from the world."
"All in good time, my dear sir," replied Mazanoff ironically. "When you have found a place in which to build them that we cannot blow off the face of the earth before you get one finished. Meanwhile, let me beg of you to keep your temper, and to remember that there is a lady present. That girl standing yonder by the gun was once stripped and flogged by Russians calling themselves men and soldiers. Her fingers are itching to make the movement that would annihilate you and every one standing near you, so pray try to keep your temper, for if we fire a shot the airships up yonder will at once open fire, and not stop while there is a stone of that building left upon another. Ah, here comes the Professor." As he spoke, the man of science advanced, looking wonderingly at the airship. Mazanoff made a sign to the old officer to keep silence, and continued in the same polite tone that he had used all along. "Good evening, Professor. I have come to ask you whether you have yet made any experiments on the contents of the shell and the 2 cylinders that were given to you for examination?"
"I must first ask for your authority to put such an inquiry to me on a confidential subject," replied the Professor stiffly.
"On the authority given me by the power to enforce an answer, sir," returned the Terrorist quietly. I know that Professor Volnow will not lie to me, even at the order of the Tsar, and when I tell you that your refusal to reply will cost the lives of every one here, and possibly involve the destruction of Petersburg itself, I feel sure that, as a mere matter of humanity, you will comply with my request." "Sir, the orders of my master are absolute secrecy on this subject, and I will obey them to the death. I have analysed the contents of one of the cylinders, but what they are I will tell to no one save by the direct command of His Majesty. That is all I have done." "Then in that case, Professor, I must ask you to surrender yourself prisoner of war, and to come on board this vessel at once." As Mazanoff said this, the Ariel dropped to within 10 feet of the ground, and a rope ladder fell over the side. "Come, Professor, there is no time to be lost. I shall give the order to fire in 1 minute from now." He took out his watch and began to count the seconds. 10, 20, 30 passed, and the Professor stood irresolute. 2 of the Ariel's guns pointed at the gables of the arsenal, and 2 swept the crowded space in front. Konstantin Volnow knew enough to see clearly the frightful slaughter and destruction that 20 seconds more would bring if he refused to give himself up. As Mazanoff counted 40, he threw up his hands with a gesture of despair and cried, "Stop! I will come. The Tsar has as good servants as I am. Colonel, tell His Majesty that I gave myself up to save the lives of better men." Then the Professor mounted the ladder amidst a murmur of relief and applause from the crowd, and, gaining the deck of the Ariel, bowed coldly to Mazanoff and said, "I am your prisoner, sir." The captain of the Ariel bowed in reply, and stamped thrice on the deck. The fan wheels whirled around, and the air ship rapidly ascended, at the same time moving diagonally across the quadrangle of the arsenal. Scarcely had she reached the other side when there was a tremendous explosion in the north-eastern angle of the building. A sheet of flame shot up through the roof, the walls split asunder, and masses of stone, wood, and iron went flying in all directions, leaving only a fiercely burning mass of ruins where the gable had been. The Professor turned ashy pale, staggered backwards with both his hands clasped to his head, and gasped out brokenly as he stared at the conflagration, "God have mercy on me! My laboratory! My assistant! I told him." "What did you tell him, Professor?" said Mazanoff sternly, grasping him suddenly by the arm. "I told him not to open the other cylinder." "And he has done so, and paid for his disobedience with his life," said Mazanoff calmly. "Console yourself, my dear sir. He has only saved me the trouble of destroying your laboratory. I serve a sterner and more powerful master than yours. He ordered me to make your experiments impossible if it cost 1,000 lives to do so, and I would have done it if necessary. Rest content with the knowledge that you have saved not only the rest of the arsenal but also Petersburg by your surrender, for sooner than that secret had been revealed we should have laid the city in ruins to slay the man who had discovered it." The prisoner of the Terrorists made no reply, but turned away in silence to watch the rapidly receding building, in the angle of which the flames were still raging furiously. A few minutes later the Ariel had rejoined her consorts. Her captain at once went on board the flagship to make his report and deliver up his prisoner to Natas, who looked sharply at him and said "Professor, will you give me your word of honour to attempt no communications with the earth while it may be found necessary to detain you? If not, I shall be compelled to keep you in strict confinement till it is beyond your power to do so." "Sir, I give you my word that I will not do so," said the Professor, who had now somewhat regained his composure. "Very well," replied Natas. "Then on that condition you will be made free of the vessel, and we will make you as comfortable as we can. Captain Arnold, full speed to the south-westward, if you please." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. A skirmish in the clouds. A few minutes after 2 on the following morning, that is to say on the 28th, the electric signal leading from the conning tower of the Ithuriel to the wall of Arnold's cabin, just above his berth, sounded. As it was only permitted to be used on occasions of urgency, he knew that his presence was immediately required forward for some good reason, and so he turned out at once, threw a dressing gown over his sleeping suit, and within 3 minutes was standing in the conning tower beside Andrew Smith, whose watch it then happened to be. "Well, Smith, what's the matter?" "Fleet of war balloons coming up from the south'ard, sir. You can just see 'em, sir, coming on in line under that long bank of cloud." The captain of the Ithuriel took the night glasses and looked eagerly in the direction pointed out by his keen-eyed coxswain. As soon as he picked them up he had no difficulty in making out 12 small dark spots in line at regular intervals, sharply defined against a band of light that lay between the earth and a long dark bank of clouds. It was a division of the Tsar's aerial fleet, returning from some work of death and destruction in the south to rejoin the main force before Berlin. Arnold's course was decided on in an instant. He saw a chance of turning the tables on His Majesty in a fashion that he would find as unpleasant as it would be unexpected. He turned to his coxswain and said, "How is the wind, Smith?" "Nor'-nor'-west, with perhaps half a point more north in it, sir. About a 10-knot breeze. At least that's the drift that Mr. Marston's allowing for." "Yes, that's near enough. Then those fellows, if they are going full speed, are coming up at about 20 miles an hour, or not quite that. They're nearly 20 miles off, as nearly as I can judge in this light. What do you make it?" "That's about it, sir. Rather less than more, if anything, to my mind." "Very well, then. Now signal to stop, and send up the fan wheels, and tell the Ariel and the Orion to close up and speak." "Aye, aye, sir," said the coxswain, as he saluted and disappeared. Arnold at once went back to his cabin and dressed, telling his second officer, Frank Marston, a young Englishman whom he had chosen to take Mazanoff's place, to do the same as quietly as possible, as he did not wish to awaken any of his 3 passengers just at present. By the time he got on deck the 3 airships had slowed down considerably, and the 2 consorts of the Ithuriel were within easy speaking distance. Mazanoff and Tremayne were both on deck, and to them he explained his plans as follows. "There are a dozen of the Tsar's war balloons coming up yonder to the southward, and I am going to head them off and capture the lot if I can. If we can do that, we can make what terms we like for the surrender of the Lucifer. You two take your ships and get to windward of them as fast as you can. Keep a little higher than they are, but not much. On no account let one of them get above you. If they try to descend, give each one that does a No. 1 shell and blow her up. If one tries to pass you, ram her in the upper part of the gas holder and let her down with a smash. I am going up above them to prevent any of them from rising too far. They can outfly us in that one direction, so I shall blow any that attempt it into little pieces. If you have to fire on any of them, don't use more than No. 1. You'll find that more than enough. Keep an eye on me for signals, and remember that the whole fleet must be destroyed rather than one allowed to escape. I want to give the Tsar a nice little surprise. He seems to be getting a good deal too cocksure about these old gas bags of his, and it's time to give him a lesson in real aerial warfare." There was not a great newspaper in the world that would not have given a very long price to have had the privilege of putting a special correspondent on the deck of the Ithuriel for the 2 hours which followed the giving of Arnold's directions to his brother commanders of the little squadron. The journal which could have published an exclusive account of the first aerial skirmish in the history of the world would have scored a triumph which would have left its competitors a long way behind in the struggle to be up to date. As soon as Arnold had given his orders, the 3 airships at once separated. The Ariel and the Orion shot away to southward on only a slightly upward course, while the Ithuriel soared up beyond the stratum of clouds which lay in thin broken masses rather more than 4,000 feet above the earth. It was still rather more than an hour before sunrise, and as the moon had gone down and the clouds intercepted most of the starlight, it was just the darkest hour before the dawn, and therefore the most favourable for the carrying out of the plan that Arnold had in view. Shortly after 2:30 he knocked at Natasha's cabin door, and said, "If you would like to see an aerial battle, get up and come into the conning tower at once. We have overtaken a squadron of Russian war balloons, and we are going to either capture or destroy them." "Glorious!" exclaimed Natasha, wide awake in an instant at such startling news. "I'll be with you in 5 minutes. Tell my father, and please don't begin till I come." "I shouldn't think of opening the ball without your ladyship's presence," laughed Arnold in reply, and then he went and called Natas and his attendant and the Professor, before going to the conning tower, where in a very few minutes he was joined by Natasha. The first words she said were "I have told Ivan to send us some coffee as soon as he has attended to my father. You see how thoughtful I am for your creature comforts. Now, where are the war balloons?" "On the other side of those clouds. There, look down through that big rift, and you'll see one of them." "Why, what a height we must be from the earth! The balloon looks like a little toy thing, but it must be a great clumsy contrivance for all that." "The barometer gives 5,300 feet. You will soon see why I have come up so high. The balloons can rise to 15,000 or 20,000 feet if they wish to, and in that way they could easily escape us. Therefore, if one of them attempts to rise through those clouds, I shall send him back to earth in little bits."
"And what are the other two airships doing?"
"They are below the clouds, heading the balloons off from the Russian camp, which is about 50 miles to the northwestward. Ha! Look, there go the searchlights." As he spoke, two long converging beams of light darted across a broad space of sky that was free from cloud. They came from the Ariel and the Orion, which thus suddenly revealed themselves to the astonished and disgusted Russians, one at each end of their long line, and only a little more than half a mile ahead of it. The searchlights flashed to and fro along the line, plainly showing the great masses of the aerostats' gas holders, with their long slender cars beneath them. A blue light was burnt on the largest of the war balloons, and at once the whole flotilla began to ascend towards the clouds, followed by the two airships. "Here they come," said Arnold, as he saw them rising through a cloud rift. "Come out and watch what happens to the first one that shows herself." He went out on deck, followed by Natasha, and took his place by one of the broadside guns. At the same time he gave the order for the Ithuriel's searchlight to be turned on, and to sweep the cloud field below her. Presently a black rounded object appeared rising through the clouds like a whale coming to the surface of the sea. He trained the gun on to it as it came distinctly into view, and said to Natasha, "Come now and fire the first shot in the warfare of the future. Put your finger on the button and press when I tell you." Natasha did as he told her, and at the word "fire" pressed the little ivory button down. The shell struck the upper envelope of the balloon, passed through, and exploded. A broad sheet of flame shot up, brilliantly illuminating the sea of cloud for an instant, and all was darkness again. A few seconds later there came another blaze, and the report of a much greater explosion from below the clouds.
"What was that?"
asked Natasha. "That was the car full of explosives striking the earth and going off promiscuously," replied Arnold. "There isn't as much of that aerostat left as would make a pocket handkerchief or a walking stick."
"And the crew?"
"Never knew what happened to them. In the new warfare people will not merely be killed, they will be annihilated."
"Horrible!" exclaimed Natasha with a shudder. "I think you may do the rest of the shooting. The effects of that shot will last me for some time. Look, there's another of them coming up."
The words were hardly out of her mouth before Arnold had crossed to the other side of the deck and sped another missile on its errand of destruction, with almost exactly the same result as before. The second shot, as it was afterwards found, threw the Russian squadron into complete panic. The terrific suddenness with which the two aerostats had been destroyed convinced those in command of the others that there was a large force of airships above the clouds ready to destroy them one by one as they ascended. Arnold waited for a few minutes, and then, seeing that no others cared to risk the fate that had overwhelmed the first two that had sought to cross the cloud zone, sank rapidly through it, and then stopped again. He found himself about 600 feet above the rest of the squadron. The Ithuriel coming thus suddenly into view, her 8 guns pointing in all directions and her searchlight flashing hither and thither as though seeking new victims, completed the demoralisation of the Russians. For all they knew there were still more airships above the clouds. Even this one could not be passed while those mysterious guns of unknown range and infallible aim were sweeping the sky, ready to hurl their silent lightnings in every direction. Ascend they dare not. To descend was to be destroyed in detail as they lay helpless upon the earth. There was only one chance of escape, and that was to scatter. The commander of the squadron at once signalled for this to be done, and the aerostats headed away to all points of the compass, but here they had reckoned without the incomparable speed of their assailants. Before they had moved 100 yards from their common centre, the Ariel and the Orion headed away in different directions, and in an inconceivably short space of time had described a complete circle around them, and then another and another, narrowing each circle that they made. One of the aerostats, watching its opportunity, put on full speed and tried to get outside the narrowing zone. She had almost succeeded when the Orion swerved outwards and dashed at her with the ram. In 10 seconds she was overtaken. The keen steel prow of the airship, driven at more than 100 miles an hour, ripped her gas holder from end to end as if it had been tissue paper. It collapsed like a broken bubble, and the wreck, with its 5 occupants and its load of explosives, dropped like a stone to the earth 3,000 feet below, exploding like one huge shell as it struck. This was the last blow struck in the first aerial battle in the history of warfare. The Russians had no stomach for this kind of fighting. It was all very well to sail over armies and fortresses on the earth and drop shells upon them without danger of retaliation, but this was an entirely different matter. 3 of the aerostats had been destroyed in little more than as many minutes, so utterly destroyed that not a vestige of them remained, and the whole squadron had not been able to strike a blow in self-defence. They carried no guns, not even small arms, for they had no use for them in the work that they had to do. There were only 2 alternatives before them: surrender or piecemeal destruction. As soon as she had destroyed the 3rd aerostat, the Orion swerved round again and began flying round the squadron as before, in an opposite direction to the Ariel. None of the aerostats made an attempt to break the strange blockage again. As the circles narrowed, they crowded closer and closer together, like a flock of sheep surrounded by wolves. Meanwhile, the Ithuriel, floating above the centre of the disordered squadron, descended slowly until she hung 100 feet above the highest of them. Then Arnold, with his searchlight, flashed a signal to the Ariel, which at once slowed down, the Orion continuing on her circular course as before. As soon as the Ariel was going slowly enough for him to make himself heard, Mazanoff shouted through a speaking trumpet, "Will you surrender or fight it out?" "No, what? How can we fight with those devil ships of yours? What is your pleasure?" The answering hail came from one of the aerostats in the centre of the squadron. Mazanoff at once replied, "Unconditional surrender for the present, under the guarantee of safety to everyone who surrenders. Who are you?" "Colonel Alexei Alexandrovitch, in command of the squadron. I surrender on those terms. Who are you?" "The captain of the terrorist airship Ariel. Be good enough to come out here, Colonel Alexei Alexandrovitch." One of the aerostats moved out of the midst of the Russian squadron and made its way towards the Ariel. As she approached, Mazanoff swung his bow round and brought it level with the car of the aerostat, at the same time training one of his guns full on it. Then, with his arm resting on the breech of the gun, he said, "Come on board, Colonel, and bid your balloon follow me. No nonsense, mind, or I'll blow you into eternity and all your squadron after you." The Russian did as he was bidden, and the Ariel, followed by the aerostat, ascended to the Ithuriel, while the Orion kept off her patrol round the captive war balloons. "Colonel Alexandrovitch, in command of the Tsar's aerial squadron, surrenders unconditionally, save for guarantee of personal safety to himself and his men," reported Mazanoff, as he came within earshot of the flagship. "Very good," replied Arnold from the deck of the Ithuriel. "You will keep Colonel Alexandrovitch as hostage for the good behaviour of the rest, and shoot him the moment one of the balloons attempts to escape. After that, destroy the rest without mercy. They will form in line close together. The Ariel and the Orion will convoy them on either flank, and you will follow me until you have the signal to stop. On the first suspicion of any attempt to escape, you will know what to do. You have both handled your ships splendidly." Mazanoff saluted formally, more for the sake of effect than anything else, and descended again to carry out his orders. The captured flotilla was formed in line, the balloons being closed up until there was only a couple of yards or so between any of them and her next neighbour, with the Orion and the Ariel to right and left, each with 2 guns trained on them, and the Ithuriel flying a couple of 100 feet above them. In this order, captors and captured made their way at 20 miles an hour to the northwest, towards the headquarters of the Tsar. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. An Embassy from the Sky. By the time the captured war balloons had been formed in order, and the voyage fairly commenced, the eastern sky was bright with the foreglow of the coming dawn, and as the flotilla was only floating between 800 and 900 feet above the earth, It was not long before the light was sufficiently strong to render the landscape completely visible. Far and wide it was a scene of desolation and destruction, of wasted, blackened fields, trampled into wilderness by the tread of countless feet, of forests of trees broken, scorched, and splintered by the iron hail of artillery, and of towns and villages reduced to heaps of ruins, still smouldering with the fires that had destroyed them. No more eloquent object lessons in the horrors of what is called civilized warfare could well have been found than the scene which was visible from the decks of the airships. The promised fruits of a whole year of patient industry had been withered in a few hours under the storm blast of war. Homes which but a few days before had sheltered stalwart, well-fed peasants and citizens were now mere heaps of blackened brick and stone and smoking thatches. Streets which had been the thoroughfares of peaceful, industrious folk who had no quarrel with the powers of the earth or with any of their kind were now strewn with corpses and encumbered with ruins, and the few survivors, more miserable than those who had died, were crawling, haggard and starving, amidst the wrecks of their vanished prosperity, seeking for some scanty morsels of food to prolong life, if only for a few more days of misery and nights of sleepless anxiety. As the sun rose and shed its midsummer splendour, as if in sublime mockery, over the scene of suffering and desolation, hideous features of the landscape were brought into stronger and more horrifying relief. The scorched and trampled fields were seen to be strewn with unburied corpses of men and horses, and ploughed up with cannon shot and torn into great irregular gashes by shells that had buried themselves in the earth and then exploded. It was evident that some frightful tragedy must have taken place in this region not many hours before the airships had arrived upon the scene. And this in fact had been the case. Barely 3 days previously the advance guard of the Russian army of the north had been met and stubbornly but unsuccessfully opposed by the remnants of the German army of the east, which, driven back from the frontier, was retreating in good order to join the main force which had concentrated about Berlin, under the command of the Emperor, there to fight out the supreme struggle, on the issue of which depended the existence of that German Empire, which 50 years before had been so triumphantly built up by the master geniuses of the last generation. After a flight of a little over 2 hours, the flotilla came in sight of the Russian army, lying between Kustrin on the right and Frankfurt on Spree on the left. The distance between these two towns is nearly 12 English miles, and yet the wings of the vast host under the command of the Tsar spread for a couple of miles on either side to north and south of each of them. In spite of the colossal iniquity which it concealed, the spectacle was one of indescribable grandeur. Almost as far as the eye could reach, the beams of the early morning sun were gleaming upon innumerable white tents, and flashing over a sea of glittering metal, of bare bayonets and sword scabbards, of spear points and helmets, of gold-laced uniforms, and the polished accoutrements of countless batteries of field artillery. Far away to the westward, the stately city of Berlin could be seen lying upon its intersecting waters, and encircled by its fortifications, bristling with guns, and in advance of it were the long serried lines of its defenders gathered to do desperate battle for home and fatherland. As soon as the Russian army was fairly in sight, the Ithuriel shot ahead, sank to the level of the flotilla, and then stopped until she was overtaken by the Orion. Tremayne was on deck, and Arnold, as soon as he came alongside, said, "You must stop here for the present. I want the aerostat commanded by Colonel Alexandrovitch to come with me. Meanwhile you and the Ariel will rise with the rest of the balloons to a height of 4,000 feet. You'll keep strict guard over the balloons, and permit no movement to be made until my return. We are going to bring His Majesty the Tsar to book, or else make things pretty lively for him if he won't listen to reason." "Very well," replied Tremayne. "I'll do as you say, and await developments with considerable interest. If there's going to be a fight, I hope you're not going to leave us out in the cold." "Oh no," replied Arnold. "You needn't be afraid of that. If His Majesty won't come to terms, you will smash up the war balloons and then come to join us in the general bombardment. I see, by the way, that there are 10 or a dozen more of these unwieldy monsters with the Russian force moored to the ground yonder on the outskirts of Kustrin. It will be a little amusement for us, if we have to come to blows, to knock them to pieces before we smash up the Tsar's headquarters." So saying, Arnold increased the speed of the Ithuriel, swept round in front of the line, and communicated the same instructions to the captain of the Ariel. A few minutes later the Ariel and the Orion began to rise with their charges to the higher regions of the air, leaving Ithuriel and the one aerostat to carry out the plan which had been arranged by Natas and Arnold an hour previously. As the speed of the aerostat was only about 20 miles an hour against the wind, a rope was passed from the stern of the Ithuriel to the cordage connecting the car with the gas holder, and so the aerostat was taken in tow by the air ship and dragged through the air at a speed of about 40 miles an hour, as a wind-bound sailing vessel might have been towed by a steamer. On the journey the elevation was increased to more than 4,000 feet, an elevation at which both the Ithuriel and her captive, and especially the former, presented practically impossible marks for the Russian riflemen. Almost immediately over Cüstrin they came to a standstill, and then Colonel Alexandrovitch and Professor Volnow were summoned by Natas into the deck saloon. He explained to them the mission which he desired them to undertake, that is to say, the conveyance of a letter from himself to the Tsar offering terms for the surrender of the Lucifer. They accepted the mission, and in order that they might fully understand the gravity of it, Natas read them the letter, which ran as follows: Alexander Romanov, 3 days ago one of my fleet of airships, named the Lucifer, was delivered into your hands by traitors and deserters, whose lives are forfeit in virtue of the oaths which they took of their own free will. I have already taken measures to render abortive the analysis which you ordered to be performed in the chemical department of your arsenal at St. Petersburg, and I have now come to make terms, if possible, for the restoration of the airship. Those terms are as follows. An hour before daybreak this morning I captured 9 of your war balloons, after destroying 3 others which attempted to escape. I have no desire to take any present part in the war which you are now carrying on with the Anglo-Teutonic Alliance, and if you will tell me where the Lucifer is now to be found, and will dispatch orders both by land and through Professor Volnow, who brings this letter to you, and will return with your answer, for her to be given up to me forthwith with everything she has on board, and will surrender with her the 4 traitors who delivered her into your hands, I will restore the 9 war balloons to you intact, and when I have recovered the Lucifer I will take no further part in the war unless you or your opponents proceed to unjustifiable extremities. If you reject these terms, or if I do not receive an answer to this letter within 2 hours of the time that the bearer of it descends in the aerostat, I shall give orders for the immediate destruction of the war balloons now in my hands, and I shall then proceed to destroy Cüstrin and the other aerostats which are moored near the town. That done, I shall for the time being devote the force at my disposal to the defence of Berlin, and do my utmost to bring about the defeat and dispersal of the army which will then no longer be commanded by yourself. In case you may doubt what I say as to the capture of the fleet of the war balloons, Professor Volnow will be accompanied by Colonel Alexei Alexandrovitch, late in command of the squadron and now my prisoner of war. Natas. The ambassadors were at once transferred to the aerostat, and with a white flag hoisted on the after stays of the balloon, she began to sink rapidly towards the earth, and at the same time Natas gave orders for the Ithuriel to ascend to a height of 8,000 feet, in order to frustrate any attempts that might be made, whether with or without the orders of the Tsar, to injure her by means of a volley from the earth. Even from that elevation, those on board the Ithuriel were able, with the aid of their field glasses, to see with perfect ease the commotion which the appearance of the airship with the captured aerostat had produced in the Russian camp. The whole of the vast host, numbering more than 4 millions of men, turned out into the open to watch their aerial visitors, and everywhere throughout the whole extent of the huge camp the plainest signs of the utmost excitement were visible. In less than half an hour they saw the aerostat touch the earth near to a large building, above which floated the Imperial standard of Russia. An hour had been allowed for the interview, and for the Tsar to give his decision, and half an hour for the aerostat to return and meet the airship. In all the history of the world there had probably never been an hour so pregnant with tremendous consequences, not only to Europe, but to the whole civilized world, as that was, and though apparently a perfect calm reigned throughout the airship, the issue of the embassy was awaited with the most intense anxiety. Another half hour passed, and hardly a word was spoken on the deck of the Ithuriel, hanging there in mid-air over the mighty Russian host, and in range of the field glasses of the outposts of the German army of Berlin, lying some 10 or 12 miles away to the westward. It was the calm before the threatening storm, a storm which in less than an hour might break in a hail of death and destruction from the sky, and turn the fields of earth into a volcano of shot and flame. Certainly the fate of an empire, and perhaps of Europe, or indeed the world, hung in the balance over that field of possible carnage. If the Russians regained their war balloons and were left to themselves, nothing that the heroic Germans could do would be likely to save Berlin from the fate that had overwhelmed Strasbourg and Metz, Breslau and Thorn. On the other hand, should the aerostat not return in time with a satisfactory answer, the victorious career of the Tsar would be cut short by such a bolt from the skies as had wrecked his fortress at Kronstadt, a blow which he could neither guard against nor return, for it would come from an unassailable vantage point, a little vessel 100 feet long, floating in the air 6,000 feet from the earth, and looking a mere bright speck amidst the sunlight. She formed a mark that the most skilful rifle shot in his army could not hit once in 1,000 shots, and against whose hull of hardened aluminium bullets, even if they struck, would simply splash and scatter like raindrops on a rock. The remaining minutes of the last half hour were slipping away one by one, and still no sign came from the earth. The aerostat remained moored near the building surmounted by the Russian standard, and the white flag which, according to arrangement, had been hauled down to be rehoisted if the answer of the Tsar was favourable, was still invisible. When only 10 minutes of the allotted time were left, Arnold, moving his glass from his eyes and looking at his watch, said to Natas, 10 minutes more. Shall I prepare? Yes, said Natas, and let the first gun be fired with the first second of the 11th minute. Destroy the aerostats first and then the batteries of artillery. After that, send a shell into Frankfurt if you have a gun that will carry the distance, so that they may see our range of operations, but spare the Tsar's headquarters for the present. Very good, replied Arnold. Then turning to his lieutenant, he said, You have the guns loaded with number 3, I presume, Mr. Marston, and the projectile stands are filled, I see. Very good. Now descend to 6,000 feet and go a mile to the westward. Train one broadside gun on that patch of ground where you see those balloons, another to strike in the midst of those field guns yonder by the ammunition wagons, and train the starboard aftergun to throw a shell into Frankfurt. The distance is a little over 12 miles, so give sufficient elevation. By the time these orders had been executed, swiftly as the necessary evolution had been performed, only 4 minutes of the allotted time were left. Arnold took his stand by the broadside gun trained on the aerostats, and with one hand on the breech of the gun and the other holding his watch, he waited for the appointed moment. Natasha stood by him with her eyes fastened on the eye-pieces of the glasses, watching for the white flag in breathless suspense. 1 minute more, said Arnold. Stop! There it goes! cried Natasha, as the words left his lips. His Majesty has yielded to circumstances. Arnold took the glasses from her, and through them saw a tiny white speck shining against the black surface of the gas holder of the balloon. He handed the glasses back to her, saying, We must not be too sure of that. His message may be one of defiance. True, said Natasha. We shall see. 10 minutes later, the aerostat was released from her moorings and rose swiftly and vertically into the air. As soon as it reached her own altitude, the Ithuriel shot forward to meet it, and stopped within a couple of 100 yards, a gun ready trained upon the car in case of treachery. In the car stood Professor Volnow and Colonel Alexandrovitch. The former held something white in his hand, and across the intervening space came the reassuring hail, All well. In 5 minutes he was standing on the deck of the Ithuriel, presenting a folded paper to Natas. He was pale to the lips, and his whole body trembled with violent emotion. As he handed him the paper, he said to Natas in a low, husky voice that was barely recognisable as his, Here is the answer of the Tsar. Whether you are man or fiend, I know not, but His Majesty has yielded and accepted your terms. May I never again witness such anger as was his when I presented your letter. It was not till the last moment that he yielded to my entreaties and those of his staff, and ordered the white flag to be hoisted. Yes, replied Natas. He tempted his fate to the last moment. The guns were already trained upon Custrin, and 30 seconds more would have seen his headquarters in the ruins. He did wisely, if he acted tardily.
So saying, Natas broke the Imperial seal. On a sheet of paper bearing the Imperial arms were scrawled 3 or 4 lines in the autocrat's own handwriting.
I accept your main terms. The airship has joined the Baltic fleet. She will be delivered to you with all on board. The 4 men are my subjects, and I feel bound to protect them. They will therefore not be delivered up. Do as you like. Alexander.
A royal answer, though it comes from a despot, said Natas as he refolded the paper. I will waive that point, and let him protect the traitors if he can. Colonel Alexandrovitch, he continued, turning to the Russian, who had also boarded the airship, you are free. You may return to your war balloon, and accompany us to give the order for the release of your squadron.
Free!
Suddenly screamed the Russian, his face livid and distorted with passion.
Free, yes, but disgraced, ruined for life and degraded to the ranks. I want no freedom from you. I will not even have my life at your hands, but I will have yours, and rid the earth of you if I die 1,000 deaths.
As he spoke, he wrenched his sword from its scabbard and thrust the Professor aside, and rushed at Natas with the uplifted blade. Before it had time to descend, a stream of pale flame flashed over the back of the Master's chair, accompanied by a long sharp rattle, and the Russian's body dropped instantly to the deck, riddled by a hail of bullets. I saw murder in that man's eyes when he began to speak, said Natasha, putting back into her pocket the magazine pistol that she had used with such terrible effect. I saw it too, daughter, quietly replied Natas, but you need not have been afraid. The blow would never have reached me, for I would have paralysed him before he could have made the stroke.
Impossible! No man could have done it.
The exclamation burst involuntarily from the lips of Professor Volnow, who stood by, amazed and horrified spectator of the rapidly enacted tragedy.
Professor, said Natas in quick, stern tones, I am not accustomed to say what is not true, nor yet be contradicted by anyone in human shape. Stand there till I tell you to move.
As he spoke these last words, Natas made a swift, sweeping downward movement with one of his hands, and fixed his eyes upon those of the Professor. In an instant Volnow's muscles stiffened into immovable rigidity, and he stood rooted to the deck, powerless to move so much as a finger.
Captain Arnold, continued Natas, as though nothing had happened, we will rejoin our consorts, please, and release the aerostats in accordance with the terms. This man's body will be returned in one of them to his master, and the Professor here will write an account of his death in order that it may not be believed that we have murdered him. Konstantin Volnow, go into the saloon and write that letter, and bring it to me when it is done.
Like an automaton, the Professor turned and walked mechanically into the deck saloon. Meanwhile, the Ithuriel started on her way towards the captive squadron. Before she reached it, Volnow returned with a sheet of paper in his hand, filled with fresh writing, and signed with his name. Natas took it from him, read it, and then, fixing his eyes on his again, said, "That will do. I give you back your will. Now, do you believe?" The Professor's body was suddenly shaken with such violent trembling that he almost fell to the deck. Then he recovered himself with a violent effort, and cried through his chattering teeth, "Believe? How can I help it? Whoever and whatever you are well named the Master of the Terror." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. At Close Quarters. As soon as the captive war balloons had been released, the Ithuriel and her consorts, without any further delay or concern for the issue of the decisive battle which would probably prove to be the death struggle of the German Empire, headed away to the northward at the utmost speed of the two smaller vessels. Their objective point was Copenhagen, and the distance rather more than 260 miles in a straight line. This was covered in under 2 hours and a half, and by noon they had reached the Danish capital. In crossing the water from Stralsund they had sighted several war vessels, all flying British, German, or Danish colours, and all making a northerly course like themselves. They had not attempted to speak to any of these, because, as they were all apparently bound for the same point, and as the speed of the airships was more than 5 times as great as that of the swiftest cruiser, To do so would have been a waste of time, when every moment might be of the utmost consequence. Off Copenhagen the aerial travellers saw the first signs of the terrible night's work, with details of which the reader has already been made acquainted. Wrecked fortifications, cruisers and battleships, bearing every mark of a heavy engagement, some with their top works battered into ruins, their military masts gone, and their guns dismounted, some down by the head, and some by the stern, and others evidently run ashore to save them from sinking, and the harbour crowded with others in little better condition. Everywhere there were eloquent proofs of the disaster which had overtaken the Allied fleets on the previous night.
"There seems to have been some rough work going on down there within the last few hours," said Arnold to Natas, as they came in sight of the scene of destruction. "The Russians could not have done this alone, for when the war began they were shut up in the Baltic by an overwhelming force, of which these seem to be the remains, and those forts yonder were never destroyed by anything but our shells."
"Yes," replied Natas, "it is easy to see what has happened. The Lucifer was sent here to help the Russian fleet to break the blockade, and it looks as though it has been done very effectually. We are just a few hours too late, I fear. That one victory will have an immense effect on the course of the war, for it is almost certain that the Russians will make for the Atlantic round the north of the Shetland Islands, and co operate with the French and Italian squadrons along the British line of communication with the West. That once cut, food will go up to famine prices in Britain, and the end will not be far off." Natas spoke without the slightest apparent personal interest in the subject, but his words brought a flush to Arnold's cheeks, and made him suddenly clench his hands and knit his brows. After all, he was an Englishman, and though he owed England nothing but the accident of his birth, the knowledge that one of his own ships should be the means of bringing this disaster upon her made him forget for the moment the gulf that he had placed between himself and his native land, and longed to go to her rescue. But it was only a passing emotion. He remembered that his country was now elsewhere, and that all his hopes were now alien to Britain and her fortunes. If Natas noticed the effect of his words, he made no sign that he did, and he went on in the same even tone as before. "We must overtake the fleet, and either recapture the Lucifer or destroy her before she does any more mischief in Russian hands. The first thing to do is to find out what has happened, and what course they have taken. Hoist the Union Jack over a flag of truce on all three ships, and signal to Mazanoff to come alongside. We had better stop here till we get the news." The Master's orders were at once executed, and as soon as the Ariel was floating beside the flagship, he said to her captain, "Go down and speak to that cruiser lying at anchor off the harbour, and learn all you can of what has happened. Tell them freely how it happened that Lucifer assisted the Russians, if it turns out that she did so. Say that we have no hostility to Britain at present, but rather the reverse, and that our only purpose just now is to retake the air ship and prevent her doing any more damage. If you can get any newspapers, do so." "I understand fully," replied Mazanoff, and a minute later his vessel was sinking rapidly down towards the cruiser. His reception was evidently friendly, for those on board the Ithuriel saw that he ran the Ariel close alongside the man of war after the first hails had been exchanged, and conversed for some time with a group of officers across the rails of the two vessels. Then a large roll of newspapers was passed from the cruiser to the air ship, salutes were exchanged, and the Ariel rose gracefully into the air to rejoin her consorts, followed by the envious glances of the crews of the battered warships. Mazanoff presented his report, the facts of which were substantially those given in the St. James's Gazette telegram, and added that the British officers had confessed to him that the damage done was so great, both to the fleet and the shore fortifications, that the Sound was now practically as open as the Atlantic, and that it would be 2 or 3 weeks before even half the Allied force would be able to take the sea in fighting trim. They added that there was not the slightest need to conceal their condition, as the Russians, who had steamed in triumph past their shattered ships and silenced forts, knew it just as well as they did. As regards the Russian fleet, it had been followed past the Skaw and had headed out westward. In their opinion, it would consider itself strong enough, with the aid of the air ship, to sweep the North Sea, and would probably attempt to force the Straits of Dover as it had done the Sound, and effect a junction with the French squadrons at Brest and Cherbourg. This done, a combined attack might possibly be made upon Portsmouth, or the destruction of the Channel fleet attempted. The effect of the airship's shells upon both forts and ships had been so appalling that the Russians would no doubt think themselves strong enough for anything as long as they had possession of her. "They were extremely polite," said Mazanoff as he concluded his story. "They asked me to go ashore and interview the Admiral, who, they told me, would guarantee any amount of money on behalf of the British Government if we would only co operate with their fleets for even a month. They said that Britain would gladly pay 100,000 a month for the hire of each ship and her crew, and they looked quite puzzled when I refused point blank and said that 1,000,000 a month would not do it. They evidently take us for new sort of pirates, corsairs of the air, or something of that kind, for when I said that a few odd millions were no good to people who could levy blackmail on the whole earth if they chose, they stared at me and asked me what we did want if we didn't want money. The idea that we could have any higher aims never seemed to have entered their heads, and of course I didn't enlighten them."
"Quite right," said Natas with a quiet laugh. "They will learn our aims quite soon enough, and now we must overtake the Russian fleet as soon as possible. You say they passed the Skaw soon after 5 this morning. That gives them nearly 6 hours' start, and if they are steaming 20 miles an hour, as I dare say they are, they will now be some 120 miles west of the Skaw. Captain Arnold, if we cut straight across Zealand and Jutland, about what distance ought we to travel before we meet them?" Arnold glanced at the chart which lay spread out on the table of the saloon in which they were sitting, and said, "I should say a course of about 200 miles due north west from here ought to take us within sight of them, unless they are making for the Atlantic and keep very close to the Swedish coast. In that case I should say 250 in the same direction." "Very well, then. Let us take that course and make all the speed we can," said Natas, and within 10 minutes the three vessels were speeding away to the north westward at 120 miles an hour over the verdant lowlands of the Danish peninsula. The Ithuriel kept about 5 miles ahead of the others, and when the journey had lasted about an hour and 3/4, the man who had been stationed in the conning tower signalled "Fleet in sight" to the saloon. The airships were then travelling at an elevation of 3,000 feet. A good 10 miles to the northward could be seen the Russian fleet steering to the westward, and, judging by the dense clouds of smoke that were pouring out of the funnels of the vessels, making all the speed they could. Arnold, who had gone forward to the conning tower as soon as the signal sounded, at once returned to the saloon and made his formal report to Natas. "The Russian fleet is in sight, heading to the westward, and therefore evidently meaning to reach the Atlantic by the north of the Shetlands. There are 12 large battleships, about 25 cruisers of different sizes, 8 of them very large, and a small swarm of torpedo boats being towed by the larger vessels, I suppose to save their coal. I see no signs of the Lucifer at present, but from what we have learnt she will be on the deck of one of the large cruisers. What are your orders?" "Recover the air ship if you can," replied Natas. "Send Mazanoff with Professor Volnow to convey the Tsar's letter to the Admiral, and demand the surrender of the Lucifer. If he refuses, let the Ariel return at once, and we will decide what to do. I leave the details with you with the most perfect confidence."
Arnold bowed in silence and retired, catching as he turned to leave the saloon a glance from Natasha, which, it must be confessed, meant more to him than even the command of the Master. From the expression of his face as he went to the wheelhouse to take charge of the ship, it was evident that it would go hard with the Russian fleet if the Admiral refused to recognise the order of the Tsar. When he got to the wheelhouse, the Ithuriel was almost over the fleet. He signalled "Stop" to the engine room. Immediately the propellers slowed and then ceased their rapid revolutions, and at the same time the fan wheels went aloft and began to revolve. This was a pre-arranged signal to the others to do the same, and by the time they had overtaken the flagship they also came to a standstill. As soon as they were within speaking distance, Arnold hailed the Orion and Ariel to come alongside. After communicating to Tremayne and Mazanoff the orders of Natas, he said to the latter, "You will take Professor Volnow to present the Tsar's letter to the Admiral in command of the fleet. Fly the Russian flag over a flag of truce, and if he acknowledges it, say that if the Lucifer is given up we shall allow the fleet to go on its way unmolested and without asking any question. The cruiser that has her on board must separate from the rest of the fleet and allow 2 of your men to take possession of her and bring her up here. The lives of the 4 traitors are safe for the present if the air ship is given up quietly." "And if they will not recognise the authority of the Tsar's letter and refuse to give the air ship up, what then?" asked Mazanoff. "In that case, haul down the Russian flag and get aloft as quickly as you can. You can leave the rest to us," said Arnold. "Meanwhile, Tremayne, you will go down to 2,000 feet or so and keep your eye on that big cruiser a bit ahead of the rest of the fleet. I fancy I can make out the Lucifer on her deck. Train a couple of guns on her, and don't let the air ship rise without orders. I shall stop up here for the present, and be ready to make things lively for the Admiral if he refuses to obey his master's orders." The Ariel took the Professor on board and hoisted the Russian colours over the flag of truce, and began to sink down towards the fleet. As she descended, the Admiral in command of the squadron, already not a little puzzled by the appearance of the three air ships, was still more mystified by seeing the Russian ensign flying from her flagstaff. Was this only a ruse of the Terrorists, or were they flying the Russian flag for a legitimate reason? As he knew from the experience of the previous night that the air ships, if their intentions were hostile, could destroy his fleet in detail without troubling to parley with him, he concluded that there was a good reason for the flag of truce, and so he ordered one to be flown from his own masthead in answer to it. The white flag at once enabled Mazanoff to single out the huge battleship on which it was flying as the Admiral's flagship. The fleet was proceeding in 4 columns of line abreast. First, 2 long lines of cruisers, each with 1 or 2 torpedo boats in tow, and with scouts thrown out on each wing, and then 2 lines of battleships, in the centre of the first of which was the flagship. It was a somewhat risky matter for the Ariel to descend thus right in the middle of the whole fleet, but Mazanoff had his orders and they had to be obeyed, and so down he went, running his bow up to within 100 feet of the hurricane deck, on which stood the Admiral, surrounded by several of his officers. "I have a message for the Admiral of the fleet," he shouted as soon as he came within hail. "Who are you, and from whom is your message?" came the reply. "Konstantin Volnov of the Imperial Arsenal at Petersburg brings the message from the Tsar in writing." "His Majesty's messenger is welcome. Come alongside." The Ariel ran ahead until her prow touched the rail of the hurricane deck, and the Professor advanced with the Tsar's letter in his hand and gave it to the Admiral, saying "You are acquainted with me, Admiral Prabilov. Though I bear it unwillingly, I can vouch for the letter being authentic. I saw His Majesty write it, and he gave it into my hands." "Then how do you come to be an unwilling bearer of it?" asked the Admiral, scowling and gnawing his moustache as he read the unwelcome letter. "What are these terms, and with whom were they made?" "Pardon me, Admiral," interrupted Mazanoff. "That is not the question. I presume you recognise His Majesty's signature and see that he desires the air ship to be given up." "His Majesty's signature can be forged, just as Nihilist passports can be, Mr. Terrorist, for that's what I presume you are, and—" "Admiral, I solemnly assure you that that letter is genuine, and that it is really His Majesty's wish that the air ship should be given up," the Professor broke in before Mazanoff had time to reply. "It is to be given in exchange for 9 war balloons, which these air ships captured before daybreak this morning." "How do you come to be bearer of it, sir? Please answer me that first." "I am a prisoner of war. I surrendered to save the Arsenal and perhaps Petersburg from destruction under circumstances which I cannot now explain." "Thank you, sir. That is quite enough. A pretty story, truly. And you ask me to believe this, and to give up that priceless air ship on such grounds as these? A story that would hardly deceive a child. You captured 9 of the Tsar's war balloons this morning, had an interview with His Majesty, got this letter from him at Kusterin, more than 500 miles away, and bring it here, and it is barely 2 in the afternoon. No, gentlemen, I am too old a sailor to be taken in by a yarn like that. I believe this letter to be a forgery, and I will not give the air ship up on its authority." "That's your last word, is it?" asked Mazanoff, white with passion, but still forcing himself to speak coolly. "That is my last word, sir, save to tell you that if you do not haul that flag you are masquerading under down at once, I will fire upon you," shouted the Admiral, tearing the Tsar's letter into fragments as he spoke. "If I haul that flag down, it will be the signal for the air ships up yonder to open fire upon you, so your blood be on your own heads," said Mazanoff, stamping thrice on the deck as he spoke. The propellers of the Ariel whirled round in a reverse direction, and she sprang swiftly back from the battleship, at the same time rising rapidly in the air. Before she had cleared 100 yards, and before the flag of truce was hauled down, there was a sharp grinding report from one of the tops of the man-of-war, and a hail of bullets from a machine-gun swept across the deck. Mazanoff heard a splintering of wood and glass, and a deep groan beside him. He looked round and saw the Professor clasp his hand to a great red wound in his breast, and fall in a heap on the deck. This was the event of an instant. The next he had trained one of the bow guns downwards on the centre of the deck of the Russian flagship and sent the projectile to its mark. Then, quick as thought, he sprang over and discharged the other gun almost at random. He saw the dazzling green flash of the explosions. Then came a shaking of the atmosphere, and a roar as of 100 thunderclaps in his ears, and he dropped senseless to the deck beside the corpse of the Professor. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. A Russian Raid. Mazanoff came to himself about 10 minutes later, lying on one of the seats in the after saloon, and all that he saw when he first opened his eyes was the white, anxious face of Radna bending over him. "Oh, what is the matter? What has happened? Where am I?" he asked as soon as his tongue obeyed his will. His voice, although broken and unsteady, was almost as strong as usual, and Radna's face immediately brightened as she heard it. A smile soon chased away her anxious look, and she said cheerily, "Ah, come, you're not killed after all. You're still on board the Ariel, and what has happened is this as far as I can see. In your hurry to return the shot from the Russian flagship, you fired your guns at too close range, and the shock of the explosion stunned you. In fact, we thought for a moment you had blown the Ariel up too, for she shook so that we all fell down. Then her engines stopped, and she almost fell into the water before they could be started again." "Is she all right now? Where's the Russian fleet, and what has happened to the flagship?" "I must get on deck," exclaimed Mazanoff, sitting up on the seat. As he did so, he put his hand to his head and said, "I feel a bit shaky still. What's that? Brandy you've got there? Oh, get me some champagne and put the brandy into it. I shall be all right when I've had a good drink. Now I think of it, I wonder that explosion didn't blow us to bits. You haven't told me what became of the flagship," he continued, as Radna came back with a small bottle of champagne and uncorked it. "Well, the flagship is at the bottom of the German Ocean. When Petrov told me that you had fallen dead, as he said, on deck, I ran up in defiance of your orders and saw the battleship just going down. The shells had blown the middle of her right out, and a cloud of steam and smoke and fire was rising out of a great ragged space where the funnels had been. Before I got you down here, she broke right in two and went down." "That serves that blackguard Prabylov right for saying that we forged the Tsar's letter and firing on a flag of truce. Poor Volnov's dead, I suppose." "Oh yes," replied Radna sadly. "He was shot almost to pieces by the volley from the machine gun. The deck saloon is riddled with bullets, and the deck badly torn up, but fortunately the hull and propellers are almost uninjured. But come, drink this, then you can go up and see for yourself." So saying, she handed him a tumbler of champagne well dashed with brandy. He drank it down at a gulp, like the Russian that he was, and said as he put the glass down, "That's better. I feel a new man. Now give me a kiss, Batyushka, and I'll be off." When he reached the deck, he found the Ariel ascending towards the Ithuriel, and about a mile astern of the Russian fleet, the vessels of which were blazing away into the air with their machine guns, in the hope of bringing him down on the wing, as he afterwards put it. He could hear the bullets singing along underneath him, but the Ariel was rising so fast and going at such a speed through the air that the moment the Russians got the range they lost it again, and so merely wasted their ammunition. Neither the Ithuriel nor the Orion seemed to have taken any part in the battle so far, or to have done anything to avenge the attack made upon the Ariel. Mazanoff wondered not a little at this, as both Arnold and Tremayne must have seen the fate of the Russian flagship. As soon as he got within speaking distance of the Ithuriel, he sang out to Arnold, who was on the deck, "I got in a rather tight place down there. That scoundrel fired upon us with the flag of truce flying, and when I gave him a couple of shells in return, I thought the end of the world was come." "You fired at too close range, my friend.
Those shells are sudden death to anything within 100 yards of them. Are you all well on board? You've been knocked about a bit, I see."
"No, poor Volnov's dead. He was killed standing close beside me, and I wasn't touched, though the explosion of the shell knocked the senses out of me completely. However, the machinery's all right, and I don't think the hull is hurt to speak of. But what are you doing? I should have thought you'd have blown half the fleet out of the water by this time."
"No, we saw that you had amply avenged yourself, and the master's orders were not to do anything till you returned. You'd better come on board and consult with him." Mazanoff did so, and when he had told his story to Natas, the latter mystified him not a little by replying "I am glad that none of you are injured, though of course I am sorry that I sent Volnov to his death. But that is the fortune of war. If one of us fell into his master's hands, his fate would be worse than that. You avenged the outrage promptly and effectively. I have decided not to injure the Russian fleet more than I can help. It has work to do which must not be interfered with. My only object is to recover the Lucifer, if possible, and so we shall follow the fleet for the present across the North Sea on our way to rendezvous with the other vessels from Aeria, which are to meet us on the Rockall Island and wait our opportunity. Should the opportunity not come before then, we must proceed to extremities and destroy her and the cruiser that has her on board."
"And do you think we shall get such an opportunity?"
"I don't know," replied Natas, "but it is possible. I don't think it likely that the fleet will have coal enough for a long cruise in the Atlantic, and therefore it is possible that they will make a descent on Aberdeen, which they are quite strong enough to capture if they like, and coal up there. In that case it is extremely probable that they will make use of the air ship to terrorise the town into surrender, and as soon as she takes the air we must make a dash for her, and either take her or blow her to pieces." Arnold expressed his entire agreement with this idea, and as the event proved it was entirely correct. Instead of steering nor'-nor'-west, as they would have done had they intended to go round the Shetland Islands, or north-west had they chosen the course between the Orkneys and the Shetlands, the Russian vessels kept a due westerly course during the rest of the day, and this course could only take them to the Scotch coast near Aberdeen. The distance from where they were was a little under 500 miles, and at their present rate of steaming they would reach Aberdeen about 4 o'clock on the following afternoon. The airships followed them at a height of 4,000 feet during the rest of the day, and until shortly before dawn on the following morning. Then they put on speed, took a wide sweep to the northward, and returned southward over Banffshire, and passing Aberdeen to the west, found a secluded resting place on the northern spur of the Kincardineshire Hills, about 5 miles to the southward of the Granite City. Here the repairs which were needed by the Ariel were at once taken in hand by her own crew and that of the Ithuriel, while the Orion was sent out to sea again to keep a sharp look out for the Russian fleet, which she would sight long before she herself became visible, and then to watch the movements of the Russians from as great a distance as possible until it was time to make the counter-attack. As Aberdeen was then one of the coaling depots for the North Sea Squadron, it was defended by 2 battleships, the Ascalon and the Menelaus, 3 powerful coast defence vessels, the Thunderer, the Cyclops, and the Pluto, 6 cruisers, and 12 torpedo boats. The shore defences consisted of a fort on the north bank at the mouth of the Dee, mounting 10 heavy guns, and the Girdleness Fort, mounting 24 9-inch 25-ton guns, in connection with which was a station for working navigable torpedoes of the Brennan type, which had been considerably improved during the last 10 years. Shortly after 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the 30th, the Orion returned to her consorts with the news that the Russian fleet was 40 miles off the land, heading straight for Aberdeen, and that there were no other warships in sight as far as could be seen to the southward. From this fact it was concluded that the Russians had escaped the notice of the North Sea Squadron, and so would only have the force defending Aberdeen to reckon with. Even had they not possessed the air ship, this force was so far inferior to their own that there would be little chance of successfully defending the town against them. They had 11 battleships, 25 cruisers, 8 of which were very large and heavily armed, and 40 torpedo boats, to pit against the little British force and the 2 forts. But given the assistance of the Lucifer, and the town practically lay at their mercy. They evidently feared no serious opposition in their raid, for without even waiting for nightfall, they came on at full speed, darkening the sky with their smoke, the battleships in the centre, a dozen cruisers on either side of them, and 1 large cruiser about a mile ahead of their centre.
When the captain of the Ascalon, who was in command of the port, saw the overwhelming force of the hostile fleet, he at once came to the conclusion that it would be madness for him to attempt to put to sea with his 11 ships and his 6 torpedo boats. The utmost that he could do was to remain inshore and assist the forts to keep the Russians at bay, if possible, until the assistance, which had already been telegraphed for to Dundee and the Firth of Forth, where the bulk of the North Sea Squadron was then stationed, could come to his aid. 5 miles off the land the Russian fleet stopped, and the Lucifer rose from the deck of the big cruiser and stationed herself about a mile to seaward of the mouth of the river at an elevation of 3,000 feet. Then a torpedo boat flying a flag of truce shot out from the Russian line and ran to within a mile of the shore. The commodore of the port sent out one of his torpedo boats to meet her, and this craft brought back a summons to surrender the port for 12 hours, and permit 6 of the Russian cruisers to fill up with coal. The alternative would be bombardment of the town by the fleet and the airship, which alone, as the Russian said, held the fort and the ships at its mercy. To this demand the British commodore sent back a flat refusal, and defiance to the Russian commander to do his worst. Where the Ithuriel and her consorts were lying, the hills between them and the sea completely screened them from the observation of those on board the Lucifer. Arnold and Tremayne had climbed to the top of a hill above their ships, and watched the movements of the Russians through their glasses. As soon as they saw the Lucifer rise into the air, they returned to the Ithuriel to form their plans for their share in the conflict that they saw impending. "I'm afraid we can't do much until it gets a good deal darker than it is now," said Arnold, in reply to a question from Natas as to his view of the situation. "If we take the air now, the Lucifer will see us, and we must remember that she is armed with the same weapons as we have, and a shot from one of her guns would settle any of us that it struck. Even if we hit her first, we should destroy her, and we could have done that easily yesterday. It has felt very like thunder all day, and I see there are some very black-looking clouds rolling up there over the hills to the south-west. My advice is to wait for those. I'm afraid we can't do anything to save the town under the circumstances, but in this state of the atmosphere a heavy bombardment is practically certain to bring on a severe thunderstorm, and to fetch those clouds up at the double quick. I don't for a moment think that the British will surrender, big and all as the Russian force is, and as they have never seen the effects of our shells, they won't fear the Lucifer much until she commences operations, and then it will be too late. Listen, they've begun. There goes the first gun." A deep, dull boom came rolling up the hills from the sea as he spoke, and was almost immediately followed by a rapid series of similar reports, which quickly deepened into a continuous roar. Every one who could be spared from the airship at once ran up to the top of the hill to watch the progress of the fight. The Russian fleet had advanced to within 3 miles of the land, and had opened a furious cannonade on the British ships and the forts, which were manfully replying to it with every available gun. By the time the watchers on the hill had focused their glasses on the scene, the Lucifer discharged her first shell on the fort on Girdleness. They saw the blaze of the explosion gleam through the smoke that already hung thick over the low building. Another and another followed in quick succession, and the firing from the fort ceased. The smoke drifted slowly away, and disclosed a heap of shapeless ruins. "That is horrible work, isn't it?" said Arnold to Tremayne through his clenched teeth. "Anywhere but on British ground would not be so bad, but the sight of that makes my blood boil. I would give my ears to take our ships into the air and smash up that Russian fleet as we did the French squadron in the Atlantic." "There spoke the true Briton, Captain Arnold," said Natasha, who was standing beside him under a clump of trees. "Yes, I can quite understand how you feel watching a scene like that, for country is country after all. Even my half-English blood is pretty near boiling point, and though I wouldn't give my ears, I would give a good deal to go with you and do as you say. But you may rest assured that the Master's way is the best, and will prove the shortest road to the universal peace which can only come through universal war. Courage, my friend, and patience. There will be a heavy reckoning to pay for this sort of thing one day, and that before very long." "Ha!" exclaimed Tremayne. "There goes the other fort. I suppose it will be the turn of the ships next. What a frightful scene! 20 minutes ago it was as peaceful as these hills, and look at it now." The second fort had been destroyed as rapidly as the first, and the cessation of the fire of both had made a very perceptible difference in the cannonade, though the great guns of the Russian fleet still roared continuously and poured a hurricane of shot and shell into the mouth of the river across which the British ships were drawn, keeping up the unequal conflict like so many bulldogs at bay. Over them and the river hung a dense pall of bluish white smoke, through which the Lucifer sent projectile after projectile in an attempt to sink the British ironclads. As those on board her could only judge by the flash of the guns, the aim was very imperfect, and several projectiles were wasted falling into the sea and exploding there, throwing up mountains of water, but not doing any further damage. At length a brilliant green flash shot up through the smoke clouds over the river mouth. "He's hit one of the ships at last!" exclaimed Tremayne, as he saw the flash. "It'll soon be all up with poor old Aberdeen." "I don't think so," exclaimed Arnold. "At any rate the Lucifer won't do much more harm. There comes the storm at last. Back to the ships, all of you at once. It's time to go aloft." As he spoke, a brilliant flash of lightning split the inky clouds which had now risen high over the western hills, and a deep roll of thunder came echoing up the valleys as if in answer to the roar of the cannonade on the sea. The moment every one was on board, Arnold gave the signal to ascend. As soon as the fan wheels had raised them 100 feet from the ground, he gave the signal for full speed ahead, and the three airships swept upwards to the west as though to meet the coming storm. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32. The End of the Chase. The flight of the Ithuriel and her consorts was so graduated that as they rose to the level of the storm cloud they missed it, and passed diagonally beyond it at a sufficient distance to avoid disturbing the electrical balance between it and the earth. The object of doing so was not so much to escape a discharge of electricity, since all the vital parts of the machinery and the power cylinders were carefully insulated, but rather in order not to provoke a lightning flash which might have revealed their rapid passage to the occupants of the Lucifer. As it was, they swept upwards and westward at such a speed that they had gained the cover of the thunder cloud, and placed a considerable area of it between themselves and the town long before the storm broke over Aberdeen, and so they were provided with ample shelter under, or rather over, which they were to make their attack on the Lucifer. They waited until the clouds coming up from the westward joined those which had begun to gather thick and black and threatening over the Russian fleet soon after the tremendous cannonade had begun. The shock of the meeting of the two cloud squadrons formed a fitting counterpart to the drama of death and destruction that was being played on land and sea. The brilliant sunshine of the midsummer afternoon was suddenly obscured by a darkness born of smoke and cloud, like that of a midwinter night. The smoke of the cannonade rose heavily and mingled with the clouds, and the atmospheric concussions produced by the discharge of hundreds of heavy guns brought down the rain in torrents. Almost continuous streams of lightning flashed from cloud to cloud and from heaven to earth, eclipsing the spouting fire of the guns, while to the roar of the bombardment was added an almost unbroken roll of thunder. Above all this hideous turmoil of human and elemental strife, the three airships floated for a while in a serene and sunlit atmosphere, but this was only for a time. Arnold had taken the position and altitude of the Lucifer very carefully by means of his sextant and compass before he rose into the air, and as soon as his preparations were complete he made another observation of the angle of the sun's elevation, allowing of course for his own, and placed his three ships as nearly perpendicular as he could over the Lucifer, floating on the underside of the storm cloud. His preparations had been simple in the extreme. 4 light, strong grappling irons hung downwards from the Ithuriel, 2 at the bow and 2 at the stern, by thin steel wire rope. 2 similar ones hung from the starboard side of the Orion, which was on his left hand, and 2 from the port side of the Ariel, which was on his right hand. As they gained the desired position, a man was stationed at each of the ropes, with instructions how to act when the word was given. Then the fan wheels were slowed down, and the three vessels sank swiftly through the cloud. Through the mist and darkness underneath they saw the white shape of the Lucifer almost immediately below them, so accurately had the position been determined. They sank 100 feet farther, and then Arnold shouted, "Now is your time! Cast!" Instantly the 8 grappling irons dropped and swung towards the Lucifer, hooking themselves in the stays of her masts and the railings that ran completely round her deck.
"Now, up again, and ahead!"
shouted Arnold once more, and the fan wheels of the three ships revolved at their utmost speed. The airplanes had already been inclined to the full, the 9 propellers whirled round, and the recaptured Lucifer was dragged forward and upwards through the mist and darkness of the thundercloud into the bright sunshine above. So suddenly had the strange manoeuvre been executed that those on board her had not time to grasp what had really happened to them before they found themselves captured and utterly helpless. As she hung below her 3 captors, it was impossible to bring one of the Lucifer's guns to bear upon them, while 4 guns, 2 from the Ariel and 2 from the Orion, grinned down upon her, ready to blow her into fragments at the least sign of resistance. Added to this, a dozen magazine rifles covered her deck, threatening sudden death to the 6 bewildered men who were still staring helplessly about them in wonderment at the strange thing that had happened to them.
"Who are the Russian officers in command of that air ship?"
hailed Mazanoff from the Ariel. 2 men in Russian uniforms raised their hands in reply, and Mazanoff hailed again.
"Which will you have? Surrender or death? If you surrender, your lives are safe, and we will put you on to the land as soon as possible. If not, you will be shot."
"We surrender!"
exclaimed one of the officers, drawing his sword and dropping it on the deck. The other followed suit, and Mazanoff continued.
"Very good. Remain where you are. The first man that moves will be shot down."
Almost before the last words had left his lips, 6 men had slid down the wire ropes and landed on the deck of the Lucifer. The moment their feet had touched the deck, each whipped a magazine pistol out of his belt and covered his man. Within a couple of minutes the captives were all disarmed. Indeed, most of them had thrown their weapons down on the first summons. The arms were tossed overboard, and all but the 2 Russian officers were rapidly bound hand and foot. Then 3 of the 6 men descended to the engine room, and 1 went to the wheelhouse. In another minute the fan wheels of the Lucifer began to spin round faster, and quickly raised her to the level of the other 3 ships, and so the recapture of the deserter was completed. The 2 officers were at once summoned on board the Ithuriel and shut up under guard in separate cabins. The rest of the crew of the Lucifer was found to consist of the 4 traitors who had carried her away, and 2 Russian engineers who had been put on board to assist in the working of the vessel. As soon as these had been replaced by a crew drafted from the Ithuriel and her consorts under the command of Lieutenant Marston, Arnold gave the order to go ahead at 50 miles an hour to the northward, and the 4 airships immediately sped away in that direction, leaving Aberdeen to its fate, and within a little over an hour the sounds of both storm and battle had died away in silence behind them. When they were fairly under way, Natas ordered the 4 deserters to be brought before him in the after saloon of the flagship. He sat at one end of the table, and they were placed in a line in front of him at the other, each with a guard behind him and the muzzle of a pistol at his head.
"Peter Tambov, Amos Vornyech, Ivan Chesko, and Paul Orelov, you have broken your oaths, betrayed your companions, deserted the cause to which you devoted your lives, and placed in the hands of the Russian tyrant the means of destruction which has enabled him to break the blockade of the Baltic, and so perhaps to change the whole course of the war which he is now waging, as you well know, with the object of conquering Europe and enslaving its peoples. Already the lives of thousands of better men than you have been lost through this vile treason of yours, the vilest of all treason, for it was committed for love of money. By the laws of the brotherhood your lives are forfeit, and if you had 100 lives each, they would be forfeited again by the calamities that your treason has brought and will bring upon the world. You will die in half an hour. If you have any preparations to make for the next world, make them. I have done with you. Go."
Half an hour later the 4 deserters were taken up onto the deck of the Ithuriel. The signal was given to stop the flotilla, which was then flying 3,000 feet above the waters of the Moray Firth. As soon as they came to a standstill, their crews were summoned on deck. The 3 smaller vessels floated around the Ithuriel at a distance of about 50 yards from her. The traitors, bound hand and foot, were stood up facing the rail of the flagship, and 4 of her crew were stationed opposite to them on the other side of the deck with loaded rifles. They were allowed one last look upon sun and sky, and then their eyes were bandaged. As soon as this was done, Arnold raised his hand. The 4 rifles came up to the ready. A stream of flame shot from the muzzles, and the bodies of the 4 traitors lurched forward over the rail and disappeared into the abyss beneath. "Now, gentlemen," said Arnold in French, turning to the 2 Russian officers who had been spectators of the scene, "that is how we punish traitors. Your own lives are spared because we do not murder prisoners of war. You will, I hope, in due time return to your master, and you will tell him why we have been obliged to retake the air ship which he surrendered to us by force, and therefore why we destroyed his flagship in the North Sea. If Admiral Prabiloff had obeyed his orders, the Lucifer would have been surrendered to us quietly, and there would have been for the present no further trouble. Tell him also from me, as Admiral of the Terrorist fleet, that, so far as matters have now gone, we shall take no farther part in the war, but that the moment he brings his war balloons across the waters which separate Britain from Europe, the last hour of his empire will have struck. If he neglects this warning with which I now entrust you, I will bring a force against him before which he shall be as helpless as the armies of the Alliance have so far been before him and his war balloons. And, more than this, tell him that if I conquer I will not spare. I will hold him and his advisers strictly to account for all that may happen after that moment. There will be no treaties with conquered enemies in the hour of our victory. We will have blood for blood and life for life. Remember that, and bear the message to him faithfully. For the present you will be prisoners on parole, but I warn you that you will be watched night and day, and at the first suspicion of treachery you will be shot and cast into the air, as those traitors were just now. You will remain on board this ship. The 2 engineers will be placed, one on board of each of 2 of our consorts. In 24 hours or so you will be landed on Spanish soil and left to your own devices. Meanwhile we shall make you as comfortable as the circumstances permit." The 2 Russian officers bowed their acknowledgments, and Arnold gave the signal for the flotilla to proceed. It was then about 7 o'clock in the evening. Plying at the rate of 100 miles an hour, the squadron crossed the mouth of the Moray Firth, trending to the westward until they passed over Thurso, and then they took a westerly course to Rockall Island, 400 miles to the west. Here they met the 2 other airships which had been dispatched from Aeria with extra power cylinders and munitions of war in case they had been needed for a prolonged campaign. The cylinders which had been exhausted on board the Ithuriel and her 3 consorts were replaced, and then the whole squadron rose into the air from one of the peaks of Rockall Island and winged its way southward to the north-western coast of Spain. They made the Spanish land near Corunna shortly before 8 on the following evening, and here the 4 Russian prisoners were released on the seashore and provided with money to take them as far as Valladolid, where they would be able to communicate with the French military authorities at Toulouse. The Terrorist squadron then rose once more into the air, ascended to a height of 2,000 feet, skirted the Portuguese coast, and then took a south-easterly course over Morocco, through one of the passes of the Atlas Mountains, and so across the desert of Sahara and the wilds of Central Africa to Aeria. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. The Breaking of the Charm. The first news of the Russian attack on Aberdeen was received in London soon after 5 o'clock on the afternoon of the 30th, and produced an effect which it is quite beyond the power of language to describe. The first telegram containing the bare announcement of the fact fell like a bolt from the blue on the great metropolis. It ran as follows: Aberdeen, 4:30 p.m. A large fleet, supposed to be the Russian fleet which broke the blockade of the Baltic on the morning of the 28th, has appeared off the town. About 40 large vessels can be made out. Our defences are quite inadequate to cope with such an immense force, but we shall do our best till help comes. After that the wires were kept hot with messages until well into the night. The newspapers rushed out edition after edition to keep pace with them, and in all the office windows of the various journals copies of the telegrams were posted up as soon as they arrived. As the messages multiplied in number, they brought worse and worse tidings, until excitement grew to frenzy, and frenzy degenerated into panic. The 1,000 tongues of rumour wagged faster and faster as each hour went by. The raid upon a single town was magnified into a general invasion of the whole country. Very few people slept in London that night, and the streets were alive with anxious crowds till daybreak, waiting for the confidently expected news of the landing of the Russian troops, in spite of the fact that the avowed and real object of the raid had been made public early in the evening. The following are the most important of the telegrams which were received, and will suffice to inform the reader of the course of events after the departure of the 4 airships from the scene of action. 5 p.m. A message has been received from the commander of the Russian fleet demanding the surrender of the town for 12 hours, to allow 6 of his ships to fill up with coal. The captain of the Ascalon, in command of the port, has refused this demand, and declares that he will fight while he has a ship that will float or a gun that can be fired. The Russians are accompanied by the airship which assisted them to break the blockade of the Sound. She is now floating over the town. The utmost terror prevails among the inhabitants, and crowds are flying into the country to escape the bombardment. Aid has been telegraphed for to Edinburgh and Dundee, but if the North Sea Squadron is still in the Firth of Forth, it cannot get here under nearly 12 hours steaming. 5:30 p.m. The bombardment has commenced, and fearful damage has been done already. With 3 or 4 shells the airship has blown up and utterly destroyed the fort on Girdle Ness, which mounted 24 heavy guns. But for the ships, this leaves the town almost unprotected. News has just come from the North Shore that the batteries there have met with the same fate. The Russians are pouring a perfect storm of shot and shell into the mouth of the river where our ships are lying, but the town has so far been spared. 5:45 p.m. We have just received news from Edinburgh that the North Sea Squadron left at daybreak this morning under orders to proceed to the mouth of the Elbe to assist in protecting Hamburg from an anticipated attack by the same fleet which has attacked us. There is now no hope that the town can be successfully defended, and the Provost has called a towns meeting to consider the advisability of surrender, though it is feared that the Russians may now make larger demands. The whole countryside is in a state of the utmost panic. 7 p.m. The towns meeting empowered the Provost to call upon Captain Marchmont of the Ascalon to make terms with the Russians in order to save the town from destruction. He refused point blank, although one of the coast defence ships, the Thunderer, has been disabled by shells from the airship, and all his other vessels have been terribly knocked about by the incessant cannonade from the fleet, which has now advanced to within 2 miles of the shore, having nothing more to fear from the land batteries. A terrific thunderstorm is raging, and no words can describe the horror of the scene. The airship ceased firing nearly an hour ago. 10 p.m. 5 of our 11 ships, 2 battleships and 3 cruisers, have been sunk. The rest are little better than mere wrecks, and 7 torpedo boats have been destroyed in attempting to torpedo some of the enemy's ships. Heavy firing has been heard to the southward, and we have learnt from Dundee that 4 battleships and 6 cruisers have been sent to our relief. A portion of the Russian fleet has been detached to meet them. We cannot hope anything from them. Captain Marchmont has now only 4 ships capable of fighting, but refuses to strike his flag. The storm has ceased, and a strong land breeze has blown the clouds and smoke to seaward. The airship has disappeared. 6 large Russian ironclads are heading at full speed towards the mouth of the river. The telegram broke off short here, and no more news was received from Aberdeen for several hours. Of this there was only one possible explanation. The town was in the hands of the Russians, and they had cut the wires. The long charm was broken, and the isle inviolate was inviolate no more. The next telegram from the north came from Findon, and was published in London just before 10 o'clock on the following morning. It ran thus: Findon, N.B., 9:15. About 10 o'clock last night the attack upon Aberdeen ended in a rush of 6 ironclads into the river mouth. They charged down upon the 4 half-crippled British ships that were left, and in less than 5 minutes rammed and sank them. The Russians then demanded the unconditional surrender of the town under pain of bombardment and destruction. There was no other course but to yield, and until 8 o'clock this morning the town has been in the hands of the enemy. The Russians at once landed a large force of sailors and marines, cut the telegraph wires and the railway lines, and fired without warning upon every one who attempted to leave the town. The stores of coal and ammunition were seized, and 6 large cruisers were taking in coal all night. The banks were also entered, and the specie taken possession of as indemnity for the town. At 8 o'clock the cruisers and battleships steamed out of the river without doing further damage. The squadron from the Tay was compelled to retire by the overwhelming force that the Russians brought to bear upon it after Aberdeen surrendered. Half an hour ago the Russian fleet was lost sight of, proceeding at full speed to the north eastward. Our loss has been terribly heavy. The fort and batteries have been destroyed, and all the ships have been sunk or disabled, and of the whole defending force scarcely 300 men remain. Captain Marchmont went down on the Ascalon with his flag flying, and fighting to the last moment. While the excitement caused by the news of the raid upon Aberdeen was at its height, that is to say, on the morning of the 2nd of July, intelligence was received in London of a tremendous disaster to the Anglo-Teutonic alliance. It was nothing less, in short, than the fall of Berlin, the collapse of the German Empire, and the surrender of the Kaiser and the Crown Prince to the Tsar. After nearly 60 hours of almost continuous fighting, during which fortifications had been wrecked by the war balloons, the German ammunition trains burnt and blown up by the fire shells rained from the air, and the heroic defenders of the city disorganised by the aerial bombardment of melinite shells and cyanogen poison bombs, and crushed by an overwhelming force of not less than 4 million assailants. So fell, like a house of cards, the stately fabric built up by the genius of Bismarck and Moltke, and so, after bearing his part gallantly in the death struggle of his empire, had the grandson of the conqueror of Sedan yielded up his sword to the victorious autocrat of the Russias. The terrible news fell upon London like the premonitory echo of an approaching storm. The path of the triumphant Muscovites was now completely open to the forts of the Belgian Quadrilateral, under the walls of which they would form a junction which nothing could now prevent with the beleaguering forces of France. Would the Belgian strongholds be able to resist any more effectually than the fortification of Berlin had done the assaults of the terrible war balloons of the Tsar? End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. The Path of Conquest. This narrative does not in any sense pretend to be a detailed history of the war, but only of such phases of it as more immediately concern the working out of those deep-laid and marvellously contrived plans designed by their author to culminate in nothing less than the collapse of the existing fabric of society and the upheaval of the whole basis of civilization. It will therefore be impossible to follow the troops of the Alliance and the League through the different campaigns which were being simultaneously carried out in different parts of Europe. The most that can be done will be to present an outline of the leading events which, operating throughout a period of nearly 3 months, prepared the way for the final catastrophe in which the tremendous issues of the World War were summed up. The fall of Berlin was the first decisive blow that had been struck during the war. Under it the federation of kingdoms and states which had formed the German Empire fell asunder almost instantly, and the whole fabric collapsed like a broken bubble. The shock was felt throughout the length and breadth of Europe, and it was immediately seen that nothing but a miracle could save the whole of Central Europe from falling into the hands of the League. Its immediate results were the surrender of Magdeburg, Brunswick, Hanover, and Bremen. Hamburg, strongly garrisoned by British and German troops, supported by a powerful squadron in the Elbe, and defended by immense fortifications on the landward side, alone returned a flat defiance to the summons of the Tsar. The road to the westward, therefore, lay entirely open to his victorious troops. As for Hamburg, it was left for the present under the observation of a corps of reconnaissance to be dealt with when its time came. When Berlin fell, the position of affairs in Europe may be briefly described as follows. The French army had taken the field nearly 5 millions strong, and this immense force had been divided into an army of the north and an army of the east. The former, consisting of about 2 millions of men, had been devoted to the attack on the British and German forces holding an almost impregnable position behind the chain of huge fortresses known at present as the Belgian Quadrilateral. This Army of the North, doubtless acting in accordance with the preconceived schemes of operations arranged by the leaders of the League, had so far contented itself with a series of harassing attacks upon different points of the Allied position, and had made no forward movement in force. The Army of the East, numbering nearly 3 million men, and divided into 15 army corps, had crossed the German frontier immediately on the outbreak of the war, and at the same moment that the Russian armies of the north and south had crossed the eastern Austro-German frontier, and the Italian army had forced the passes of the Tyrol. The whole of the French fleet of war balloons had been attached to the Army of the East, with the intention, which had been realised beyond the most sanguine expectations, of overrunning and subjugating Central Europe in the shortest possible space of time. It had swept like a destroying tempest through the Rhine provinces, leaving nothing in its track but the ruins of towns and fortresses, and wide wastes of devastated fields and vineyards. Before the walls of Munich it had effected a junction with the Italian army, consisting of 10 army corps, numbering 2 million men. The ancient capital of Bavaria fell in 3 days under the assault of the aerial fleet and the overwhelming numbers of the attacking force. Then the Franco-Italian armies advanced down the valley of the Danube and invested Vienna, which, in spite of the heroic efforts of what had been left of the Austrian army after the disastrous conflicts on the eastern frontier, was stormed and sacked after 3 days and nights of almost continuous fighting, and the most appalling scenes of bloodshed and destruction, 4 days after the surrender of the German Emperor to the Tsar had announced the collapse of what had once been the Triple Alliance. From Vienna the Franco-Italian armies continued their way down the valley of the Danube, and at Budapest was joined by the northern division of the Russian army of the south, and from there the mighty flood of destruction rolled south-eastward until it overflowed the Balkan Peninsula, sweeping everything before it as it went, until it joined the force investing Constantinople. The Turkish army, which had retreated before it, had concentrated upon Gallipoli, where, in conjunction with the allied British and Turkish squadrons holding the Dardanelles, it prepared to advance to the relief of Constantinople. The final attack upon the Turkish capital had been purposely delayed until the arrival of the French war balloons, and as soon as these appeared upon the scene the work of destruction instantly recommenced. After 4 days of bombardment by sea and land and from the air, and a rapid series of what can only be described as wholesale butcheries, the ancient capital of the Sultan shared the fate of Berlin and Vienna, and after 4 centuries and a half the Turkish dominion in Europe died in its first stronghold. Meanwhile, one of the wings of the Franco-Italian army had made a descent upon Gallipoli, and after 48 hours' incessant fighting had compelled the remnant of the Turkish army, which it thus cut off from Constantinople, to take refuge on the Turkish and British men of war under the protection of the guns of the fleet. In view of the overwhelming numbers of the enemy and the terrible effectiveness of the war balloons, it was decided that any attempt to retake Constantinople, or even to continue to hold the Dardanelles, could only result in further disaster. The forts of the Dardanelles were therefore evacuated and blown up, and the British and Turkish fleet, with the remains of the Turkish army on board, steamed southward to Alexandria to join forces with the British squadron that was holding the northern approaches to the Suez Canal. There the Turkish troops were landed, and the Allied fleets prepared for the naval battle which the release of the Russian Black Sea Squadron through the opening of the Dardanelles was considered to have rendered inevitable. 5 days later was fought a second battle of the Nile, a battle compared with which the former conflict, momentous as it had been, would have seemed but child's play. On the one side, Admiral Beresford, in command of the Mediterranean squadron, had collected every available ship and torpedo boat to do battle for the defence of the all-important Suez Canal, and opposed to him was an immense armament, formed by the junction of the Russian Black Sea Squadron with the Franco-Italian fleet, or rather those portions of it which had survived the attacks or eluded the vigilance of the British Admiral. The battle, fought almost on the ancient battle ground of Nelson and Collingwood, was incomparably the greatest sea fight in the history of war. The fleet under Admiral Beresford's command consisted of 55 battleships of the first and second class, 46 armoured and 72 unarmoured cruisers, 54 gunboats and 270 torpedo boats, while the Franco-Italian Allied fleets mustered between them 46 battleships, 75 armoured and 63 unarmoured cruisers, 40 gunboats and 250 torpedo boats. The battle began soon after sundown on the 24th of August and raged continuously for over 60 hours. The whole issue of the fight was the question of the command of the Mediterranean and the British line of communication with India and the East via the Suez Canal. The prize was well worthy of the tremendous struggle that the two contending forces waged for it, and from the two admirals in command to the boys employed on the most insignificant duties about the ships, every one of the combatants seemed equally impressed with the magnitude of the momentous issues at stake. To the League, victory meant a deadly blow inflicted upon the only enemy now seriously to be reckoned with. It meant the severing of the British Empire into two portions, and the cutting of the one remaining channel of supply upon which the heart of the Empire now depended for its nutrition. To destroy Admiral Beresford's fleet would be to achieve as great a triumph on the sea as the armies of the League had achieved on land by the taking of Berlin, Vienna, and Constantinople. On the other hand, the defeat of the Franco-Italian fleets meant complete command of the Mediterranean, and the ability to destroy in detail all the important seaboard fortresses and arsenals of the League that were situated on its shores. It meant the keeping open of the Suez Canal, the maintenance of communication with India and Australia by the shortest route, and, what was by no means the least important consideration, the vindication of British prestige in Egypt, the Soudan, and India. It was with these enormous gains and losses before their eyes that the two forces engaged and fought as perhaps men had never fought with each other in the world before. Everything that science and experience could suggest was done by the leaders of both sides. Human life was counted as nothing in the balance, and deeds of the most reckless heroism were performed in countless instances as the mighty struggle progressed. With such inflexible determination was the battle waged on either side, and so appalling was the destruction accomplished by the weapons brought into play, that by sunrise on the morning of the 27th more than half the opposing fleets had been destroyed, and of the remainder the majority were so crippled that a continuance of the fight had become a matter of physical impossibility. What advantage remained appeared to be on the side of the remains of the Franco-Italian fleet, but this was speedily negatived an hour after sunrise by the appearance of a fresh British squadron, consisting of the 5 battleships, 15 cruisers, and a large flotilla of gunboats and torpedo boats, which had passed through the canal during the night from Aden and Suakim, and appeared on the scene just in time to turn the tide of battle decisively in favour of the British Admiral. As soon as this new force got into action, it went to work with terrible effectiveness, and in 3 hours there was not a single vessel that was still flying the French or Italian flag. The victory had, it is true, been brought at a tremendous price, but it was complete and decisive, and at the moment that the last of the ships of the League struck her flag, Admiral Beresford stood in the same glorious position as Sir George Rodney had done 122 years before, when he saved the British Empire in the ever memorable victory of the 12th of April 1782. The triumph of the Mediterranean was, however, only a set-off to a disaster which had occurred more than 5 weeks previously in the Atlantic. The Russian fleet, which had broken the blockade of the Sound with the assistance of the Lucifer, had, after coaling at Aberdeen, made its way into the Atlantic, and there, in conjunction with the Franco-Italian fleets operating along the Atlantic steamer route, had, after a series of desperate engagements, succeeded in breaking up the line of British communication with America and Canada. This result had been achieved mainly in consequence of the contrast between the necessary methods of attack and defence. On the one hand, Britain had been compelled to maintain an extended line of ocean defence, more than 3,000 miles in length, and her ships had further been hampered by the absolute necessity of attending, first, to the protection of the Atlantic liners, and, secondly, to warding off isolated attacks which were directed upon different parts of the line by squadrons which could not be attacked in turn without breaking the line of the convoy which it was all essential to preserve intact. For 2 or 3 weeks there had been a series of running fights, but at length the ocean chain had broken under the perpetual strain, and a repulse inflicted on the Irish squadron by a superior force of French, Italian, and Spanish warships had settled the question of the command of the Atlantic in favour of the League. The immediate result of this was that food supplies from the west practically stopped. Now and then a fleet Atlantic greyhound ran the blockade and brought her priceless cargo into a British port, but as the weeks went by these occurrences became fewer and further between, till the time news was received in London of the investment of the fortresses of the Quadrilateral by the innumerable hosts of the League, brought together by the junction of the French and Russian armies of the north and the conquerors of Vienna and Constantinople, who had returned on their tracks after garrisoning their conquests in the east. Food in Britain, already at war prices, now began to rise still further, and soon touched famine prices. Wheat, which in the last decade of the 19th century had averaged about £9 a ton, rose to over £31 a ton, its price 2 years before the Battle of Waterloo. Other imported foodstuffs, of course, rose in proportion with the staple commodity, and the people of Britain saw, at first dimly, then more and more clearly, the real issue that had been involved in the depopulation of the rural districts to swell the populations of the towns, and the consequent lapse of enormous areas of land either into pasturage or unused wilderness. In other words, Britain began to see approaching her doors an enemy before whose assault all human strength is impotent and all valour unavailing. Like Imperial Rome, she had depended for her food supply upon external sources, and now these sources were one by one being cut off. The loss of the command of the Atlantic, the breaking of the Baltic blockade, and the consequent closing of all the continental ports save Hamburg, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Antwerp, had left her entirely dependent upon her own miserably insufficient internal resources and the Mediterranean route to India and the East. More than this, too, only Hamburg, Antwerp, and the fortresses of the Quadrilateral now stood between her and actual invasion. That supreme calamity, which, until the raid upon Aberdeen, had been for centuries believed to be impossible. Once let the League triumph in the Netherlands, as it had done in Central and South Eastern Europe, and its legions would descend like an avalanche upon the shores of England, and the Lion of the Seas would find himself driven to bay in the stronghold which he had held inviolate for nearly 1,000 years. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. From Chaos to Arcady. During the 3 months of incessant strife and carnage which deluged the plains and valleys of Europe with blood after the fall of Berlin, the Terrorists took no part whatever in the war. At long intervals an airship was seen from the earth flying at full speed through the upper regions of the atmosphere, now over Europe, now over America, and now over Australia or the Cape of Good Hope. But if they held any communication with the earth, they did so secretly, and only paid the briefest of visits, the objects of which could only be guessed at. When one was sighted, the fact was mentioned in the newspapers, and vague speculations were indulged in. But there was soon little room left for these in the public attention, especially in Britain, for as the news of disaster after disaster came pouring in, and the hosts of the League drew nearer and nearer to the western shores of Europe, all eyes were turned more and more anxiously across the silver streak, which now alone separated the peaceful hills and valleys of England and Scotland from the destroying war storm which had so swiftly desolated the fields of Europe, and all hearts were heavy with apprehension of coming sorrows. The rapidity of their movements had naturally led to the supposition that several of the airships had taken the air for some unknown purpose, but in reality there were only 2 of them afloat during nearly the whole of the 3 months. Of these one was the Orion, on board of which Tremayne was visiting the various centres of the Brotherhood throughout the English-speaking world, making everything ready for the carrying out at the proper time of the great project to which he had devoted himself since the memorable night at Alanmere, when he had seen the vision of the world's Armageddon. The other was under the command of Michael Roburoff, who was busy in America and Canada, perfecting the preparations for checkmating the designs of the American ring, which were described in a former chapter. The remainder of the members of the Inner Circle and those of the Outer Circle, living in area, were quietly pursuing the most peaceful avocations, building houses and water mills, clearing fields and laying out gardens, fishing in the lake and streams, and hunting in the forests, as though they had never heard of the horrors of war, and had no part or share in the titanic strife whose final issue they would soon have to go forth and decide. One of the hardest workers in the colony was the Admiral of the aerial fleet. Morning after morning he shut himself up in his laboratory for 3 or 4 hours, experimenting with explosives of various kinds, and especially on a new form of fire shell which he had invented, and which he was now busy perfecting in preparation for the next, and, as he hoped, final conflict that he would have to wage with the forces of despotism and barbarism. The afternoons he spent supervising the erection of the mills and the construction of new machinery, and in exploring the mountain sides in search of mineral wealth, of which he was delighted to find abundant promise that was afterwards realized beyond his expectations. On these exploring expeditions he was frequently accompanied by Natasha and Radna and her husband. Sometimes Arnold would be enticed away from his chemicals and his designs on the lives of his enemies, and after breakfasting, soon after sunrise, would go off for a long day's ramble to some unknown part of their wonderful domain, in which, like children in a fairyland, they were always discovering some new wonders and beauties. And, indeed, no children could have been happier or freer from care than they were during this delightful interval in the tragedy in which they were so soon to play such conspicuous parts. The two wedded lovers, with the dark past put far behind them for ever, found perfect happiness in each other's society, and so left, it is almost needless to add, Arnold and Natasha pretty much to their own devices. Indeed, Natasha had more than once declared that she would have to get the Princess to join the party, as Radna had proved herself a hopeless failure as a chaperone. Every one in the valley by this time looked upon Arnold and Natasha as lovers, though their rank in the brotherhood was so high that no one ventured to speak of them as betrothed save by implication. How Natas regarded them was known only to himself. He, of course, saw their intimacy, and since he said nothing, he doubtless looked upon it with approval. But whether he regarded it as an intimacy of friends or of lovers remained a mystery even to Natasha herself, for he never by any chance made an allusion to it. As for Arnold, he had scrupulously observed the compact tacitly made between them on the first and only occasion that he had ever spoken words of love to her. They were the best of friends, the closest companions, and their intercourse with each other was absolutely frank and unrestrained, just as it would have been between two close friends of the same sex, but they understood each other perfectly, and by no word or deed did either cross that line that divides friendship from love. She trusted him absolutely in all things, and he took this trust as a sacred pledge between them that until his part of their compact had been performed, love was a forbidden subject, not even to be approached. So perfectly did Natasha play her part that, though he spent hours and hours alone with her on their exploring expeditions, and in rowing and sailing on the lake, and though he spent many another hour in solitude, weighing her every word and action, he was utterly unable to truthfully congratulate himself on having made the slightest progress towards gaining that love without which, even if he held her to the compact in the day of victory, victory itself would be robbed of its crowning glory and dearest prize. To a weaker man it would have been an impossible situation, this constant and familiar companionship with a girl whose wonderful beauty dazzled his eyes and fired his blood as he looked upon it, and whose winning charm of manner and grace of speech and action seemed to glorify her beauty until she seemed a being almost beyond the reach of merely human love, rather one of those daughters of men whom the sons of God looked upon in the early days of the world, and found so fair that they forsook heaven itself to woo them. Trained and disciplined as he had been in the sternest of all schools, and strengthened as he was by the knowledge of the compact that existed between them, there were moments when his self-control was very sorely tried, moments when her hand would be clasped in his, or rested on his shoulder as he helped her across a stream or down some steep hillside, or when, in the midst of some animated discussion, she would stop short and face him and suddenly confound his logic with a flash from her eyes and a smile on her lips that literally forced him to put forth a muscular effort to prevent himself from catching her in his arms and risking everything for just one kiss, one taste of the forbidden fruit within his reach, and yet parted from him by a sea of blood and flame that still lay between the world and that empire of peace which he had promised to win for her sweet sake. Once, and once only, she had tried him almost too far. They had been discussing the possibility of ruling the world without the ultimate appeal to force, when the nations, weary at length of war, should have consented to disarm, and she, carried away by her own eloquent pleading for the ultimate triumph of peace and goodwill on earth, had laid her hand upon his arm, and was looking up at him with her lovely face aglow with the sweetest expression even he had ever seen upon it. Their eyes met, and there was a sudden silence between them. The eloquent words died upon her lips, and a deep flush rose to her cheeks and then faded instantly away, leaving her pale and with a look almost of terror in her eyes. He took a quick step backwards, and turning away as though he feared to look any longer upon her beauty, said in a low tone that trembled with the strength of his repressed passion, "Natasha, for God's sake remember that I am only made of flesh and blood." In a moment she was by his side again, this time with her eyes downcast and her proud little head bent as though in acknowledgment of his reproof. Then she looked up again, and held out her hand and said, "Forgive me. I have done wrong. Let us be friends again." There was a gentle emphasis on the word friends that was irresistible. He took her hand in silence, and after pressure that was almost imperceptibly returned, let it go again, and they walked on together, but there was very little more said between them that evening. This had happened one afternoon towards the middle of September, and 2 days later their delightful companionship came suddenly to an end, and the bond that existed between them was severed in a moment without warning, as a nerve thrilling with pleasure might be cut by an unexpected blow with a knife. On the 16th of September the Orion returned from Australia. She touched the earth shortly after midday, and before sunset the Azrael, the vessel in which Michael Roburoff had gone to America, also returned, but without her commander. Her lieutenant, however, brought a dispatch from him, which he delivered at once to Natas, who immediately on reading it sent for Tremayne. It evidently contained matters of great importance, for they remained alone together discussing it for over an hour. At the end of that time Tremayne left the master's house and went to look for Arnold. He found him just helping Natasha out of a skiff at a little landing stage that had been built out into the lake for boating purposes. As soon as greetings had been exchanged, he said, "Natasha, I have just left your father. He asked me if I saw you to tell you that he wishes to speak to you at once." "Certainly," said Natasha. "I hope you have not brought bad news home from your travels. You are looking very serious about something." And without waiting for an answer, she was gone to obey her father's summons. As soon as she was out of earshot, Tremayne put his arm through Arnold's, and drawing him away towards a secluded portion of the shore of the lake, said, "Arnold, old man, I have some very serious news for you. You must prepare yourself for the severest strain that I believe could be put on your loyalty and your honour."
"What is it? For heaven's sake, don't tell me that it has to do with Natasha!" exclaimed Arnold, stopping short and facing round, white to the lips with the sudden fear that possessed him. "You know—"
"Yes, I know everything," replied Tremayne, speaking almost as gently as a woman would have done, "and I am sorry to say that it has to do with her. I know what your hopes have been with regard to her, and no man on earth could have wished to see those hopes fulfilled more earnestly than I have done, but—"
"What do you mean, Tremayne? Speak out, and let me know the worst. If you tell me that I am to give her up, I tell you that
that I am an English gentleman, and that I will break my heart rather than my oath. That is what you will tell me when I tell you that you must not only give up your hopes of winning Natasha, but that it is the Master's orders that you shall have the Ithuriel ready to sail at midnight to take her to America to Michael Roburoff, who has written to Natas to ask her for his wife." Arnold heard him out in dazed, stupefied silence. It seemed too monstrous, too horrible to be true. The sudden blow had stunned him. He tried to speak, but the words would not come. Tremayne, still standing with his arm through his, felt his whole body trembling as though stricken with some sudden palsy. He led him on again, saying in a sterner tone than before, "Come, come, play the man, and remember that the work nearest to your hand is war, and not love. Remember the tremendous issues that are gathering to their fulfilment, and the part that you have to play in working them out. This is not a question of the happiness of the hopes of one man or woman, but of millions, of the whole human race. You and you alone hold in your hands the power to make the defeat of the League certain."
"And I will use it, have no fear of that," replied Arnold, stopping again and passing his hand over his eyes like a man waking from an evil dream. "What I have sworn to do I will do. I am not going back from my oath. I will obey to the end, for she will do the same, and what would she think of me if I failed? Leave me alone for a bit now, old man. I must fight this thing out with myself, but the Ithuriel shall be ready to start at 12.
Tremayne saw that he was himself again, and that it was better that he should do as he said, so with a word of farewell he turned away and left him alone with his thoughts. Half way back to the settlement he met Natasha coming down towards the lake. She was deadly pale, but she walked with a firm step and carried her head as proudly erect as ever. As they met she stopped him and said, "Where is he?" Tremayne's first thought was to try and persuade her to go back and leave Arnold to himself, but a look at Natasha's white set face and burning eyes warned him that she was not in a mood to take advice, and so he told her, and without another word she went on swiftly down the path that led to the lake. The brief twilight of the tropics had passed before he reached the grove of palms on the western shore of the lake, towards which he had bent his steps when he left Tremayne. He walked with loose, aimless strides, now quickly and now slowly, and now stopping to watch the brightening moon shining upon the water. He caught himself thinking what a lovely night it would be to take Natasha for a row, and then his mind sprang back with a jerk to the remembrance of the horrible journey that he was to begin at midnight. To take Natasha to another man, and leave her with him as his wife. No, it could not be true. It was impossible that he should have fought and triumphed as he had done, and all for this. To give up the one woman he had ever loved in all his life, the woman he had snatched from slavery and degradation, when not another man on earth could have done it. What had this Roborov done that she should be given to him for the mere asking? Why had he not come in person, like a man, to woo and win her if he could, and then he would have stood aside and bowed to her choice? But this curt order to take her away to him as though she were some piece of merchandise! No, if such things were possible, better that he had never. "Richard!" He felt a light touch on his arm and turned round sharply. Natasha was standing beside him. He had been so engrossed by his dark thoughts that he had not heard her light step on the soft sward, and now he seemed to see her white face and great shining eyes looking up at him in the moonlight, as though there was some mist floating between him and her. Suddenly the mist seemed to vanish. He saw tears under the long dark lashes, and the sweet red lips parted in a faint smile. Lose her he might to-morrow, but for this one moment she was his and no other man's, let those who would say nay. That instant she was clasped helpless and unresisting in his arms, and her lips were giving his back kiss for kiss. Wreck and chaos might come now for all he cared. She loved him, and had given herself to him, if only for that one moonlit hour. After that he could plunge into the battle again and slay and spare not. Yes, and he would slay without mercy. He would hurl his lightnings from the skies, and where they struck there should be death. If not love and life, then hate and death. It was not his choice. Let those who had chosen see to that. But for the present, love and life were his. Why should he not live? Then the mad, sweet delirium passed, and saner thoughts came. He released her suddenly, almost brusquely, and said with a harsh ring in his voice, "Why did you come? Have you forgotten what so nearly happened the day before yesterday?" "No, I have not forgotten it. I have remembered it, and that is why I came to tell you what you know now." Her face was rosy enough now, and she looked him straight in the eyes as she spoke, proud to confess the mastery that he had won. "Now listen," she went on, speaking in a low, quick, passionate tone. "The will of the Master must be done. There is no appeal from that, either for you or me.
He can dispose of me as he chooses, and I shall obey, as I warned you I should when you first told me that you would win me if you could. Well, you have won me so far as I can be won. I love you, and I have come to tell you so before the shadow falls between us. And I have come to tell you that what you have won shall belong to no one else. I will obey my father to the letter, but the spirit is my affair. Now kiss me again, dear, and say good-bye. We have had our glimpse of heaven, and this is not the only life." For one more brief moment she surrendered herself to him again. Their lips met and parted, and in an instant she had slipped out of his arms and was gone, leaving him dazed with her beauty and her winsomeness. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. Love and Duty. An hour later he walked back to the settlement, looking 5 years older than he had done a couple of hours before, but with his nerves steady and with the light of a solemn resolve burning in his eyes. He went straight to the Ithuriel and made a minute personal inspection of the whole vessel, inside and out. He saw that every cylinder was charged, and that there was an ample supply of spare ones and ammunition on board, including a number of his new fire shells. He then went to Lieutenant Marston's quarters and told him to have the crew in their places by 11:30, and this done he paid a formal visit to the master to report all ready. Natas received him as usual, just as though nothing out of the common had happened, and if he noticed the change that had come over him, he made no sign that he did so. When Arnold had made his report, he merely said, "Very good. You will start at 12. The chief has told you the nature and purpose of the voyage you are about to make, I presume?" He bowed a silent affirmative, and Natas went on. "The chief and Anna Ornovsky will go with you as witnesses for Michael Roburoff and Natasha, and the chief will be provided with my sealed orders for your guidance in the immediate future. The rendezvous is a house on one of the spurs of the Alleghany Mountains. What time will it take to reach there?" "The distance is about 7,000 miles. That will be from 30 to 35 hours' flight according to the wind. With a fair wind we shall reach the Alleghanies a little before sunrise on the 18th. Then, to make sure of that if possible, you had better start an hour earlier. Natasha is making her preparations, and will be on board at 11. "Very well, I'll be ready to start then," replied Arnold, speaking as calmly and formally as Natas had done. Then he saluted and walked out. When he got into the open air he drew a deep breath. His teeth came together with a sharp snap, and his hands clenched. So it was true then, this horrible thing, this sacrilege, this ruin that had fallen upon his life and hers. Natas had spoken of giving her to this man as quietly as though it had been the most natural proceeding possible, an understood arrangement about which there could be no question. Well, he had sworn, and he would obey, but there would be a heavy price to pay for his obedience. He did not see Natasha again that night. When the Ithuriel rose into the air she was in her cabin with the Princess, and did not appear during the voyage save at meals, when all the others were present, and then she joined in the conversation with a composure which showed that, externally at least, she had quite regained her habitual self-control. Arnold spent the greater part of the voyage in the deck saloon with Tremayne, talking over the events of the war and arranging plans of future action. By mutual consent the object of their present voyage was not mentioned. As Arnold was more than 2 months and a half behind the news, he found not a little relief in hearing from Tremayne of all that had taken place since the recapture of the Lucifer. The two men who were now to be the active leaders of the revolution, which, as they hoped, was soon to overrun the whole fabric of society and introduce a new social order of things, conversed in this fashion, quietly discussing the terrific tragedy in which they were to play the leading parts, and arranging all details of their joint action until well into the night of the 17th. About 11 Tremayne went to his cabin, and Arnold, going to the conning tower, told the man on the look-out to go below until he was called. Then he took his place and remained alone with his thoughts as the Ithuriel sped on her way 1,000 feet above the deserted waters of the Atlantic,
until the dark mass of the American continent loomed up in front of him to the westward. As soon as he sighted land, he went aft to the wheelhouse and slightly inclined the airplanes, causing the Ithuriel to soar upwards until the barometer marked a height of 6,000 feet. At this elevation he passed over the mouth of the Chesapeake and across Virginia, and a little more than an hour before sunrise the Ithuriel sank to the earth on one of the spurs of the Alleghanies, in sight of a lonely weatherboard house, in one of the windows of which 3 lights were burning in the form of a triangle. This building was used ostensibly as a shooting and hunting box by Michael Roburoff and a couple of his friends, and in reality as a meeting place for the inner circle or executive council of the American section of the Brotherhood. This section was, numerically speaking, the most important of the 4 branches into which the outer circle of the Brotherhood was divided, that is to say, the British, Continental, American, and Colonial sections. All told, the Terrorists had rather more than 5 million adherents in America and Canada, of whom more than 4 millions were men in the prime of life, and nearly all of Anglo-Saxon blood and English speech. All these men were not only armed, but trained in the use of firearms to a high degree of skill. Their organisation, which had gradually grown up with the Brotherhood for 20 years, was known to the world only under the guise of the different forms of industrial unionism, but behind these there was a perfect system of discipline and command which the outer world had never even suspected. The section was divided first into squads of 10, under the command of an 11th, who alone knew the leaders of the other squads in his neighbourhood. 10 of these squads made a company, commanded by one man, who was only known to the squad captains, and who alone knew the captain of the regiment, which was composed of 10 companies. The next step in the organisation was the brigade, consisting of 10 regiments, the captains of which alone knew the commander of the brigade, while the commanders of the brigades were alone acquainted with the members of the inner circle, or executive council, which managed the affairs of the whole section, and whose chief was the only man in the section who could hold any communication with the inner circle of the Brotherhood itself, which, under the immediate command of Natas, governed the whole organisation throughout the world. This description will serve for all the sections, as all were modelled upon exactly the same plan. The advantages of such an organisation will at once be obvious. In the first place, no member of the rank and file could possibly betray more than 10 of his fellows, including his captain, while his treachery could, if necessary, be made known in a few hours to 10,000 others, not one of whom he knew, and thus it would be impossible for him to escape the invariable death penalty. The same is, of course, equally true of the captains and the commanders. On the other hand, the system was equally convenient for the transmission of orders from headquarters. An order given to 10 commanders of brigades could, in a single night, be transmitted individually to the whole of the section, and yet those in command of the various divisions would not know whence the orders came, save as regards their immediate superiors. It will be necessary for the reader to bear these few particulars in mind, in order to understand future developments, which without them might seem to border on the impossible. It is only necessary to add that the full fighting strength of the 4 sections of the Brotherhood amounted to about 12 millions of men, a considerable proportion of whom were serving as soldiers in the armies of the League and the Alliance, and that in its cosmopolitan aspect it was known to the rank and file as the Red International, whose members knew each other only by the possession of a little knot of red ribbon tied into the buttonhole in a peculiar fashion on occasions of meeting for instructions or drill. The 3 lights burning in the form of a triangle in the window of the house were a pre-arranged signal to avoid mistake on the part of those on board the air ship. When they reached the earth, Arnold, acting under the instructions of Tremayne, who was his superior on land though his voluntary subordinate when afloat, left the Ithuriel and her crew in charge of Lieutenant Marston and Andrew Smith, the coxswain. The remainder disembarked, and the air ship rose from the ground and ascended out of sight through a layer of clouds that hung some 800 feet above the high ground of the hills. Lieutenant Marston's orders were to remain out of sight for an hour and then return. Arnold had not seen Natasha for several hours previous to the landing, and he noticed with wonder by no means unmixed with something very like anger, that she looked a great deal more cheerful than she had done during the voyage. She had preserved her composure all through, but the effort of restraint had been visible. Now this had vanished, although the supreme hour of the sacrifice that her father had commanded her to make was actually at hand. When her feet touched the earth, she looked round with a smile on her lips and a flush on her cheeks, and said in a voice in which there was no perceptible trace of anxiety or suffering, "So this is the place of my bridal, is it? Well, I must say a more cheerful one might have been selected. Yet, perhaps, after all, such a gloomy spot is more suitable to the ceremony. Come along. I suppose the bridegroom will be anxiously waiting the coming of the bride. I wonder what sort of a reception I shall have. Come, my Lord of Alanmere, your arm, and you, Captain Arnold, bring the Princess. We have a good deal to do before it gets light." These were strange words to be uttered by a girl who, but a few hours before, had voluntarily confessed her love for one man, and was on the eve of compulsorily giving herself up to another one. Had it been any one else but Natasha, Arnold could have felt only disgust, but his love made it impossible for him to believe her guilty of such unworthy lightness as her words bespoke, even on the plain evidence before him. So he simply choked back his anger as best he might, and followed towards the house, speechless with astonishment at the marvellous change that had come over the daughter of Natas. Tremayne knocked in a peculiar fashion on the window, then repeated the knock on the door, which was opened almost immediately. "Who stands there?" asked a voice in French. "Those who bring the expected bride," replied Tremayne in German. "And by whose authority?" This time the question was in Spanish. "In the Master's name," said Tremayne in English. "Enter. You're welcome." A second door was now opened inside the house, and through it a light shone into the passage. The four visitors entered, and, passing through the second door, found themselves in a plainly furnished room, down the centre of which ran a long table, flanked by 5 chairs on each side, in each of which, save one, sat a masked and shrouded figure, exactly similar to those which Arnold had seen when he was first introduced to the council chamber in the house on Clapham Common. In a chair at one end of the table sat another figure, similarly draped. The door was closed as they entered, and the member of the circle who had let them in returned to his seat. No word was spoken until this was done. Then Natasha, leaving her 3 companions by the door, advanced alone to the lower end of the table. As she did so, Arnold for the first time noticed that she carried her magazine pistol in a sheath at her belt. He and Tremayne were, as a matter of course, armed with a brace of these weapons, but this was the first time he had ever seen Natasha carry her pistol openly. Wondering greatly what this strange sight might mean, he waited with breathless anxiety for the drama to begin. As Natasha took her stand at the opposite end of the table, the figure in the chair at the top rose and unmasked, displaying the pallid countenance of the chief of the American section. He looked to Arnold anything but a bridegroom awaiting his bride, and the ceremony which was to unite him to her for ever. His cheeks and lips were bloodless, and his eyes wandered restlessly from Natasha to Tremayne and back again. He glanced to and fro in silence for several moments, and when he at last found his voice, he said in half-choked, broken accents, "What is this? Why am I honoured by the presence of the chief and the admiral of the air? I asked only that if the master consented to grant my humble petition in reward for my services, the daughter of Natas should come attended simply by a sister of the brotherhood and the messenger that I sent." They let him finish, although it was with manifest difficulty that he stammered to the end of his speech. Arnold, still wondering at the strange turn events had taken, saw Tremayne's lips tighten and his brows contract in the effort to repress a smile. The other masked figures at the table moved restlessly in their seats and glanced from one to another. Seeing this, Tremayne stepped quickly forward to Natasha's side, and said in a stern, commanding tone, "I am the chief of the Central Council, and I order every one here to keep his seat and remain silent until the daughter of Natas has spoken." The 10 masked and hooded heads instantly bowed consent. Then Tremayne stepped back, and Natasha spoke. There was a keen, angry light in her eyes and a bright flush upon her cheek, but her voice was smooth and silvery, and in strange contrast to the words that she used almost to the end.
"Did you think, Michael Roburoff, that the Master of the Terror would send his daughter to her bridal, so poorly escorted as you say? Surely that would have been almost as much of a slight as you put upon me when, instead of coming to woo me as a true lover should have done, you contented yourself with sending a messenger, as though you were some Eastern potentate dispatching an envoy to demand the hand of a daughter of a vassal. It would seem that this sudden love which you do me the honour to profess for me has destroyed your manners as well as your reason. But since you have assumed so high a dignity, it is not seemly that you should stand to hear what I have to say. Sit down, for it looks as though standing were a trouble to you."
Michael Roburoff, who by this time could scarcely support himself on his trembling limbs, sank suddenly back into his chair and covered his face with his hands.
"That is not very lover-like, to cover your eyes when the bride that you have asked for is standing in front of you. But as long as you don't cover your ears as well, I will forgive you the slight. Now listen. I have come, as you see, and I have brought with me the answer of the Master to your request. Until an hour ago I did not know what it was myself, for, like the rest of the faithful members of the brotherhood, I obey the word of the Master blindly. You, as it would appear, maddened by what you are pleased to call your love for me, have dared to attempt to make terms where you swore to obey blindly to the death. You have dared to place me, the daughter of Natas, in the balance against the allegiance of the American section on the eve of the supreme crisis of its work, thus imperilling the results of 20 years of labour. If you had not been mad, you would have foreseen the results of such treachery. As it is, you must learn them now. What I have said has been proved by your own hand, and the proof is here in the hand of the chief. This is the answer of Natas to the servant who would have betrayed him in the hour of trial."
She took a folded paper from her belt as she spoke, and unfolding it, read in clear, deliberate tones:
"Michael Roburoff, late chief of the American section of the Brotherhood. When you joined the Order, you took an oath to obey the directions of its chiefs to the death, and you acknowledged that death would be the just penalty of perjury. My orders to you were to complete the arrangements for bringing the American section into action when you received the signal to do so. Instead of doing that, you have sought to bargain with me for the price of its allegiance. That is treachery, and the penalty of treachery is death. Natas." "Those are the words of the Master," continued Natasha, throwing the paper down upon the table with one hand and drawing her pistol with the other. "It rests with the chief to say when and where the sentence of the Master shall be carried out."
"Let it be carried out here and now," said Tremayne, "and let him who has anything to say against it speak now, or for ever hold his peace." The 10 heads bowed once more in silence, and Natasha went on, still addressing the trembling wretch who sat huddled in the chair in front of her.
"You have asked for a bride, Michael Roburoff, and she has come to you. And I can promise that you shall sleep soundly in her embrace. Your bride is Death, and I have chosen to bring her to you with my own hand, that all here may see how the daughter of Natas can avenge an insult to her womanhood. You have been guilty of treachery to the Brotherhood, and for that you might have been punished by any hand, but you would also have condemned me to the infamy of a loveless marriage, and that is an insult that no one shall punish but myself. Look up, and, if you can, die like a man."
Roburoff took his hands from his face, and with an inarticulate cry started to his feet. The same instant Natasha's hand went up, a pistol flashed, and he dropped back again into the chair with a bullet in his brain. Then she replaced the pistol in her belt, and going up to Arnold held out both her hands and said, as he clasped them in his own
"If the Master's reply had been different, that bullet would by this time have been in my own heart."
End of chapter 36. CHAPTER 37. The Capture of a Continent. Within an hour after the execution of Michael Roburoff, the Ithuriel was winging her way back to Aeria, and at least 2 of her company were anticipating their return to the valley with feelings very different to those with which they had contemplated their departure. When the last farewells and congratulations had been spoken, and the air ship rose from the earth, Tremayne returned to the house to commence forthwith the great task which now developed upon him. For, in addition to being chief of the Central Executive, he now assumed the direct command of the American section, which, after long consideration, had been selected as the nucleus of the federation of the English-speaking peoples of the world. For a fortnight he worked almost night and day, attending to every detail with the utmost care, and bringing into play all those rare powers of mind which, in the first instance, had led Natas to select him as the visible head of the executive. In this way the chief consequence of the love madness of Roburoff had been to place at the head of affairs in America the one man of all others most fitted by descent and ability to carry out such a work, and to this fact its complete success must in a great measure be attributed. So perfectly were his plans laid and executed that right up to the moment when the signal was given and the plans became actions, American society went about its daily business without the remotest suspicion that it was living on the slope of a slumbering volcano, whose fires were so soon to burst forth and finally consume the social fabric, which, despite its splendid exterior, was inwardly as rotten as were the social fabrics of Rome and Byzantium on the eve of their fall. On the 1st of October the cables brought the news of the fall of the Quadrilateral, the storming of Hamburg, and the retreat of the British forces on Antwerp. 4 days later came the tidings of a great battle under the walls of Antwerp, in which the British and German forces, outnumbered 10 to 1 by the innumerable hosts of the League, had suffered a decisive defeat, which rendered it imperative for them to fall back upon the Allied fleets in the Scheldt, and to leave the Netherlands to the mercy of the Tsar and his allies, who were thus left undisputed masters of the continent of Europe. The last and crowning victory had been achieved by exactly the same means which had accomplished all of the other triumphs of the campaign, and therefore there will be no need to enter into any detailed description of it. Indeed, the fall of the Quadrilateral and the defeat of the last army of the Alliance round Antwerp would have been accomplished much more easily and speedily than it had been but for the fact that the weather, which had been fine up to the end of July, had suddenly broken, and a succession of violent storms and gales from the north and north-west had made it impossible for the war balloons to be brought into action with any degree of effectiveness. During the last week of September the storms had ceased, and then the work of destruction began. Not even the hitherto impregnable fortresses of Tournai, Mons, Namur, and Liège had been able to withstand the assault from the air any better than the forts of Berlin or the walls of Constantinople. A day's bombardment had sufficed to reduce them to ruins, and, the chain once broken, the armies of the League swept in wave after wave across the plains which they had guarded. The loss of life had been unparalleled even in this the greatest of all wars, for the British and Germans had fought with a dogged resolution which, but for the vastly superior numbers and the irresistible means of destruction employed against them, must infallibly have triumphed. As it was only when valour had achieved its last sacrifice, and further resistance became rather madness than devotion, that the retreat was finally sounded in time to embark the remnants of the armies of the Alliance on board the warships. Happily, at the very hour when this was being done, the weather broke again, and the ships of the Allied fleets were therefore able to make their way to sea through storm and darkness, unmolested by the war balloons. While the American press was teeming with columns of description, telegraphed at enormous cost from the seat of war, and with absolutely misleading articles as to the policy of the League and the attitude of studious neutrality that was to be observed by the United States Government, the dockyards, controlled directly and indirectly by the American Ring, were working night and day putting the finishing touches to the flotilla of dynamite cruisers and other war vessels intended to carry out the plan revealed by Michael Roburoff on board the Ithuriel after he had been taken off the Aurania in the mid-Atlantic. Briefly described, this was as follows. Representative government in America had by this time become a complete sham. The whole political machinery and internal resources of the United States were now virtually at the command of a great ring of capitalists, who, through the medium of the huge monopolies which they controlled and the enormous sums of money at their command, held the country in the hollow of their hand. These men were as totally devoid of all human feeling or public sentiment as it was possible for human beings to be. They had grown rich in virtue of their contempt of every principle of justice and mercy, and they had no other object in life than to still further increase their gigantic hoards of wealth, and to multiply the enormous powers which they already wielded. The then condition of affairs in Europe had presented them with such an opportunity as no other combination of circumstances could have given them, and ignoring, as such wretches would naturally do, all ties of blood and kindred speech, they had determined to take advantage of the situation to the utmost. In the guise of the United States Government, the Ring had concluded a secret treaty with the commanders of the League, in virtue of which, at a stipulated point in the struggle, America was to declare war on Britain, invade Canada by land, and send to sea an immense flotilla of swift dynamite cruisers of tremendously destructive power, which had been constructed openly in the Government dockyards, ostensibly for coast defence, and secretly in private yards belonging to the various corporations composing the Ring. This flotilla was to co-operate with the fleet of the League as soon as England had been invaded, and complete the blockade of the British ports. Were this once accomplished, nothing could save Britain from starvation into surrender, and the British Empire from disintegration and partition between the Ring and the commanders of the League, who would then practically divide the mastery of the world among them. On the night of the 4th of October, the 5 words, "the hour and the man," went flying over the wires from Washington throughout the length and breadth of the North American continent. The next morning half the industries of the United States were paralysed. All the lines of communication by telegraph and rail between the East and West were severed. The shore ends of the Atlantic cables were cut. No newspapers appeared, and every dockyard on the eastern coast was in the hands of the Terrorists. To complete the stupor produced by this swift succession of astounding events, when the sun rose, an airship was seen floating high in the air over the 10 arsenals of the United States, that is to say, over Portsmouth, Charlestown, Brooklyn, League Island, New London, Washington, Norfolk, Pensacola, Mare Island, and Port Royal, while 2 others held Chicago and St. Louis, the great railway centres for the West and South, at their mercy, and the Ithuriel, with a broad red flag flying from her stern, swept like a meteor along the eastern coast from Maine to Florida. To attempt to describe the condition of frenzied panic into which the inhabitants of the threatened cities and even the whole of the Eastern States were thrown by the events of that ever memorable morning would be to essay an utterly hopeless task. From the millionaire in his palace to the outcasts who swarmed in the slums, not a man or a woman kept a cool head save for those who were in the councils of the Terrorists. The blow had fallen with such stupefying suddenness that, as far as America was concerned, the revolution was practically accomplished before any one very well knew what had happened. Out of the midst of an apparently peaceful and industrious population, 5 millions of armed men had sprung in a single night. Factories and workshops had opened their doors, but none entered them. Ships lay idle by the wharves, offices were deserted, and the great reels of paper hung motionless beside the paralysed machines which would have converted them into newspapers. It was not a strike, for no mere trades organisation could have accomplished such a miracle. It was the force born of the accumulation of 20 years of untiring labour striking one mighty blow, which shattered the commercial fabric of a continent in a single instant. Those who had been clerks or labourers yesterday, patient, peaceful, and law-abiding, were to-day soldiers, armed and disciplined, and obeying with automatic regularity the unheard command of some unknown chief. This of itself would have been enough to throw the United States into a panic, but worse than all, the presence of the airships, holding at their mercy the arsenals and the richest cities in the Eastern States, proved that, tremendous and all as it was, this was only a phase of some vast and mysterious cataclysm which might as easily involve the whole civilized world as it could overwhelm the United States of America. By noon, almost without striking a blow, every dynamite cruiser and warship on the eastern coast had been seized and manned by the Terrorists. To the dismay of the authorities, it was found that more than half the army and navy, officers and men alike, had obeyed the mysterious summons that had gone throughout the land the night before, and matters reached a climax when, as the clocks of Washington were striking 12, the President himself was arrested in the White House. All the streets of Washington were in the hands of the Terrorists, and at 1 o'clock Tremayne, after posting guards at all the approaches, entered the Senate, and in the name of Natas proclaimed the Constitution of the United States null and void, and the government dissolved. Then, with a copy of the Constitution in his hand, he proceeded to the steps of the Capitol, and, in the presence of a vast throng of the armed members of the American section, he proclaimed the Federation of the English-speaking races of the world, in virtue of their bonds of kindred blood and speech and common interests, and amidst a scene of the wildest enthusiasm called upon all who owned those bonds to forget the artificial divisions that had separated them into hostile nations and communities, and to follow the leadership of the Brotherhood to the conquest of the earth. Then, in a few strong and simple phrases, he exposed the subservience of the government to the capitalist ring, and described the inhuman compact that it had entered into with the arch enemies of national freedom and personal liberty, to crush the motherland of the Anglo-Saxon nations, and for the sake of sordid gain to rivet the fetters of oppression upon the limbs of the race which for 1,000 years had stood in the forefront of the battle for freedom. As he concluded his appeal, one mighty shout of wrath and execration rose up to heaven from 1,000,000 throats. He waited until this died away into silence, then raising the copy of the Constitution above his head, he cried in clear, ringing tones "For 150 years this has been boasted as the bulwark of liberty, and used as the instrument of social and commercial oppression. The Republic of America has been governed, not by patriots and statesmen, but by millionaires and their hired political puppets. It is therefore a fraud and a sham, and deserves no longer to exist." So saying, he tore the paper into fragments, and cast them into the air amidst a storm of cheers and volley after volley of musketry. While the enthusiasm was at its height, the Ithuriel suddenly swept downwards from the sky in full view of the mighty assemblage that swarmed around the Capitol. She was greeted with a roar of wondering welcome, for her appearance was the fulfilment of a promise upon which the success of the Revolution in America had largely depended. This was the promise issued by Tremayne several days previously through the commanders of the various divisions of the section, that as soon as the Anglo-Saxon Federation was proclaimed and accepted in America, the whole Brotherhood throughout the world would fall into line with it, and place its aerial navy at the disposal of its leaders. Practically this was giving the empire of the world in exchange for a money despotism, of which every one save the millionaires and their servants had become heartily sick. There were few who in their hearts did not believe the Republic to be a colossal fraud, and therefore there were few who regretted it. The Ithuriel passed slowly over the heads of the wondering crowd, and came to a standstill alongside the steps on which Tremayne was standing. The crowd saw a man on her deck shake hands with Tremayne and give him a folded paper. Then the air ship swept gracefully upwards again in a spiral curve until she hung motionless over the dome of the Capitol. Amidst a silence born of breathless interest to know the import of this message from the sky, Tremayne opened the paper, glanced at its contents, and handed it to the senior officer in command of the brigades, who stood beside him. This man, a veteran who had grown grey in the service of the Brotherhood, advanced with the open paper in his hand and read out, in a loud voice "Natas sends greetings to the Brotherhood in America. The work has been well done, and the reward of patient labour is at hand. This is to name Alan Tremayne, Chief of the Central Executive, first President of the Anglo-Saxon Federation throughout the world, and to invest him with the supreme authority for the ordering of its affairs. The aerial navy of the Brotherhood is placed at his disposal to co-operate with the armies and fleets of the Federation. Natas." When the mighty shout of acclamation which greeted the reading of this commission had died away, Tremayne stepped forward again and spoke a few words, that now remained to be said. I accept the office and all that it implies. The fate of the world lies in our hands, and as we decide it, so will the future lot of humanity be good or evil. The armies of the Franco-Slavonian League are now masters of the continent of Europe, and are preparing for the invasion of Britain. The first use I shall make of the authority now vested in me will be to summon the Tsar in the name of the Federation, to sheathe the sword at once, and relinquish his designs on Britain. The moment that one of his soldiers sets foot on the sacred soil of our motherland, I shall declare war upon him, and it shall be a war, not of conquest, but of extermination, and we will make an end of tyranny on earth for ever. Now let those who are not on guard duty go to their homes, and remember that they are now citizens of a greater realm than the United States, and endowed with more than national duties and responsibilities. Let every man's person and property be respected, and let the penalty of all violence be death. Those who have plotted against the public welfare will be dealt with in due course, and yonder airship will be dispatched with our message to the Tsar at sundown. Long live the Federation!" Millions of throats took up the cry as the last words left his lips, until it rolled away from the capital in mighty waves of sound, flowing along the crowded streets and overrunning the utmost confines of the capital. Thus, without the loss of 100 lives, and in a space of less than 12 hours, was the revolution in America accomplished. The triumph of the Terrorists was as complete as it had been unexpected. Menaced by air and sea and land, the great centres of population made no resistance, and when they learnt the true object of the revolution, wanted to make none. No one really believed in the late Government, and every one in his soul hated and despised the millionaires. There was no bond between them and their fellow men but money, and the moment that was snapped they were looked upon in their true nature as criminals and outcasts from the pale of humanity. By sundown, when the Ithuriel left for the seat of war, the members of the Ring and those of the late Government who refused to acknowledge the Federation were lodged in prison, and news had been received from Montreal that the simultaneous rising of the Canadian section had been completely successful, and that all the railways and arsenals and ships of war were in the hands of the Terrorists, so completing the capture of the North American continent. The President of the Federation and his faithful subordinates went to work, without losing an hour, to reorganize as far as was necessary the internal affairs of the continent of which they had so suddenly become the undisputed masters. There was some trouble with the British authorities in Canada, who, from mistaken motives of duty to the mother country, at first refused to recognise the Federation. The consequence of this was that Tremayne went north the next day and had an interview with the Governor General at Montreal. At the same time he ordered 6 airships and 25 dynamite cruisers to blockade the St. Lawrence in the eastern ports. The Canadian Pacific Railway and the telegraph lines to the west were already in the hands of the Terrorists, and 1 million men were under arms waiting his commands. A very brief explanation, therefore, sufficed to show the Governor that forcible resistance would not only be the purest madness, but that it would also seriously interfere with the working of the great scheme of the Federation, the object of which was, not merely to place Britain in the first place among the nations, but to make the Anglo-Saxon race the one dominant power in the whole world. To all the Governor's objections on the score of loyalty to the British Crown, Tremayne, who heard him to the end without interruption, simply replied in a tone that precluded all further argument: "The day of states and empires, and therefore of loyalty to sovereigns, has gone by. The history of nations is the history of intrigue, quarrelling, and bloodshed, and we are determined to put a stop to warfare for good and all. We hold in our hands the only power that can thwart the designs of the League and avert an era of tyranny and retrogression. That power we intend to use whether the British Government likes it or not. We shall save Britain if necessary in spite of her rulers. If they stand in the way, so much the worse for them. They will be called upon to resign in favour of the Federation and its executive within the next 7 days. If they consent, the forces of the League will never cross the Straits of Dover. If they refuse, we shall allow Britain to taste the results of their choice, and then settle the matter in our own way." The next day the Governor dissolved the Canadian legislatures under protest, and retired into private life for the present, He felt that it was no time to argue with a man who had millions of men behind him, to say nothing of an aerial fleet which alone could reduce Montreal to ruins in 12 hours. After arranging matters in Canada, the President returned to Washington in the Ariel, which he had taken into his personal service for the present, and set about disposing of the Ring and those members of the late Government who were most deeply implicated in the secret alliance with the leaders of the League. When the facts of this scheme were made public, they raised such a storm of popular indignation that, if those responsible for it had been turned loose in the streets of Washington, they would have been torn to pieces like vermin. As it was, however, they were placed upon their trial before a commission of 7 members of the Inner Circle of the American Section, presided over by the President. Their guilt was speedily proved beyond the shadow of a doubt. Documents, memoranda, and telegrams were produced by men who had seemed their most trusted servants, but had been in reality members of the Brotherhood, told off to unearth their schemes. Ciphers were translated which showed that they had practically sold the resources of the country in advance to the Tsar and his allies, and that they were only waiting the signal to declare war without warning and without cause upon Britain, blockade her ports, and starve her into surrender and acceptance of any terms that the victors might choose to impose. Last of all, the terms of the bargain between the League and the Ring were produced, signed by the late President and the Secretary of State, and countersigned by the Russian Minister at Washington. The Court sat for 3 days, and reassembled on the 4th to deliver its verdict and sentence. 15 members of the late Government, including the President, the Vice President, and the Secretary of State, and 24 great capitalists composing the Ring, were found guilty of giving and receiving bribes, directly and indirectly, and of betraying and conspiring to betray the confidence of the American people in its elected representatives, and also of conspiring to make war without due cause on a friendly power for purely commercial reasons. At 11 o'clock on the morning of the 9th of October, the President of the Federation rose in the Senate House, amidst breathless silence, to pronounce the sentence of the Court. "All the accused," he said, speaking in slow, deliberate tones, "have been proved guilty of such treason against their own race and the welfare of humanity as no men ever were guilty of before in all the disreputable history of statecraft. In view of the suffering and misery to millions of individuals, and the irreparable injury to the cause of civilization that would have resulted from the success of their schemes, it would be impossible for human wit to devise any punishment which in itself would be adequate. The sentence of the Court is the extreme penalty known to human justice, death." A shudder passed through the vast assembly as he pronounced the ominous word, and the accused, who but a few days before had looked upon the world as their footstool, gazed with blanched faces and terror-stricken eyes upon each other. He paused for a moment and looked sternly upon them. Then he went on: "But the Federation does not seek a punishment of revenge, but of justice. Nor shall its first act of government be the shedding of blood, however guilty. Therefore, as President, I override the sentence of death, and instead condemn you, who have been proved guilty of this unspeakable crime, to confiscation of the wealth that you have acquired so unscrupulously and used so mercilessly, and to perpetual banishment with your wives and families, who have shared the profits of your infamous traffic. You will be at once conveyed to Kodiak Island, off the south coast of Alaska, and landed there. Once every 6 months you will be visited by a steamer, which will supply you with the necessaries of life, and the original penalty of death will be the immediate punishment of any one of you who attempts to return to a world of which you from this moment cease to be citizens." The sentence was carried out without an hour's delay. The exiles, with their wives and families, were placed under a strong guard in a special train, which conveyed them from Washington via St. Louis to San Francisco, where they were transferred to a steamer which took them to the lonely and desolate island in the frozen north, which was to be their home for the rest of their lives. They were followed by the execrations of a whole people and the regrets of none save the money worshippers who had respected them, not as men, but as incarnations of the purchasing power of wealth. The huge fortunes which they had amassed, amounting in the aggregate to more than 300 millions in English money, were placed in the public treasury for the immediate purposes of the war, which the Federation was about to wage for the empire of the world. All their real estate property was transferred to the various municipalities in which it was situated, and their rents devoted to the relief of taxation, while the railways and other enterprises which they had controlled were declared public property, and placed in the hands of boards of management composed of their own officials. Within a week everything was working as smoothly as though no revolution had ever taken place. All officials whose honesty there was no reason to suspect were retained in their offices, while those who were dismissed were replaced without any friction. All the affairs of government were conducted upon purely business principles, just as though the country had been a huge commercial concern, save for the fact that the chief object was efficiency and not profit-making. Money was abundantly plentiful, and the necessaries of life were cheaper than they had ever been before. Perhaps the principal reason for this happy state of affairs was the fact that law and politics had suddenly ceased to be trades in which money could be made. People were amazed at the rapidity with which public business was transacted. The President and his Council had at one stroke abrogated every civil and criminal law known to the old Constitution, and proclaimed in their place a simple, comprehensive code which was practically identical with the Decalogue. To this a final clause was added, stating that those who could not live without breaking any of these laws would not be considered as fit to live in civilised society, and would therefore be effectively removed from the companionship of their fellows. While the internal affairs of the Federation in America were being thus set in order, events had been moving rapidly in other parts of the world. The Tsar, the King of Italy, and General le Gallifet, who was now Dictator of France in all but name, were masters of the continent of Europe. The Anglo-Teutonic alliance was a thing of the past. Germany, Austria, and Turkey were completely crushed, and the minor powers had succumbed. Britain, crippled by the terrible cost in ships and men of the victory of the Nile, had evacuated the Mediterranean after dismantling the fortifications of Gibraltar and Malta, and had concentrated the remains of her fleets in the home waters, to prepare for the invasion which was now inevitable as soon as fair winds and fine weather made it possible for the war balloons of the League to cross the water and co-operate with the invading forces. The Tsar, as had been expected, had not even deigned to reply to Tremayne's summons to disarm, and so the last arrangements for bringing the forces of the Federation into action at the proper time were pushed on with the utmost speed. The blockade of the American and Canadian coasts was rigidly maintained, and no vessels allowed to enter or leave any of the ports. All the warships of the League had been withdrawn from the Atlantic, and the great ocean highway remained unploughed by a single keel. On the 10th of October the Ithuriel had returned from her second trip to the west, with the refusal of the British Government to recognise the Federation as a duly constituted power, or to have any dealings with its leaders. "Great Britain," the reply concluded, "will stand or fall alone, and even in the event of ultimate defeat the King of England will prefer to make terms with the sovereigns opposed to him, rather than those whose acts have proved them to be beyond the pale of the law of nations." "Ah," said Tremayne to Arnold, as he read the royal words, "the policy which lost the American colonies for the sake of an idea still rules at Westminster, it seems. But I'm not going to let the old lion be strangled in his den for all that. Natas was right when he said that Britain would have to pass through the fire before she would accept the Federation, and so I suppose she must, more's the pity. Still, perhaps it will all be for the best in the long run. You can't expect to root up a 1,000-year-old oak as easily as a mushroom that only came up the day before yesterday." End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38. The Beginning of the End. It is now time to return to Britain, to the land which the course of events had so far appeared to single out as the battle ground upon which was to be fought the Armageddon of the Western world, that conflict of the giants, the issue of which was to decide whether the Anglo-Saxon race was still to remain in the forefront of civilization and progress, or whether it was to fall, crushed and broken, beneath the assaults of enemies descending upon the motherland of the Anglo-Saxon nations, whether the valour and personal devotion, which for 1,000 years had scarcely known a defeat by flood or field,
was still to pursue its course of victory, or whether it was to succumb to weight of numbers and mechanical discipline, reinforced by means of assault and destruction which so far had turned the World War of 1904 into a succession of colossal and unparalleled butcheries, such as had never been known before in the history of human strife. When the Allied fleets bearing the remains of the British and German armies which had been driven out of the Netherlands reached England, and the news of the crowning disaster of the war in Europe was published in detail in the newspapers, the popular mind seemed suddenly afflicted with a paralysis of stupefaction. Men looked back over the long series of triumphs in which British valour and British resolution had again and again proved themselves invulnerable to the assaults of overwhelming numbers. They thought of the glories of the Peninsula, of the unbreakable strength of the thin red line at Waterloo, of the magnificent madness of Balaclava, and the invincible steadiness and discipline that had made Inkerman a word to be remembered with pride as long as the English name endured. Then their thoughts reverted to the immediate past, and they heard the shock of colossal armaments, compared with which the armies of the past appeared but pygmies in strength. They saw empires defended by millions of soldiers crushed in a few weeks, and a wave of conquest sweep in one unbroken roll from end to end of a continent in less time than it would have taken Napoleon or Wellington to have fought a single campaign. Huge fortresses, rendered, as men had believed, impregnable by the employment of every resource known to the most advanced military science, had been reduced to heaps of defenceless ruins in a few hours by a bombardment under which their magnificent guns had lain as impotent as though they had been the culverins of 300 years ago. It seemed like some hideous nightmare of the nations in which Europe had gone mad, revelling in superhuman bloodshed and destruction, a conflict in which more than earthly forces had been let loose, accomplishing a carnage so immense that the mind could only form a dim and imperfect conception of it. And now this red tide of desolation had swept up to the western verge of the continent, and was there gathering strength and volume day by day against the hour when it should burst and oversweep the narrow strip of water which separated the inviolate fields of England from the blackened and blood-stained waste that it had left behind it from the Russian frontier to the German Ocean. It seemed impossible, and yet it was true. The first line of defence, the hitherto invincible fleet, magnificently as it had been managed, and heroically as it had been fought, had failed in the supreme hour of trial. It had failed, not because the sailors of Britain had done their duty less valiantly than they had done in the days of Rodney and Nelson, but simply because the conditions of naval warfare had been entirely changed, because the personal equation had been almost eliminated from the problem of battle, and because the new warfare of the seas had been waged rather with machinery than with men. In all the war not a single battle had been fought at close quarters. There had been plenty of instances of brilliant manoeuvring, of torpedo boats running the gauntlet and hurling their deadly missiles against the sides of battleships and cruisers, and of ships rammed and sunk in a few instants by consummately handled opponents, but the days of boarding and cutting out, of night surprises and fire ships, had gone by for ever. The irresistible artillery with which modern science had armed the warships of all nations had made these feats impossible, and so had placed the valour which achieved them out of court. Within the last few weeks scarcely a day had passed but had witnessed the return of some mighty ironclad or splendid cruiser which had set out a miracle of offensive and defensive strength, little better than a floating ruin, wrecked and shattered almost beyond recognition by the awful battle storm through which he had passed. The magnificent armament which had held the Atlantic route had come back represented only by a few crippled ships, almost unfit for any further service. True, they and those which never returned had rendered a splendid account of themselves before the enemy, but the fact remained, they were not defeated, but they were no longer able to perform the titanic task which had been allotted to them. So too with the Mediterranean fleet, which, so far as sea fighting was concerned, had achieved the most splendid triumph of the war. It had completely destroyed the enemy opposed to it, but the Victory had been purchased at such a terrible price that, but for the squadron which had come to its aid, it would hardly have been able to reach home in safety. In a word, the lesson of the struggle on the sea had been that modern artillery was just as effective whether fired by Englishmen, Frenchmen, or Russians; that where a torpedo struck a warship was crippled, no matter what the nationality or the relative valour of her crew, and that where once the ram found its mark, the ship that it struck went down, no matter what flag she was flying. And then, behind and beyond all that was definitely known in England of the results of the war, there were vague rumours of calamities and catastrophes in more distant parts of the world, which seemed to promise nothing less than universal anarchy, and the submergence of civilization under some all-devouring wave of barbarism. All regular communications with the East had been stopped for several weeks. That India was lost was guessed by intuition rather than known as a certainty. Australia was as isolated from Britain as though it had been on another planet, and now every one of the Atlantic cables had suddenly ceased to respond to the stimulus of the electric current. No ships came from the east or west or south. The British ports were choked with fleets of useless merchantmen, to which the markets of the world were no longer open. Some few venturesome craft that had set out to explore the now silent ocean had never returned, and every warship that could be made fit for service was imperatively needed to meet the now inevitable attack on the shores of the English Channel and the southern portions of the North Sea. Only one messenger had arrived from the outside world since the remains of Admiral Beresford's fleet had returned from the Mediterranean, and she had come not by land or sea, but through the air. On the 6th of October an airship had been seen flying at incredible speed across the south of England. She had reached London and touched the ground during the night on Hampstead Heath. The next day she had descended again in the same place, taken a single man on board, and then vanished into space again. What her errand had been is well known to the reader, but outside the members of the Cabinet Council no one in England, save the King and his ministers, knew the object of her mission. For 15 days after that event the enemy across the water made no sign, although from the coast of Kent round about Deal and Dover could be seen fleets of transports and war vessels hurrying along the French coast, and on clear days 1,000 telescopes turned towards the French shore made visible the ominous clusters of moving black spots above the land, which betokened the presence of the terrible machines which had wrought such havoc on the towns and fortresses of Europe. It was only the calm before the final outburst of the storm. The Tsar and his allies were marshalling their hosts for the invasion, and collecting transports and fleets of war vessels to convoy them. For several days the strong north-westerly gales had made the sea impassable for the war balloons, as though to the very last the winds and waves were conspiring to defend their ancient mistress, but this could not last for ever. Sooner or later the winds must sink or change, and then these war hawks of the air would wing their flight across the silver streak, and Portsmouth and Dover and London would be as defenceless beneath their attack as Berlin, Vienna, and Hamburg had been. And after them would come the millions of the League, descending like a locust swarm upon the fields of eastern England, and after that would come the deluge. But the old Lion of the Seas was not skulking in his lair or trembling at the advent of his enemies, however numerous and mighty they might be. On a sea not a day passed but some daring raid was made on the transports passing to and fro in the narrow seas, and all the while a running fight was kept up with cruisers and battleships that approached too near to the still inviolate shore. So surely as they did so the signals flashed along the coast, and if they escaped at all from the fierce sortie that they provoked, it was with shot-riddled sides and battered top-works, sure signs that the Lion still had claws and could strike home with them. On shore, from Land's End to John O'Groats and from Holyhead to the Forelands, everything that could be done was being done to prepare for the struggle with the invader. It must, however, be confessed that, in comparison with the enormous forces of the League, the ranks of the defenders were miserably scanty. 40 years of universal military service on the Continent had borne their fruits. Soldiers are not made in a few weeks or months, and where the League had millions in the field, Britain, even counting the remnants of her German allies that had been brought over from Antwerp, could hardly muster hundreds of thousands. All told, there were little more than 1,000,000 men available for the defence of the country, and should the landing of the invaders be successfully effected, not less than 6 millions of men, trained to the highest efficiency and flushed with a rapid succession of unparalleled victories, would be hurled against them. This was the legitimate outcome of the policy to which Britain had adhered since first she had maintained a standing army, instead of pursuing the ancient policy of making every man a soldier, which had won the triumphs of Crécy and Agincourt. She had trusted everything to her sea line of defence. Now that was practically broken, and it seemed inevitable that her second line, by reason of its miserable inadequacy, should fail her in a trial which no one had ever dreamt it would have to endure. A very grave aspect was given to the situation by the fact that the great mass of the industrial population seemed strangely indifferent to the impending catastrophe which was hanging over the land. It appeared to be impossible to make them believe that an invasion of Britain was really at hand, and that the hour had come when every man would be called upon to fight for the preservation of his own hearth and home. Vague threats of "eating the Russians alive," if they ever did dare to come, were heard on every hand, but beyond this, and apart from the regular army and the volunteers, men went about their daily avocations very much as usual, grumbling at the ever increasing price of food, and here and there breaking out into bread riots wherever it was suspected that some wealthy man was trying to corner food for his own commercial benefit, but making no serious or combined efforts to prepare for a general rising in case the threatened invasion became a fact. Such was the general state of affairs in Britain when, on the night of the 27th of October, the north west gale sank suddenly to a calm, and the dawn of the 28th brought the news from Dover to London that the war balloons of the League had taken the air and were crossing the Straits. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. The Battle of Dover. Until the war of 1904 it had been an undisputed axiom in naval warfare that a territorial attack upon an enemy's coast by a fleet was foredoomed to failure unless that enemy's fleet had been either crippled beyond effective action or securely blockaded in distant ports. As an axiom secondary to this, it was also held that it would be impossible for an invading force, although convoyed by a powerful fleet, to make good its footing upon any portion of a hostile coast defended by forts mounting heavy long-range guns. These principles have held good throughout the history of naval warfare from the time when Sir Walter Raleigh first laid them down in the early portion of his History of the World, written after the destruction of the Spanish Armada. But now two elements had been introduced which altered the conditions of naval warfare even more radically than one of them had changed those of military warfare. Had it not been for this, the attack upon the shores of England made by the commanders of the League would probably either have been a failure, or it would have stopped at a demonstration of force, as did that of the great Napoleon in 1803. The portion of the Kentish coast selected for the attack was that stretching from Folkestone to Deal, and it would perhaps have been difficult to find in the whole world any portion of sea coast more strongly defended than this was on the morning of October 28, 1904. And yet, as the event proved, the fortresses which lined it were as useless and impotent for defence as the old Martello towers of 150 years before would have been. As the war balloons rose into the air from the heights above Boulogne, good telescopes at Dover enabled their possessors to count no less than 75 of them. 50 of these were quite newly constructed, and were of a much improved type, as they had been built in view of the practical experience gained by the first fleet. This aerial fleet divided into 3 squadrons. One, numbering 25, steered south-westward in the direction of Folkestone, 12 shaped their course towards Deal, and the remaining 38 steered directly across the Straits to Dover. As they approached the English coast they continually rose until by the time they had reached the land, aided by the light south-easterly breeze which was then blowing, they floated at a height of more than 5,000 feet. All this while not a warship or a transport had put to sea. The whole fleet of the League lay along the coast of France between Calais and Dieppe, under the protection of shore batteries so powerful that it would have been madness for the British fleet to have assumed the offensive with regard to them. With the exception of 2 squadrons reserved for the possible attack upon Portsmouth and Harwich, all that remained from the disasters and costly victories of the war of the once mighty British naval armament was massed together for the defence of that portion of the coast which would evidently have to bear the brunt of the attack of the League. Ranged along the coast from Folkestone to Deal was an armament consisting of 45 battleships of the first, second, and third classes, supported by 15 coast defence ironclads, 70 armoured and 32 unarmoured cruisers, 40 gunboats, and 150 torpedo boats. Such was the still magnificent fleet that patrolled the waters of the narrow sea. A fleet as impotent for the time being as a flotilla of Thames steamboats would have been in face of the tactics employed against it by the League. Had the enemy's fleet but come out into the open, as it would have been compelled to do under the old conditions of warfare, to fight its way across the narrow strip of water, there is little doubt that the issue of the day would have been very different, and that what had been left of it would have been driven back, shattered and defeated, to the shelter of the French shore batteries. But in accordance with the invariable tactics of the League, the first and most deadly assault was delivered from the air. The war balloons stationed themselves above the fortifications on land, totally ignoring the presence of the fleet, and a few minutes after 10 o'clock began to rain their deadly hail of explosives down upon them. 15 were placed over Dover Castle, and 5 over the fort on the Admiralty Pier, while the rest were distributed over the town and the forts on the hills above it. In an hour everything was in a state of the most horrible confusion. The town was on fire in 100 places from the effects of the fire shells. The castle hill seemed as if it had been suddenly turned into a volcano. Jets of bright flame kept leaping up from its summit and its sides, followed by thunderous explosions, and masses of earth and masonry hurled into the air, mingled with guns and fragments of human bodies. The end of the Admiralty Pier, with its huge blocks of stone wrenched asunder and pulverised by incessant explosions of dynamite and emmensite, collapsed and subsided into the sea, carrying fort, guns, and magazine with it. And all along the height of the Shakespeare Cliff the earthworks had been blown up and scattered into dust, and a huge portion of the cliff itself had been blasted out and hurled down on to the beach. Meanwhile the victims of this terrible assault had, in the nature of the case, been able to do nothing but keep up a vertical fire in the hope of piercing the gas envelopes of the balloons, and so bringing them to the earth. For more than an hour this fusillade produced no effect, but at length the concentrated fire of several Maxim and Nordenfeldt guns, projecting a hail of missiles into the sky, brought about a result which was even more disastrous to the town than it was to its assailants. 4 of the aerostats came within the zone swept by the bullets. Riddled through and through, their gas holders collapsed, and their cars plunged downwards from a height of more than 5,000 feet. A few seconds later 4 frightful explosions burst forth in different parts of the town, for the 4 cargoes exploded simultaneously as they struck the earth. The emmensite and dynamite tore whole streets of houses to fragments, and hurled them far and wide into the air, to fall back again on other parts of the town, and at the same time the fire shells ignited, and set the ruins blazing like so many furnaces. No more shots were fired into the air after that. There was nothing for it but for the British valour to bow to the inevitable, and evacuate the town and what remained of its fortifications, and so with sad and heavy hearts the remnant of the brave defenders turned their faces inland, leaving Dover to its fate. Meanwhile exactly the same havoc had been wrought upon Folkestone and Deal. Hour after hour the merciless work continued, until by 3 o'clock in the afternoon there was not a gun left upon the whole range of coast that was capable of firing a shot. All this time the ammunition tenders of the aerial fleet had been winging their way to and fro across the strait, constantly renewing the shells of the war balloons. As soon as it began to grow dusk the naval battle commenced. Numerically speaking, the attacking force was somewhat inferior to that of the defenders, but now the second element, which so completely altered the tactics of sea fighting, was for the first time in the war brought into play. As the battleships of the League steamed out to engage the opponents, who were thirsting to avenge the destruction that had been wrought upon the land, A small flotilla of 25 insignificant-looking little craft, with neither masts nor funnels, and looking more like half-submerged elongated turtles than anything else, followed in tow close under their quarters. Hardly had the furious cannonade broke out into thunder and flame along the two opposing lines than these strange craft sank gently and silently beneath the waves. They were submarine vessels belonging to the French Navy, an improved type of the Zédé class, which had been in existence for more than 10 years. These vessels were capable of sinking to a depth of 20 feet and remaining for 4 hours without returning to the surface. They were propelled by twin screws worked by electricity at a speed of 20 knots, and were provided with an electric searchlight, which enabled them to find the hulls of hostile ships in the dark. Each carried 3 torpedoes, which could be launched from a tube forward so as to strike the hull of the doomed ship from beneath. As soon as the torpedo was discharged, the submarine boat spun round on her heel and headed away at full speed in an opposite direction out of the area of the explosion. The effects of such terrible and indeed irresistible engines of naval warfare were soon made manifest upon the ships of the British fleet. In the heat of the battle, with every gun in action and raining a hail of shot and shell upon her adversary, a great battleship would receive an unseen blow, struck in the dark upon her most vulnerable part. A huge column of water would rise up from under her side, and a few minutes later the splendid fabric would heel over and go down like a floating volcano, to be quenched by the waves that closed over her. But as if it were not enough that the defending fleet should be attacked from the surface of the water and the depths of the sea, the war balloons, winging their way out from the scene of ruin that they had wrought on shore, soon began to take their part in the work of death and destruction. Each of them was provided with a mirror set a little in front of the bow of the car, at an angle which could be varied according to the elevation. A little forward of the centre of the car was a tube fixed on a level with the centre of the mirror. The ship selected for destruction was brought under the car, and the speed of the balloon was regulated so that the ship was relatively stationary to it. As soon as the glare from one of the funnels could be seen through the tube reflected in the centre of the mirror, a trap was sprung in the floor of the car, and a shell discharged with dynamite, which, it will be remembered, explodes vertically downwards, was released, and, where the calculations were accurately made, passed down the funnel and exploded in the interior of the vessel, bursting her boilers and reducing her to a helpless wreck at a single stroke. Every time this horribly ingenious contrivance was successfully brought into play, a battleship or a cruiser was either sunk or reduced to impotence. In order to make their aim the surer, the aerostats descended to within 300 yards of their prey, and where the missile failed to pass through the funnel, it invariably struck the deck close to it, tearing up the armour sheathing and wrecking the funnel itself so completely that the steaming power of the vessel was very seriously reduced. All night long the battle raged incessantly along a semicircle some 12 miles long, the centre of which was Dover. Crowds of anxious watchers on the shore watched the continuous flashes of the guns through the darkness, varied ever and anon by some tremendous explosion which told the fate of a warship that had fired her last shot. All night long the incessant thunder of the battle rolled to and fro along the echoing coast, and when morning broke the light dawned upon a scene of desolation and destruction on sea and shore such as had never been witnessed before in the history of warfare. On land were the smoking ruins of houses, still smouldering in the remains of the fires which had consumed them. Forts which 24 hours before had grinned defiance at the enemy were shapeless heaps of earth and stone and armour plating torn into great jagged fragments, and on sea were a few half-crippled wrecks, the remains of the British fleet, with their flags still flying and such guns as were not disabled firing their last rounds at the victorious foe. To the eastward of these, about half the fleet of the League, in but little better condition, was advancing in now overwhelming force upon them, and behind these again a swarm of troopships and transports were heading out from the French shore. About an hour after dawn the Centurion, the last of the British battleships, was struck by one of the submarine torpedoes, broke in two, and went down with her flag flying and her guns blazing away to the last moment. So ended the Battle of Dover, the most disastrous sea fight in the history of the world, and the death struggle of the Mistress of the Seas. The last news of the tremendous tragedy reached the now panic-stricken capital half an hour before the receipt of similar tidings from Harwich, announcing the destruction of the defending fleet and forts, and the capture of the town by exactly the same means as those employed against Dover. Nothing now lay between London and the invading forces but the utterly inadequate army and lines of fortifications, which could not be expected to offer any more effective resistance to the assault of the war balloons than had those of the 3 towns on the Kentish coast. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40. Beleaguered London. A month had passed since the Battle of Dover. It had been a month of incessant fighting, of battles by day and night, of heroic defences and dearly bought victories, but still of constant triumphs and irresistible progress for the ever-increasing legions of the League. From sunrise to sunrise the roar of artillery, the rattle of musketry, and the clash of steel had never ceased to sound to the north and south of London, as, over battlefield after battlefield, the two hosts which had poured in constant streams through Harwich and Dover had fought their way, literally mile by mile, towards the capital of the modern world. Day and night the fighting never stopped. As soon as 2 hostile divisions had fought each other to a standstill, and from sheer weariness of the flesh the battle died down in one part of the huge arena, the flames sprang up in another, and raged on with ever renewed fury. Outnumbered 4 and 5 to 1 in every engagement, and with the terrible war balloons raining death on them from the clouds, the British armies had eclipsed all the triumphs of the long array of their former victories by the magnificent devotion that they showed in the hour of what seemed to be the death struggle of the Empire. The glories of Inkerman and Balaclava, of Albuera and Waterloo, paled before the achievements of the whole-souled heroism displayed by the British soldiery standing, as it were, with its back to the wall, and fighting not so much with any hope of victory, for that was soon seen to be a physical impossibility, but with the invincible determination not to permit the invader to advance on London save over the dead bodies of its defenders. Such a gallant defence had never been made before in the face of such irresistible odds. When the soldiers of the League first set foot on British soil, the defending armies of the North and South had, with the greatest exertions, been brought up to a fighting strength of about 1,200,000 men. So stubborn had been the heroism with which they had disputed the progress of their enemies, that by the time that the guns of the League were planted on the heights that commanded the metropolis, more than 1.5 million men had gone down under the hail of British bullets and the rush of British bayonets. Of all the battlefields of this, the bloodiest war in the history of human strife, none had been so deeply dyed with blood as had been the fair and fertile English gardens and meadows over which the hosts of the League had fought their way to the confines of London. Only the weight of overwhelming numbers, reinforced by engines of destruction which could strike without the possibility of effective retaliation, had made their progress possible. Had they met their heroic foes as they had met them in the days of the old warfare, their superiority of numbers would have availed them but little. They would have been hurled back and driven into the sea, and not a man of them all would have left British soil alive had it been but a question of military attack and defence. But this was not a war of men, it was a war of machines, and those who wielded the most effective machinery for the destruction of life won battle after battle as a matter of course, just as a man armed with a repeating rifle would overcome a better man armed with a bow and arrow. Natas had formed an entirely accurate estimate of the policy of the leaders of the League when he told Tremayne in the library at Alanmere that they would concentrate all their efforts on the reduction of London. The rest of the kingdom had been for the present entirely ignored. London was the heart of the British Empire and of the English-speaking world, for the matter of that, and therefore it had been determined to strike one deadly blow at the vital centre of the whole huge organism. That paralysed, the rest must fall to pieces of necessity. The fleet was destroyed, and every soldier that Britain could put into the field had been mustered for the defence of London. Therefore the fall of London meant the conquest of Britain. After the battles of Dover and Harwich, the invading forces advanced upon London in the following order. The army of the South had landed at Deal, Dover, and Folkestone in 3 divisions, and after a series of terrific conflicts had fought its way via Chatham, Maidstone, and Tunbridge to the banks of the Thames, and occupied all the commanding positions from Shooter's Hill to Richmond. These three forces were composed entirely of French and Italian army corps, and numbered from first to last nearly 4,000,000 men. On the north the invading force was almost wholly Russian, and was under the command of the Tsar in person, in whom the supreme command of the armies of the League had by common consent been now vested. A constant service of transports plying day and night between Antwerp and Harwich had placed at his disposal a force about equal to that of the Army of the South, although he had lost over 700,000 men before he was able to occupy the line of heights from Hornsey to Hampstead, with flanking positions at Brunsbury and Harlesden to the west, and at Tottenham, Stratford and Barking to the east. By the 29th of November all the railways were in the hands of the invaders. A chain of war balloons between Barking and Shooter's Hill closed the Thames. The forts at Tilbury had been destroyed by an aerial bombardment. A flotilla of submarine torpedo vessels had blown up the defences of the estuary of the Thames and Medway, and led to the fall of Sheerness and Chatham, and had then been docked at Sheerness, there being no further present use for them. The other half of the squadron, supported by a few battleships and cruisers which had survived the Battle of Dover, had proceeded to Portsmouth, destroyed the booms and submarine defences, while a detachment of aerostats shelled the land defences, and then, in a moment of wanton revenge, had blown up the venerable hulk of the Victory, which had gone down at her moorings with her flag still flying, as it had done 100 years before at the fight of Trafalgar. After this inglorious achievement they had been laid up in a dock to wait for their next opportunity of destruction, should it ever occur. London was thus cut off from all communication, not only from the outside world, but even from the rest of England. The remnants of the armies of defence had been gradually driven in upon the vast wilderness of bricks and mortar which now held more than 8 millions of men, women and children, hemmed in by long lines of batteries and entrenched camps, from which thousands of guns hurled their projectiles far and wide into the crowded masses of the houses, shattering them with bursting shells, and laying the whole streets in ruins, while overhead the war balloons slowly circled hither and thither, dropping their fire shells and completing the ruin and havoc wrought by the artillery of the siege trains. Under such circumstances surrender was really only a matter of time, and that time had very nearly come. The London and North Western Railway, which had been the last to fall into the hands of the invaders, had been closed for over a week, and food was running very short. 8 millions of people massed together in a space of 30 or 40 square miles area can only be fed and kept healthy under the most favourable conditions. Hemmed in as London now was, from being the best ordered great city in the world, it had degenerated with frightful rapidity into a vast abode of plague and famine, a mass of human suffering and misery beyond all conception or possibility of description. Defence there was now practically none, but still the invaders did not leave their vantage ground on the hills, and not a soldier of the League had so far set foot in London proper. Either the besiegers preferred to starve the great city into surrender at discretion, and then extort ruinous terms, or else they hesitated to plunge into that tremendous gulf of human misery, maddened by hunger and made desperate by despair. If they did so hesitate, they were wise, for London was too vast to be carried by assault or by any series of assaults. No army could have lived in its wilderness of streets swarming with enemies, who would have fought them from house to house and street to street. Once they had entered that mighty maze of streets and squares, both their artillery and their war balloons would have been useless, for they would only have buried friend and foe in common destruction. There were plenty of ways into London, but the way out was a very different matter. Had a general assault been attempted, not a man would ever have got out of London alive. The commanders of the League saw this clearly, and so they kept their position on the heights, wasted the city with an almost constant bombardment, and while they drew their supplies from the fertile lands in their rear, lay on their arms and waited for the inevitable. Within the besieged area martial law prevailed universally. Riots were of daily, almost hourly occurrence, but they were repressed with an iron hand, and the rioters were shot down in the streets without mercy. For though siege and famine were bad enough, anarchy breaking out amidst that vast sweltering mass of human beings would have been 1,000 times worse, and so the king, who, assisted by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Council, had assumed the control of the whole city, had directed that order was to be maintained at any price. The remains of the army were quartered in the parks under canvas, and billeted in houses throughout the various districts, in order to support the police in repressing disorder and protecting property. Still, in spite of all that could be done, matters were rapidly coming to a terrible pass. In a week, at the latest, the horses of the cavalry would be eaten. For a fortnight London had almost lived upon horse flesh. In the poorer quarters there was not a dog to be seen, and a sewer rat was considered a delicacy. 8,000,000 mouths had made short work of even the vast supplies that had been hurriedly poured into the city as soon as the invasion had become a certainty, and absolute starvation was now a matter of a few days at the outside. There were millions of money lying idle, but very soon a £5 note would not even buy a little loaf of bread. But famine was by no means the only horror that afflicted London during those awful days and nights. All round the heights the booming of the cannon sounded incessantly. Huge shells went screaming through the air overhead to fall and burst amid some swarming hive of humanity, scattering death and mutilation where they fell. And high up in the air the fleet of aerostats perpetually circled, dropping their fire shells and blasting cartridges on the dense masses of houses, until 100 conflagrations were raging at once in different parts of the city. No help had come from the outside. Indeed, none was to be expected. There was only one power in the world that was now capable of coping with the forces of the victorious League, but its overtures had been rejected, and neither the king nor any of his advisers had now the slightest idea as to how those who controlled it would now use it. No one knew the real strength of the Terrorists or the Federation which they professed to control. All that was known was that, if they chose, they could with their aerial fleet sweep the war balloons from the air in a few moments and destroy the batteries of the besiegers. But they had made no sign, after the rejection of their President's offer, to prevent the landing of the forces of the League, on condition that the British Government accepted the Federation and resigned its powers in favour of its executive. The refusal of those terms had now cost more than 1,000,000 British lives, and an incalculable amount of human suffering and destruction of property. Until the news of the disaster of Dover had actually reached London, no one had really believed that it was possible for an invading force to land on British soil and exist for 24 hours. Now the impossible had been made possible, and the last crushing blow must fall within the next few days. After that, who knew what might befall? So far as could be seen, Britain lay helpless at the mercy of her foes. Her allies had ceased to exist as independent powers, and the Russian and the Gaul were thundering at her gates as, 1500 years before, the Goth had thundered at the gates of the Eternal City in the last days of the Roman Empire. If the terms of the Federation could have been offered again, it is probable that the King of England would have been the first man to own his mistake, and that of his advisers, and accept them, for now the choice lay between utter and humiliating defeat and the breaking up of the Empire and the recognition of the Federation. After all, the kinship of a race was a greater fact in the supreme hour of national disaster, or the perpetuation of a particular form of government. It was not now a question of nation against nation, but of race against race. The fierce flood of war had swept away all smaller distinctions. It was necessary to rise to the altitude of the problem of the government, not of nations, but of the world. Was the genius of the East or of the West to shape the future destinies of the human race? That was the mighty problem, of which the events of the next few weeks were to work out the solution, for when the sun set on the field of Armageddon, the fate of humanity would be fixed for centuries to come. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41. An Envoy of Deliverance. From the time that the Tsar had received the conditional declaration of war from the President of the Anglo-Saxon Federation in America, to nightfall on the 29th of November, when the surrender of the capital of the British Empire was considered to be a matter of a few days only, the Commander-in-Chief of the forces of the League was absolutely in the dark not only as to the actual intentions of the Terrorists, if they had any, but also as to the doings of his allies in America. According to the stipulations arranged between himself and the confidential agent of the American Government, the blockading flotilla of dynamite cruisers ought to have sailed from America as soon as the cipher message containing the news of the Battle of Dover reached New York. The message had been duly sent via Queenstown and New York, and had been acknowledged in the usual way, but no definite reply had come to it, and a month had elapsed without the appearance of the promised squadron. The explanation of this will be readily guessed. The American end of the Queenstown cable had been reconnected with Washington, but it was under the absolute control of Tremayne, who permitted no one to use it save himself. Other messages had been sent to which no reply had been received, and a swift French cruiser which had been launched at Brest since the Battle of Dover had been dispatched across the Atlantic to discover the reason of this strange silence. She had gone, but she had never returned. The Atlantic highway appeared to be barred by some invisible force. No vessels came from the westward, and those which started from the east were never heard of again. His Majesty had treated the summons of the President of the Federation with silent contempt, just as such a victorious autocrat might have been expected to do. True, he knew the terrific power wielded by the Terrorists through their aerial fleet, and he had an uncomfortable conviction, which refused to be entirely stifled, that in the days to come he would have to reckon with them and it. But that a member of the Terrorist Brotherhood could by any possible means have placed himself at the head of any body of men sufficiently numerous or well disciplined to make them a force to be seriously reckoned with in military warfare, His Majesty had never for a moment believed. And more than this, however disquieting might be the uncertainty due to the ominous silence on the other side of the Atlantic, and the non-arrival of the expected fleet, there stood the great and significant fact that the army of the League had been permitted without molestation either from the Terrorists or the Federation in whose name they had presumed to declare war upon him, not only to destroy what remained of the British fleet, but to completely invest the very capital of Anglo-Saxondom itself. All this had been done. The sacred soil of Britain itself had been violated by the invading hosts, the army of defence had been slowly, and at a tremendous sacrifice of life on both sides, forced back from line after line, and position after position, into the city itself. His batteries were raining their hail of shot and shell from the heights round London, and his aerostats were hurling ruin from the sky upon the crowded millions locked up in the beleaguered space. And yet the man who had presumed to tell him that the hour in which he set foot on British soil would be the last of his empire had done absolutely nothing to interrupt the march of conquest. From this it will be seen that Alexander Romanoff was at least as completely in the dark as to the possible course of the events of the near future as was the King of England himself, shut up in his capital and cut off from all communication from the rest of the world. On the morning of the 29th of November there was held at the Prime Minister's rooms in Downing Street a Cabinet Council, presided over by the King in person. After the Council had remained for about an hour in earnest consultation, a stranger was admitted to the room in which they were sitting. The reader would have recognised him in a moment as Maurice Colston, otherwise Alexis Mazanoff, for he was dressed almost exactly as he had been on that memorable night just 13 months before, when he had made the acquaintance of Richard Arnold on the Thames Embankment. Well dressed, well fed, and perfectly at ease, he entered the Council chamber without any aggressive assumption, but still with the quiet confidence of a man who knows that he is practically master of the situation. How he had even got into London, beleaguered as it was on every side in such fashion that no one could get out of it without being seen and shot by the besiegers, was a mystery. But how he could have in his possession, as he did, a dispatch dated 36 hours previously in New York, was a still deeper mystery, and upon neither of these points did he make the slightest attempt to enlighten the members of the British Cabinet. All that he said was that he was the bearer of a message from the President of the Anglo-Saxon Federation in America, and that he was instructed to return that night to New York with such answer as the British Government might think fit to make to it. It was this message that had been the subject of the deliberations of the Council before his admission, and its net effect was as follows. It was now practically certain, indeed proved to demonstration, that the forces at the command of the British Government were not capable of coping with those brought against them by the commanders of the League, and that therefore Britain, if left to her own resources, must inevitably succumb, and submit to such terms as her conquerors might think fit to impose upon her. The choice before the British Government thus lay between surrender to her foreign enemies, whose objects were well known to be dismemberment of the Empire and the reduction of Great Britain to the rank of third-class power, to say nothing of the payment of a war indemnity which could not fail to be paralysing, and consent of those who controlled the destinies of the mother country, to accept a federation of the whole Anglo-Saxon race, to waive the merely national idea in favour of the racial one, and to permit the Executive Council of the Federation to assume those governmental functions which were exercised at present by the King and the British Houses of Parliament. In a word, the choice lay between conquest by a league of foreign powers and the merging of Britain into the federation of the English-speaking peoples of the world. If the former choice was taken, the only prospect possible under the condition of things was a possibly enormous sacrifice of human life on the side of both Britain and its enemies, a gigantic loss in money, the crippling of British trade and commerce, and then a possible, nay probable, social revolution, to which the message distinctly pointed. If the latter choice were taken, the forces of the Federation would be at once brought into the field against those of the League, the siege of London would be raised, the power of the invaders would be effectually broken for ever, and the stigma of conquest finally wiped away. It is only just to record the fact that in this supreme crisis of British history the man who most strongly insisted upon the acceptance of the terms which he had previously, as he now confessed in the most manly and outspoken fashion, rejected in ignorance of the true situation of affairs, was the man who believed that he would lose a crown by accepting them. When the ambassador of the Federation had been presented to the Council, the King rose in his place and handed to him with his own hands a sealed letter, saying as he did so,
Mr. Mazanoff, I am still to a great extent in ignorance as to the inexplicable combination of events which has made it necessary for me to return this affirmative answer to the message of which you are the bearer. I am, however, fully aware that the Earl of Alanmere, whose name I have seen at the foot of this document, with the most profound astonishment, is in a position to do what he says. The course of events has been exactly that which he predicted. I know, too, that whatever causes may have led him to unite himself to those known as the Terrorists, he is an English nobleman, and a man to whom falsehood or bad faith is absolutely impossible. In your marvellous aerial fleet, I know also that he wields the only power capable of being successfully opposed to those terrible machines which had wrought such havoc upon the fleets and armies not only of Britain but of Europe. To a certain extent this is a surrender, but I feel that it will be better to surrender the destinies of Britain into the hands of her own blood and kindred than to the tender mercies of her alien enemies. My own personal feelings must weigh as nothing in the balance where the fate, not only of this country, but perhaps of the whole world, is now poised. After all, the first duty of a constitutional king is not to himself and his dynasty, but to his country and his people, and therefore I feel that it will be better for me and mine to be citizens of a free federation of the English-speaking peoples and of the nations to which Britain has given birth, than the titular sovereign and royal family of a conquered country, holding the mockery of royalty on the sufferance of their conquerors. Tell Lord Alanmere from me that I now accept the terms he has offered as President of the Anglo-Saxon Federation. First, because at all hazards
I would see Britain delivered from her enemies, and, secondly, because I have chosen rather to be an English gentleman without a crown than to wear a crown which after all would only be gift from my conquerors." Edward VII. Spoke with visible emotion, but with a dignity which even Mazanoff, little and all as he respected the name of king, felt himself compelled to recognise and respect. He took the letter with a bow that was more one of reverence than of courtesy, and as he put it into his breast pocket of his coat he said, "The President will receive your Majesty's reply with as genuine pleasure and satisfaction as I shall give it to him. Though I am a Russian without a drop of English blood in my veins, I have always looked upon the British race as the real bulwark of freedom, and I rejoice that the King of England has not permitted either tradition or personal feeling to stand in the way of the last triumph of the Anglo-Saxon race. As long as the English language is spoken, your Majesty's name will be held in greater honour for this sacrifice which you make to-day than will that of any other English king for the greatest triumph of arms ever achieved in the history of your country. I must now take my leave, for I must be in New York to-morrow night. I have your word that I shall not be watched or followed after I leave here. Hold the city for 6 days more at all costs, and on the 7th at the latest the siege shall be raised, and the enemies of Britain destroyed in their own entrenchments." So saying, the envoy of the Federation bowed once more to the king and the astonished members of his council, and was escorted to the door. Once in the street, he strode away rapidly through Parliament Street and the Strand, then up Drury Lane until he reached the door of a mean-looking house in a squalid court, and entering this with a latch-key, disappeared. 3 hours later, a Russian soldier of the line, wearing an almost imperceptible knot of red ribbon in one of the buttonholes of his tunic, passed through the Russian lines on Hampstead Heath unchallenged by the sentries, and made his way northward to Northaw Wood, which he reached soon after nightfall. Within half an hour the Ithuriel rose from the midst of a thick clump of trees like a grey shadow rising into the night, and darted southward and upward at such speed that the keenest eyes must soon have lost sight of her from the earth. She passed over the beleaguered city at a height of nearly 10,000 feet, and then swept sharply round to the eastward. She stopped immediately over the lights of Sheerness, and descended to within 1,000 feet of the dock, in which could be seen the detachment of the French submarine vessels lying waiting to be sent on their next errand of destruction. As soon as those on board had made out the dock clearly, she ascended 1,000 feet and went about half a mile to the southward. From that position she poured a rapid hail of shells into the dock, which was instantly transformed into a cavity vomiting green flame and fragments of iron and human bodies. In 5 minutes nothing was left of the dock or its contents but a churned-up swamp of muddy water and shattered stonework. Then, her errand so far accomplished, the airships sped away to the south-westward, and within an hour she had destroyed in like fashion the submarine squadron in the Government dock at Portsmouth, and was winging her way westward to New York with the reply of the King of England to the President of the Federation. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42. The Eve of Armageddon. When the news of the destruction of the 2 divisions of the submarine squadron reached the headquarters of the League on the night of the 29th, it would have been difficult to say whether anger or consternation most prevailed among the leaders. A council of war was hurriedly summoned to discuss an event which it was impossible to look upon as anything less than a calamity. The destruction which had been wrought was of itself disastrous enough, for it deprived the League of the chief means by which it had destroyed the British fleet and kept command of the sea. But even more terrible than the actual destruction was the unexpected suddenness with which the blow had been delivered. For 5 months, that is to say, from the recapture of the Lucifer at Aberdeen, the Tsar and his coadjutors had seen nothing of the operations of the Terrorists. And now, without a moment's warning, this apparently omnipresent and yet almost invisible force had struck once more with irresistible effect, and instantly vanished back into the mystery out of which it had come. Who could tell when the next blow would fall, or in what shape the next assault would be delivered? In the presence of such enemies, invisible and unreachable, the commanders of the League, to their rage and disgust, felt themselves, on the eve of their supreme victory, as impotent as a man armed with a sword would have felt in front of a Gatling gun. Consternation naturally led to divided counsels. The French and Italian commanders were for an immediate general assault on London at all hazards, and the enforcement of terms of surrender at the point of the sword. The Tsar, on the other hand, insisted on the pursuance of the original policy of reduction by starvation, as he rightly considered that, great as the attacking force was, it would be practically swamped amidst the infuriated millions of the besieged, and that, even if the assault were successful, the loss of life would be so enormous that the conquest of the rest of Britain, which in such a case would almost certainly rise to a man, would be next door to impossible. He, however, so far yielded as to agree to send a message to the King of England to arrange terms of surrender, if possible, at once, in order to save further bloodshed, and then, if these terms were rejected, to prepare for a general assault on the 7th day from then. These terms were accepted as a compromise, and the next morning the bombardment ceased both from the land batteries and the air. At daybreak on the 30th an envoy left the Tsar's headquarters in one of the war balloons flying a flag of truce, and descended in Hyde Park. He was received by the King in council at Buckingham Palace, and, after a lengthy deliberation, an answer was returned to the effect that on condition the bombardment ceased for the time being, London would be surrendered at noon on the 6th of December, if no help had by that time arrived from the other cities of Britain. These terms, after considerable opposition from General le Gallifet and General Cosensz, the Italian Commander-in-Chief, were adopted and ratified at noon that day, almost at the very moment that Alexis Mazanoff was presenting the reply of the King of England to the President of the Federation in New York. As the relief expedition had been fully decided upon, whether the British Government recognised the Federation or not, everything was in readiness for an immediate start as soon as the Ithuriel brought definite news as to the acceptation or rejection of the President's second offer. For the last 7 weeks the 10 dockyards of the east coast of America and at Halifax in Nova Scotia had been thronged with shipping and swarming with workmen and sailors. All the vessels which had been swept off the Atlantic by the war storm, and which were of sufficient size and speed to take part in the expedition, had been collected at these 11 ports. Whole fleets of liners of half a dozen different nationalities, which had been laid up since the establishment of the blockade, were now lying alongside the quays, taking in vast quantities of wheat and miscellaneous foodstuffs, which were being poured into their holds from the glutted markets of America and Canada. Every one of these vessels was fitted up as a troopship, and by the time all arrangements were complete, more than 1,000 vessels, carrying on an average 1,200 men each, were ready to take to the sea. In addition to these there was a fleet of warships as yet unscathed by shot or shell, consisting of 30 battleships, 110 cruisers, and the flotilla of dynamite cruisers which had been constructed by the late Government at the expense of the capitalist ring. There were no less than 200 of these strange but terribly destructive craft, the lineal descendants of the Vesuvius, which, as the naval reader will remember, was commissioned in 1890. They were double-hulled vessels built on the whaleback plan, and the compartments between the inner and outer hull could be wholly or partially filled with water. When they were entirely filled, the hull sank below the surface, leaving nothing as a mark to an enemy save a platform standing 10 feet above the water. This platform, constructed throughout of 6-inch nickel steel, was of oval shape, 100 feet long and 30 broad in its greatest diameter, and carried the heavily armoured wheelhouse and conning tower, 2 funnels, 6 ventilators, and 2 huge pneumatic guns, each 75 feet long, working on pivots nearly amidships. These weapons, with an air charge of 300 atmospheres, would throw 400 pounds of dynamite to a distance of 3 miles with such accuracy that the projectile would invariably fall within a space of 20 feet square. The guns could be discharged once a minute, and could thus hurl 48,000 pounds of dynamite an hour upon a hostile fleet or fortifications. Each cruiser also carried 2 underwater torpedo tubes ahead and 2 astern. The funnels emitted no smoke, but merely supplied draught to the petroleum furnaces, which burned with practically no waste, and developed a head of steam which drove the long submerged hulls through the water at a rate of 32 knots, or more than 36 miles an hour. Such was the enormous naval armament, manned by nearly 100,000 men, which hoisted the Federation flag at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the 30th of November, when orders were telegraphed north and south from Washington to get ready for sea. 2 hours later the vast flotilla of warships and transports had cleared the American waters, and was converging towards a point indicated by the intersection of the 41st parallel of latitude with the 40th meridian of longitude. At this ocean rendezvous the divisions of the fleet and its convoys met and shaped their course for the mouth of the English Channel. They proceeded in column of line abreast, 3 deep, headed by the dynamite cruisers, after which came the other warships which had formed the American Navy, and after these again came the troop ships and transports properly protected by cruisers on their flanks and in their rear. The commander of every warship and transport had the most minute instructions as to how he was to act on reaching British waters, and what these were will become apparent in due course. The weather was fairly good for the time of year, and as there was but little danger of collision on the now deserted waters of the Atlantic, the whole flotilla kept at full speed all the way. As, however, its speed was necessarily limited by that of its slowest steamer until the scene of action was reached, it was after midnight on the 5th of December when its various detachments had reached their appointed stations on the English coast. At the entrance of the English Channel and St. George's Channel a few scouting cruisers flying French, Russian, and Italian colours had been run down and sunk by the dynamite cruisers. Strict orders had been given by Tremayne to destroy everything flying a hostile flag, and not to permit any news to be taken to England of the approach of the flotilla. The Federation was waging a war not merely of conquest and revenge, but of extermination, and no more mercy was to be shown to its enemies than they had shown in their march of victory from one end of Europe to the other. While the Federation fleet had been crossing the Atlantic, other events no less important had been taking place in England and Scotland. The hitherto apparently inert mass of the population had suddenly awakened out of its lethargy. In town and country alike men forsook their daily avocations as if by one consent. As in America, artisans, pitmen, clerks, and tradesmen were suddenly transformed into soldiers, who drilled, first in squads of 10, and then in hundreds and thousands, and finally in tens of thousands, all uniformed alike in rough grey breeches and tunics, with a knot of red ribbon in the buttonhole, and all armed with rifle, bayonet, and revolver, which they seemed to handle with strange and ominous familiarity. All the railway traffic over the island was stopped, and the rolling stock collected at the great stations along the lines to London, and at the same time all the telegraph wires communicating with the south and east were cut. As day after day passed, signs of an intense but strongly suppressed excitement became more and more visible all over the provinces, and especially in the great towns and cities. In London very much the same thing had happened. Hundreds of thousands of civilians vanished during that 7 days of anxious waiting for the hour of deliverance, and in their place sprang up orderly regiments of grey-clad soldiers who saw the red knot in each other's buttonholes and welcomed each other as comrades unknown before. To the surprise of the commanders of the regular army, orders had been issued by the King that all possible assistance was to be rendered to these strange legions, which had thus so suddenly sprang into existence, and the result was that, when the sun set on the 5th of December, the 21st day of the total blockade of London, the beleaguered space contained over 2 million of armed men, hungering both for food and vengeance, who, like the 5 millions of their fellow countrymen outside London, were waiting for a sign from the sky to fling themselves upon the entrapped and unsuspecting invader. That night countless eyes were upturned throughout the length and breadth of Britain to the dull pall of wintry cloud that overspread the land. Yet, so far, so perfect was the discipline of this gigantic host, not a sign of overt hostile movement had been made, and the commanders of the armies of the League looked forward with exulting confidence to the moment, now only a few hours distant, when the capital of the British Empire, cut off from all help, should be surrendered into their hands in accordance with the terms agreed upon. When night fell, the Ithuriel was floating 4,000 feet above Aberdeen. Arnold and Natasha, wrapped in warm furs, were standing on deck impatiently watching the sun sinking down over the sea of clouds which lay between them and the earth. "There it goes at last!" exclaimed Natasha, as the last of the level beams shot across the cloud sea, and the rim of the pale disk sank below the surface of the vapoury ocean. "The time that we have waited and worked for so long has come at last. This is the eve of Armageddon. Who would think it, floating up here above the clouds and beneath those cold, calmly shining stars, and yet the fate of the whole world is trembling in the balance, and the doings of the next 24 hours will settle the destiny of mankind for generations to come. The hour of the revolution has struck at last."
"And therefore it is time that the Angel of the Revolution should give the last signal with her own hand," said Arnold, seized with a sudden fancy. "Come, you shall start the dynamo yourself."
"Yes, I will, and I hope kindle a flame that shall purge the earth of tyranny and oppression for ever. Richard, what must my father be thinking of just now down yonder in the cabin?"
"I dare not even guess. To morrow or the next day will be the day of reckoning, and then God help those of whom he demands payment, for they will need it. The vials of wrath are full, and before long the oppressors of the earth will have drained them to the dregs. Come, it's time we went down." They descended together to the engine room, and meanwhile the air ship sank through the clouds until the lights of Aberdeen lay about 1,000 feet below. A lens of red glass had been fitted to the searchlight of the Ithuriel, and all that was necessary was to connect the forward engine with the dynamo. Arnold put Natasha's hand on a little lever. As she took hold of it, she thought with a shudder of the mighty forces of destruction which her next movement would let loose. Then she thought of all that those nearest and dearest to her had suffered at the hands of Russian despotism, and of all the nameless horrors of the rule whose death signal she was about to give. As she did so, her grip tightened on the lever, and when Arnold, having given his orders to the head engineer as to speed and course, put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Now," she pulled it back with a sharp, determined motion, and the next instant a broad fan of blood-red light shot over the Ithuriel's bows. At the same moment the air ship's propellers began to spin round, and then, with the flood of red light streaming in front of her, she headed southward at full speed towards Edinburgh. The signal flashed over the Scottish capital, and then the Ithuriel swerved round to the westward. Half an hour later Glasgow saw it, and then away she sped southward across the border to Carlisle. And so through the long December night she flew hither and thither, eastward and westward, flashing the red battle signal over the field and village and town, and wherever it shone armed men sprang up like the fruit of the fabled dragon's teeth. Companies were mustered in streets and squares and fields, and marched to railway stations, and soon long trains, one after another in endless succession, got into motion, all moving towards the south and east, all converging upon London. Last of all, after it had made a swift circuit of northern and central and western England, the red light swept along the south coast, and then swerved northward again till it flashed thrice over London, and then it vanished into the darkness of the hour before the dawn of Armageddon. Since the ever memorable night of Thursday the 29th of July 1588, 316 years before, when the beacon blazed upon the roof of Edgecombe's lofty hall, and the answering fires sprang up from Eddystone to Berwick Bounds, from Lynn to Milford Bay, to tell that the Spanish Armada was in sight, there had been no such night in England, nor had men ever dreamed that there should be. But great as had been the deeds done by the heroes of the 16th century with the pygmy means at their command, they were but the merest child's play to the awful storm of devastation which in a few hours was to burst over southern England. Then it was England against Spain, now it was Anglo-Saxondom against the world, and the conquering race of earth, armed with the most terrific powers of destruction that human wit had ever devised, was rising in its wrath, millions strong, to wipe out the stain of invasion from the sacred soil of the motherland of the Anglo-Saxon nations. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43. The Old Lion at Bay. The morning of the 6th of December dawned grey and cold over London and the hosts that were waiting for its surrender. Scarcely any smoke rose from the myriad chimneys of the vast city, for the coal was almost all burnt,
and what was left was selling at £12 a ton. Wood was so scarce that the people were tearing up the woodwork of their houses to keep a little fire going. So the steel grey sky remained clear, for towards daybreak the clouds had been condensed by a cold north easter into a sharp fall of fine icy snow, and as the sun gained power it shone chilly over the whitened landscape, the innumerable roofs of London, and the miles of tents lining the hills to the north and south of the Thames valley. The havoc wrought by the bombardment on the public buildings of the great city had been terrible. Of the Houses of Parliament only a shapeless heap of broken stones remained. The law courts were in ruins, what had been the Albert Hall was now a roofless ring of blackened walls, Nelson's column lay shattered across Trafalgar Square, and the Royal Exchange, the Bank of England, and the Mansion House mingled their fragments in the heart of the almost deserted city. Only 3 of the great buildings of London suffered no damage. These were the British Museum, Westminster Abbey, and St. Paul's, which had been spared in accordance with special orders issued by the commanders of the League. The 2 former were spared for the same reason that the Germans had spared Strasbourg Cathedral in 1870, because their destruction would have been a loss, not to Britain alone, but to the world. The great church of the metropolis had been left untouched chiefly because it had been arranged that, on the fall of London, the Tsar was to be proclaimed Emperor of Asia under its dome, and at the same time General le Gallifet was to assume the dictatorship of France and abolish the Republic, which for more than 10 years had been the plaything of unprincipled financiers and the laughing-stock of Europe. As the sun rose, the great golden cross, rising high out of the wilderness of houses, shone more and more brightly under the brightening sky, and millions of eyes looked upon it from within the city and from without, with feelings far asunder as triumph and defeat. At daybreak the last meal had been eaten by the defenders of the city. To supply it, almost every animal left in London had been sacrificed, and the last drop of liquor was drunk, even to the last bottle of wine in the royal cellars, which the king shared with his 2 commanders-in-chief, Lord Roberts and Lord Wolseley, in the presence of the troops on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. At 9 o'clock the king and queen attended service in St. Paul's, and when they left the cathedral half an hour later the besiegers on the heights were astounded to hear the bells of all the steeples left standing in London ring out in a triumphant series of peals which rippled away eastward and westward from St. Paul's and Westminster Abbey, caught up and carried on by steeple after steeple, until from Highgate to Dulwich, and from Hammersmith to Canning Town, the beleaguered and starving city might have been celebrating some great triumph or deliverance. The astonished besiegers could only put the extraordinary manifestation down to joy on the part of the citizens at the near approaching end of the siege, but before the bells of London had been ringing for half an hour, this fallacious idea was dispelled from their minds in a very stern and summary fashion. Since nightfall there had been no communication with the secret agents of the League in the various towns of England and Scotland. At 10 o'clock a small company of Cossacks spurred and flogged their jaded horses up the northern slope of Muswell Hill, on which the Tsar had fixed his headquarters. Nearly every man was wounded, and the horses were in the last stages of exhaustion. Their captain was at once admitted to the presence of the Tsar, and flinging himself on the ground before the enraged autocrat, gasped out the dreadful tidings that his little company were the sole survivors of the army of occupation that had been left at Harwich, and which, 12 hours before, had been 30,000 strong. A huge fleet of strange-looking vessels, flying a plain blood-red flag, had, just before 4 a.m., forced the approaches to the harbour, sunk every transport and warship with guns that were fired without flame or smoke or report, and whose projectiles shattered everything that they struck. Immediately afterwards an immense flotilla of transports had steamed in, and under the protection of these terrible guns had landed 100,000 men, all dressed in the same plain grey uniform, with no facings or ornaments save a knot of red ribbon in the buttonhole, and armed with a magazine rifle and a bayonet and a brace of revolvers. All were English by their speech, and every man appeared to know exactly what to do, with very few orders from his officers. This invading force had hunted the Russians out of Harwich like rabbits out of a warren, while the ships in the harbour had hurled their shells up into the air, so that they fell back to earth on the retreating army and exploded with frightful effect. The general in command had at once telegraphed to London for a detachment of war balloons and reinforcements, but no response had been received.
After 4 hours' fighting the Russian army was in full retreat, while the attacking force was constantly increasing as transport after transport steamed into the harbour and landed her men. At Colchester the Russians had been met by another vast army which had apparently sprung from the earth, dressed and armed exactly as the invading force was. What its numbers were there was no possibility of telling. By this time, too, treachery began to show itself in the Russian ranks, and whole companies suddenly appeared with the red knot of ribbon in their tunics, and instantly turned their weapons against their comrades, shooting them down without warning or mercy. No quarter had been given to those who did not show the ribbon. Most of them died fighting, but those who had thrown away their arms were shot down all the same. Whoever commanded this strange army had manifestly given orders to take no prisoners, and it was equally certain that its movements were directed by the Terrorists, for everywhere the battle cries had been "In the Master's name" and "Slay and spare not." The whole of the army, save the deserters, had been destroyed, and the deserters had immediately assumed the grey uniforms of those of the Terrorist army who had fallen. The Cossack captain and his 40 or 50 followers were the sole remains of a body of 3,000 men who had fought their way through the Second Army. The whole country to the north and east seemed alive with the grey soldiery, and it was only after 100 hairbreadth escapes that they had managed to reach the protection of the lines round London. Such was the tale of the bringer of bad tidings to the Tsar at the moment when he was looking forward to the crowning triumph of his reign. Like the good soldier that he was, he wasted no time in thinking at a moment when everything depended on instant action. He at once dispatched a war balloon to the French and Italian headquarters with a note containing the terrible news from Harwich, and requesting Generals le Gallifet and Cosensz to lose no time in communicating with the eastern and southern ports, and in throwing out corps of observation supported by war balloons. Evidently the American Government had played the League false at the last moment, and had allied herself with Britain. As soon as he had sent off this message, the Tsar ordered a fleet of 40 aerostats to proceed to the north eastward in advance of a force of infantry and cavalry numbering 300,000 men, and supported by 50 batteries of field and machine guns, which he detached to stop the progress of the Federation army towards London. Before this force was in motion, a reply came back from General le Gallifet to the effect that all communication with the south and east was stopped, and that an aerostat, which had been on scout duty during the night, had returned with the news that the whole country appeared to be up in arms from Portsmouth to Dover. Corps of observation and a fleet of 30 aerostats had been sent out, and 3 army corps were already on the march to the south and east. Meanwhile the hour for the surrender of London was drawing very near, and all the while the bells were sending their mingled melody of peals and carillons up into the clear frosty air with a defiant joyousness that seemed to speak of anything but surrender. As 12 o'clock approached, the guns of all the batteries on the heights were loaded and trained on different parts of the city, and the whole of the forces left after the detachment of the armies that had been sent to engage the battalions of the Federation prepared to descend upon the devoted city from all sides after the 2 hours' incessant bombardment that had been ordered to precede the general attack. It had been arranged that if the city surrendered, a white flag was to be hoisted on the cross of St. Paul's. Within a few minutes of 12 the Tsar ascended to the roof of the Alexandra Palace on Muswell Hill and turned his field glasses on the towering dome. His face and lips were bloodless with repressed but intense anxiety, but the hands that held his glasses to his eyes were as steady as though he had been watching a review of his own troops. It was the supreme moment of his victorious career. He was practically master of Europe. Only Britain held out. The relieving forces would be rent to fragments by his war balloons, and then decimated by his troops as the legions of Germany and Austria had been. The capital of the English-speaking world lay starving at his feet, and a few minutes would see... Ah! There goes the flag at last. A little ball of white bunting creeps up from the gallery above the dark dome. It clears the railing under the pedestal and climbs to the apex of the shining cross. As it does so, the wild chorus of the bells suddenly ceases, and out of the silence that follows come the deep booming strokes of the great bell of St. Paul's, sounding the hour of 12. As the last stroke dies away, the ball bursts, and the white ensign of Britain, crossed by the red cross of St. George, and with the jack in the corner, floats out defiantly on the breeze, greeted by the reawakening clamour of the bells, and a deep hoarse cry from millions of throats that rolls like a vast sea of sound up the slopes to the encampments of the League. With an irrepressible cry of rage, Alexander dashed his field glass to the ground, and shouted in a voice broken with passion, "So! They have tricked us! Let the bombardment begin at once, and bring that flak down with the first shots!" But before the words were out of his mouth, the bombardment had already commenced in a very different fashion to that in which he had intended that it should begin. So intense had been the interest with which all eyes had been turned on the cross of St. Paul's, that no one had noticed 12 little points of shining light hanging high in the air over the batteries of the besiegers, 6 to the north and 6 to the south. But the moment that the ensign of St. George floated from the summit of St. Paul's, a rapid series of explosions roared out like a succession of thunderclaps along the lines of the batteries. The hills of Surrey and Kent and Middlesex were suddenly transformed into volcanoes, spouting flame and thick black smoke, and flinging clouds and dusts and fragments of darker objects high into the air. The order of the Tsar was obeyed in part only, for by the time that the word to recommence the bombardment had been flashed round the circuit of the entrenchments, more than half the batteries had been put out of action. The 12 airships, stationed at equal intervals round the vast ellipse, and discharging their No. 3 shell from their 4 guns ahead and astern from an elevation of 4,000 feet, had simultaneously wrecked half the batteries of the besiegers before their occupants had any clear idea of what was really happening. Wherever one of those shells fell and exploded, earth and stone and iron melted into dust under the terrific force of the exploding gases, and the airships, moving with a velocity compared with which the utmost speed of the aerostats was as a snail's pace, flitted hither and thither wherever a battery got into action, and destroyed it before a second round had been fired. There were still 25 aerostats at the command of the Tsar which had not been sent against the relieving forces, and as soon as it was realised that the aerial bombardment of the batteries came from the airships of the Terrorists' fleet, they were sent into the air to engage them at all hazards. They outnumbered them 2 to 1, but there was no comparison between the manoeuvring powers of the 2 aerial squadrons. As soon as the aerostats rose into the air, the Terrorist fleet receded northward and southward from the batteries. Their guns had a 6-mile range, and it did not matter to them which side of the assailed area they lay. They could still hurl their explosives with the same deadly precision on the appointed mark. But with the aerostats it was a very different matter. They could only drop their shells vertically, and where they were not exactly above the object of attack their shells exploded with comparative harmlessness. As a natural consequence they had to follow the airships not only away from London but over their own encampments, in order to bring them to anything like close quarters. The aerostats possessed one advantage, and one only, over the airships. They were able to rise to much greater height. But this advantage the airships very soon turned into a disadvantage by reason of their immensely superior speed and ease of handling. They darted about at such a speed over the heads of the massed forces of the League on either side of London that it was impossible to drop shells upon them without running the inevitable risk of missing the small and swiftly moving airship, and so causing the shell to burst amid friends instead of foes. Thus the Terrorist fleet, sweeping hither and thither in wide and ever-changing curves, lured the most dangerous assailants of the beleaguered city farther and farther away from the real scene of action, at the very time when they were most urgently needed to support the attacking forces which at that moment were being poured into London. To destroy the airships seemed an impossibility, since they could move at 5 times the speed of the swiftest aerostat, and yet to return to the bombardment of the city was to leave them free to commit what havoc they pleased upon the encampments of the armies of the League. So they were drawn farther and farther away from the beleaguered city, while their agile enemies, still keeping within their 6-mile range, evaded their shells, and yet kept up a constant discharge of their own projectiles upon the salient points of the attack on London. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon all the batteries of the besiegers had been put out of action by the aerial bombardment. It was now a matter of man to man and steel to steel, and so the gauge of the final battle was accepted, and as dusk began to fall over the beleaguered city, the Russian, French and Italian hosts left their lines and descended from their vantage ground to the assault on London, where the old lion at bay was waiting for them, with claws bared and teeth grinning defiance. End of chapter 43. CHAPTER 44. The Turn of the Battle Tide. The force which the Tsar had detached to operate against the Federation Army of the North left the headquarters at 11 o'clock, and proceeded in 4 main divisions by Edmonton, Chingford, Chingwell, and Romford. The aerostats, regulating their speed so as to keep touch with the land force, maintained a position 2 miles ahead of it at 3,000 feet elevation. Strict orders had been given to press on at the utmost speed, and to use every means to discover the Federationists, and bring them to an engagement with as little delay as possible. But they marched on hour after hour into the dusk of the early winter evening, with the sounds of battle growing fainter in their rear, without meeting with a sign of the enemy. As it would have been the height of imprudence to have advanced in the dark into a hostile country occupied by an enemy of great but unknown strength, General Pralitzin, the commander of the Russian force, decided to bring his men to a halt at nightfall, and therefore took up a series of positions between Cheshunt, Epping, Chipping Ongar, and Ingatstone. From these points squadrons of Cossacks scoured the country in all directions, north, east, and west, in search of the so far invisible army, and at the same time he sent mounted messengers back to headquarters to report that no enemy had been found, and to ask for further orders. The aerostats slowed down their engines until their propellers just counteracted the force of the wind, and they hung motionless at a height of 1,000 feet, ranged in a semicircle about 15 miles long over the heads of the columns. All this time the motions of the Russian army had been watched by the captain of the Ithuriel from an elevation of 8,000 feet, 5 miles to the rear. As soon as he saw them making preparations for a halt, and had noticed the disposition of the aerostats, he left the conning tower, which he had occupied nearly all day, and went into the after saloon, where he found Natas and Natasha examining a large plan of London and its environs. "They have come to a halt at last," he said, "and if they only remain where they are for 3 hours longer, we have the whole army like rats in a trap, war balloons and all. They have not seen us so far, for if they had they would certainly have sent an aerostat aloft to reconnoitre, and of course I must have destroyed it. The whole 40 are arranged in a semicircle over the heads of the 4 main columns in divisions of 10. "And what do you propose to do with them now that you have got them?" said Natasha, looking up with a welcoming smile. "Give me a cup of coffee first, for I'm cold to the marrow, and then I'll tell you," replied Arnold, seating himself at the table, on which stood a coffee urn with a spirit lamp beneath it, something after the style of a Russian samovar. Natasha filled a cup and passed it to him, and he went on. "You remember what I said to Tremayne in the Princess's sitting room at Petersburg about the Eagle and the Crows just before the trial of the Tsar's first war balloon? Well, if you like to spend a couple of hours with me in the conning tower as soon as it is dark enough for us to descend, I'll show you what I meant then. I suppose the original general orders stand good?" he said, turning to Natas. "Yes," replied the Master gravely. "They must all be destroyed. This is the day of vengeance and not of mercy. If my orders have been obeyed, all the men belonging to the International in this force will have managed to get to the rear by nightfall. They can be left to take care of themselves. Mazanoff assured me that all the members in the armies of the League fully understood what they are to do. Some of the war balloons have been taken possession of by our men, but we don't know how many. As soon as you destroy the first of the fleet, these will rise and commence operations on the army, and they will also fly the red flag, so there will be no fear of your mistaking them." "Very well," said Arnold, who had been quietly sipping his coffee while he listened to the utterance of this death sentence on more than 250,000 men. "If our fellows to the northward only obey orders promptly, there will not be many of the Russians left by sunrise. Now, Natasha, you had better put on your furs and come to the conning tower. It's about time to begin." It did not take her many moments to wrap up, and within 5 minutes she and Arnold were standing in the conning tower, watching the camp fires of the Russian host coming nearer and nearer as the Ithuriel sank down through the rapidly increasing darkness towards the long dotted line which marked the position of the aerostats, whose great gas holders stood out black and distinct against the whitened earth beneath them. By means of electric signals to the engineers, the captain of the Ithuriel was able to regulate both the speed and the elevation of the air ship as readily as though he had himself been in charge of the engine room. Giving Natasha a pair of night glasses and telling her to keep a bright look out ahead, He brought the Ithuriel round by the westward to a position about 5 miles west of the extremity of the line of war balloons, and as soon as he got on a level with it he advanced comparatively slowly until Natasha was able to make it out distinctly with the night glass. He then signalled to the wheelhouse aft to disconnect the after wheel, and at the same moment he took hold of the spokes of the forward wheel in the conning tower. The next signal was full speed ahead, and as the Ithuriel gathered way and rushed forward on her errand of destruction, he said hurriedly to Natasha, "Now don't speak till it's over. I want all my wits for this work, and you'll want all your eyes." Without speaking, Natasha glanced up at his face and saw on it somewhat of the same expression that she had seen at the moment when he put Ariel at the rock wall which barred the entrance to Aeria. His face was pale and his lips were set, and his eyes looked straight out from under his frowning brows with an angry gleam in them that boded ill for the fate of those against whom he was about to use the irresistible engine of destruction under his command. 20 feet in front of them stretched out the long, keen ram of the air ship, edged and pointed like a knife. This was the sole weapon that he intended to use. It was impossible to train the guns at the tremendous speed at which the Ithuriel was travelling, but under the circumstance the ram was the deadliest weapon that could have been employed. In 4 minutes from the time the Ithuriel started on her eastward course, the nearest war balloon was only 50 yards away. The air ship, travelling at a speed of nearly 200 miles an hour, leapt out of the dusk like a flash of white light. In 10 seconds more her ram had passed completely through the gas holder without so much as a shock being felt. The next one was only 500 yards away. Obedient to her rudder, the Ithuriel swerved, ripped her gas holder from end to end, and then darted upon the next one, even before a terrific explosion in their rear told that the car of the first one had struck the earth. So she sped along the whole line, darting hither and thither in obedience to the guiding hand that controlled her with such inconceivable rapidity that before any of the unwieldy machines, saving only those whose occupants had been prepared for the assault, had time to get out of the way of the destroying ram, she had rent her way through the gas holders of 28 out of the 40 balloons, and flung them to the earth to explode and spread consternation and destruction all along the van of the army encamped below. From beginning to end the attack had not lasted 10 minutes. When the last of the aerostats had gone down under his terrible ram, Arnold signalled stop and ascend to the engine room. A second signal turned on the searchlight in the bow, and from this a rapid series of flashes were sent up to the sky to the northward and eastward. The effect was fearful as it was instantaneous. The 12 war balloons which had escaped by flying the red flag took up their positions above the Russian lines and began to drop their fire shell and cyanogen bombs upon the masses of men below. The air ship, swerving round again to the westward with her fan wheels aloft, moved slowly across the wide area over which the men and horses were wildly rushing hither and thither in vain attempts to escape the rain of death that was falling upon them from the sky. Her searchlight, turned downwards to the earth, sought out the spots where they were crowded most thickly together, and then the air ship's guns came into play also. Arnold had given orders to use the new fire shell exclusively, and its effects proved to be frightful beyond description. Wherever one fell, a blaze of intense light shone for an instant upon the earth. This then burst into 1,000 fragments, which leapt into the air and spread themselves far and wide in all directions, burning with inextinguishable fury for several minutes, and driving men and horses mad with agony and terror. No human fortitude or discipline could withstand the fearful rain of fire, in comparison with which even the deadly hail from the aerostats seemed insignificant. For half an hour the 8 guns of the Ithuriel hurled these awful projectiles in all directions, scattering death and hopeless confusion wherever they alighted, until the whole field of carnage seemed ablaze with them. At the end of this time 3 rockets soared up from her deck into the dark sky, and burst into myriads of brilliant white stars, which for a few moments shed an unearthly light upon the scene of indescribable confusion and destruction below. But they made more than this visible, for by their momentary light could be seen seemingly interminable lines of grey-clad figures swiftly closing in from all sides, chasing the Cossack scouts before them in upon the completely disorganised Russian host. A few minutes later a continuous roll of musketry burst out on front and flank and rear, and a ceaseless hail of rifle bullets began to plough its way through the helpless masses of the soldiers of the Tsar. They formed as well as they could to confront these new enemies, but the moment that the searchlight of the air ship, constantly sweeping the field, fell upon a company in anything like order, a shell descended in the midst of it and broke it up again. All night long the work of death and vengeance went on, the grey lines ever closing in nearer and nearer upon the dwindling remnants of the Russian army. Hour after hour the hail of bullets never slackened. There was no random firing on the part of the Federation soldiers. Every man had been trained to use his rifle rapidly but deliberately, and never to fire until he had found his mark, and the consequence was that the long nickel-tipped bullets, fired point blank into the dense masses of men, rent their way through half a dozen bodies before they were spent. At last the grey light began to break over an indescribably hideous scene of slaughter. Scarcely 10,000 men remained of the 300,000 who had started the day before in obedience to the order of the Tsar, and these were split up into formless squads and ragged companies, fighting desperately amidst heaps of corpses for dear life, without any pretence at order or formation. The cannonade from the air had ceased, and the last scene in the drama of death had come. With bayonets fixed and rifles lowered to the charge, the long grey lines closed up, and as the bugles rang out the long-awaited order, they swept forward at the double. Horses and men went down like a field of standing corn under the irresistible rush of 1,000,000 bayonets, and in 20 minutes all was over. Not a man of the whole Russian army was left alive, save those whose knot of red ribbon at the buttonhole proclaimed them members of the International. As soon as it was light enough for Arnold to see clearly that the fate of the Russians was finally decided, he descended to the earth, and, after complimenting the commander and officers of the Federation troops on the splendid effectiveness of their force and their admirable discipline and coolness, he gave orders for a 2 hours' rest, and then a march on the Russian headquarters at Muswell Hill with every available man. The Tsar and his staff were to be taken alive at all hazards. Every other Russian who did not wear the International ribbon was to be shot down without mercy. These orders given, the Ithuriel mounted into the air again and disappeared in the direction of London. She passed over the now shattered and silent entrenchments of the Russians at a speed which made it possible to remain on deck without discomfort or danger, and at an elevation of 2,000 feet. Natas was below in the saloon, alone with his own thoughts, and the thoughts of 20 years of waiting and working and gradual approach to the hour of vengeance which was now so near. Andrew Smith was steering in the wheelhouse. Lieutenant Marston was taking his watch below, after being on deck nearly the whole of the previous night, and Arnold and Natasha, wrapped in their warm furs, were pacing up and down the deck, engaged in conversation which had not altogether to do with war. The sun had risen before the Ithuriel passed over London, and through the clear, cold air they could see with their field glasses signs of carnage and destruction which made Natasha's soul sicken within her to gaze upon them, and even shook Arnold's now hardened nerves. All the main thoroughfares leading into London from the north and south were choked with heaps of dead bodies in Russian, French, and Italian uniforms, in the midst of which those who still survived were being forced forward by the pressure of those behind. Every house that remained standing was spouting flames upon them from its windows, and from where the streets opened into squares and wider streets there were barricades manned with British and Federation troops, and from their summits and loopholes the quick-firing guns were raining an incessant hail of shot and shell upon the struggling masses pent up in the streets. A horrible chorus of the rattle of small arms, the harsh grinding roar of the machine guns, the hurrahs of the defenders, and the cries of rage and agony from the baffled and decimated assailants rose unceasingly to their ears as they passed over the last battlefield of the Western nations, where Anglo-Saxon, the Russ, and the Gaul were locked in the death struggle. "There's some awful work going on down there," said Arnold as they headed away towards the south, where from behind the Surrey hills soon came the sound of some tremendous conflict. "For the present we must leave them to fight it out. They don't seem to have had such easy work of it to the south as we have had to the north, but I didn't expect they would, for they have probably detached a very much larger force of French and Italians to attack the army of the south than the Russian lot we had to deal with." "Is all this frightful slaughter really necessary?" asked Natasha, slipping her arm through his and looking up at him with eyes which for the first time were moistened by the tears of pity for her enemies. "Necessary or not," replied Arnold, "it is the Master's orders, and I have only to obey them. This is the day of vengeance for which he has waited so long, and you can hardly expect him to show much mercy. It lies between him and Tremayne. For my part, I will stay my hand only when I am ordered to do so. Still, if any one can influence Natas to mercy, you can. Nothing can now stop the slaughter on the north, I am afraid, for the Russians are caught in a hopeless trap. The Londoners are enraged beyond control, and if the men spared them I believe the women would tear them to pieces. But there are 2 or 3 millions of lives or so to be saved at the south, and perhaps there is still time to do it. It would be a task worthy of the Angel of the Revolution. Why should you not try it?" "I will do so," said Natasha, and without another word she turned away and walked quickly towards the entrance to the saloon. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45. Armageddon. On the southern side of London the struggle between the Franco-Italian armies and the troops of the Federation had been raging all night with unabated fury along a curved line extending from Bexley to Richmond. The railways communicating with the ports of the south and east had, for their own purposes, been left intact by the commanders of the League, and so sudden and utterly unexpected had been the invasion of the force from America, and the simultaneous uprising of the British section of the Brotherhood, that they had fallen into the hands of the Federationists almost without a struggle. This had enabled the invaders and their allies to concentrate themselves rapidly along the line of action which had been carefully predetermined upon. Landing almost simultaneously at Southampton, Portsmouth, Shoreham, Newhaven, Hastings, Folkestone, Dover, Deal, Ramsgate and Margate, they had been joined everywhere by their comrades of the British section, whose first action on receiving the signal from the sky had been to seize the railways and shoot down without any warning or mercy every soldier of the League who opposed them. What had happened at Harwich had at the same time and in the same fashion happened at Dover and Chatham. The troops in occupation had been caught and crushed at a blow between overwhelming forces in front and rear. Added to this, the International was immensely stronger in France and Italy than in Russia, and therefore the defections from the ranks of the League had been far greater than they had been in the north. Tens of thousands had donned the red ribbon as the signal flashed over their encampments, and when the moment came to repel the assault of the mysterious Grey Legions that had sprung up from no one knew where, the bewildered French and Italian officers found their regiments automatically splitting up into squads of 10 and companies of hundreds, obeying other orders and joining in the slaughter of their former comrades with the most perfect sang-froid. By daybreak on the 6th the various divisions of the Federationists were well on their way to the French and Italian positions to the south of London. The utmost precautions had been taken to prevent any news reaching headquarters, and these, as has been seen, were almost entirely successful. The 3 army corps sent southward by General Le Gallifet met with a ruinous disaster long before they came face to face with the enemy. 10 of the fleet of 30 war balloons which had been sent to co-operate with them had been manned and commanded by the men of the International. They were of the newest type and the swiftest in the fleet, and their crews were armed with the strangest weapons that had yet been used in the war. These were bows and arrows, a curious anachronism amidst the elaborate machinery of destruction evolved by the science of the 20th century, but none the less effective on that account. The arrows, instead of being headed in the usual way, carried on the end of the shaft 2 little glass tubes full of liquid, bound together and tipped with fulminate. When the fleet had been in the air about an hour, these 10 aerostats had so distributed themselves that each of them, with a little manoeuvring, could get within bowshot of 2 others. They also rose a little higher than the rest. The flutter of a white handkerchief was the signal agreed upon, and when this was given by the man in command of the 10, each of them suddenly put on speed and ran up close to her nearest neighbour. A flight of arrows was discharged at the gas holder, and then she headed away for the next nearest and discharged a flight at her. Considering the apparent insignificance of the means employed, the effects were absolutely miraculous. The explosion of the fulminate on striking either the hard cordage of the net or one of the steel ribs used to give the gas holder rigidity broke the two tubes full of liquid. Then came another far more violent explosion, which tore great rents in the envelope. The imprisoned gas rushed out in torrents, and the crippled balloons began to sink, at first slowly, and then more and more rapidly, till the cars, weighted with crews, machinery, and explosives, struck the earth with a crash and exploded, like so many huge shells, amidst the dense columns of the advancing army corps. In 15 minutes each of the 10 captured aerostats had sent 2 others to the earth, and then, completely masters of the position, those in charge of them began their assault on the helpless masses below them. This was kept up until the Federation troops appeared. They then retired to the rear of the French and Italian columns, and devoted themselves to burning their stores and blowing up their ammunition trains with fire shell. Assailed thus in front and rear, and demoralised by the defection of thousands who, as soon as the battle became general, showed the red ribbon and echoed the fierce battle cry of the Federation, the splendid force sent out by General le Gallifet was practically annihilated by midnight, and by daybreak the Federationists, after 15 hours of almost continuous fighting, had stormed all the outer positions held by the French and Italians to the south of London, the batteries of which had already been destroyed by the airships. Thus, when the Ithuriel passed over London on the morning of the 7th, the position of affairs was as follows. The 2 armies which had been detached by the Tsar and General le Gallifet to stop the advance of the Federationists had been destroyed almost to a man. Of the 2 fleets of war balloons there remained 22 aerostats in the hands of the Terrorists, while the 25 sent by the Tsar against the airships had retired at nightfall to the depôt at Muswell Hill to replenish their stock of fuel and explosives. Their ammunition tenders, slow and unwieldy machines, adapted only for carrying large cargoes of shells, had been rammed and destroyed with ease by the airships during the running, or rather flying, fight of the previous afternoon. At sunset on the 6th, the whole available forces of the League, which could be spared from the defence of the positions, numbering more than 3 million men, had descended to the assault on London at nearly 50 different points. No human words could convey any adequate conception of that night of carnage and terror. The assailants were allowed to advance far into the mighty maze of streets and byways with so little resistance that they began to think that the great city would fall an easy prey to them after all. But as they approached the main arteries of central London, they came suddenly upon barricades, so skilfully disposed that it was impossible to advance without storming them, and from which, as they approached them, burst out tempests of rifle and machine gun fire, under which the heads of their columns melted away faster than they advanced. Light, quick-firing guns, posted on the roofs of lofty buildings, rained death and mutilation upon them. The airships, flying hither and thither a few hundred feet above the housetops, like spirits of destruction, sent their shells into their crowded masses, and wrought the most awful havoc of all with their frightful explosives, blowing hundreds of men to indistinguishable fragments at every shot, while from the windows of every house that was not in ruins came a ceaseless hail of missiles from every kind of firearm, from a magazine rifle to a shotgun. When morning came, the Great Eastern Railway and the Thames had been cleared and opened, and the hearts of the starving citizens were gladdened by the welcome spectacle of train after train pouring in, laden with provisions from Harwich, and a fleet of steamers flying the Federation flag, which filled the Thames below London Bridge and was rapidly discharging its cargoes of food at the wharves and into lighters. As fast as the food could be unloaded it was distributed, first to the troops manning the barricades, and then to the markets and shops, whence it was supplied free in the poorer districts and at the usual prices in the richer ones. All that day London feasted and made merry, for now the Thames was open there seemed to be no end to the food that was being poured into the city, which 12 hours before had eaten its last scanty provisions. As soon as one vessel was discharged, another took its place, and opened its hold, filled with the necessaries and some of the luxuries of life. The frightful butcheries at the barricade had stopped for the time being from sheer exhaustion on both sides. One cannot fight without food, and the defenders were half starved when they began. Rage and the longing for revenge had lent them strength for the moment, but 12 hours of incessant street fighting, the most wearing of all forms of battle, had exhausted them, and they were heartily glad of the tacit truce which gave them time to eat and drink. As for the assailants, as soon as they saw conclusive proof that the blockade had been broken and the city victualled, they found themselves deserted by the ally on whose aid they had most counted. While the grip of famine remained on London, they knew that its fall was only a matter of time, but now, if food could get in, so could reinforcements, and they had not the remotest idea as to the number of the mysterious forces which had so suddenly sprung into existence outside their own lines. Added to this, their losses during the night had been something appalling. The streets were choked with their dead, and the houses into which they had retired were filled with their wounded. So they too were glad of a rest, and many spoke openly of returning to their lines and abandoning the assault. If they did so, it might be possible to fight their way to the coast, and escape out of this huge death trap into which they had fallen on the very eve of their confidently anticipated victory. So, during the whole of the 7th, there was little or no hard fighting in London, but to the north and south the grey legions of the Federation fought their way mile by mile over the field of Armageddon, gradually driving in the two halves of the Russian and the Franco-Italian armies, which had been faced about to oppose their progress, while the other halves were making their assault on London. As soon as news reached the Tsar that the blockade of the river had been broken, he had ordered 12 of his remaining war balloons to destroy the ships that were swarming below London Bridge. Their fuel and cargoes of explosives had been renewed, and they rose into the air to execute the autocrat's command, just as Natasha had taken leave of Arnold on her errand of mercy. He fathomed their design at once, swung the Ithuriel rapidly round to the northward, and said to his lieutenant, who had just come on to deck, "Mr. Marston, those fellows mean mischief. Put a 3-minute time fuse on a couple of No. 3 fire shells, and load the bow guns." The order was at once executed. He trained one of the guns himself, giving it an elevation sufficient to throw the shell over the rising balloons. As the 60th second of the first minute passed, he released the projectile. It soared away through the air and burst with a terrific explosion about 50 feet over the ascending aerostats. The rain of fire spread out far and wide, and showered down upon the gas holders. Then came a concussion that shook the air like a thunderclap as the escaping gas mixed with the air, took fire and exploded. 7 of the 12 aerostats instantly collapsed and plunged back again to earth, spending the collective force of their explosives on the slopes of Muswell Hill. Meanwhile the second gun had been loaded and fired with the same effect on the remaining 5. Arnold then ran the Ithuriel up to within a mile of Muswell Hill, and found the remaining 13 war balloons in the act of making off to the northward. "2 more time shells, quick!" he cried. "They are off to take part in the battle to the north, and must be stopped at once. Look lively, or they'll see us and rise out of range." Almost before the words were out of his mouth, one of the guns was ready. A moment later the messenger of destruction was speeding on its way, and they saw it explode fairly in the midst of the squadron. The second followed before the glare of the first explosion had passed, and this was the last shot fired in the aerial warfare between the airships and the war balloons. The effect of these 2 shots were most extraordinary. The accurately timed shells burst not over but amidst the aerostats, enveloping their cars in a momentary mist of fire. The intense heat evolved must have suffocated their crews instantaneously. Even if it had not done so, their fate would have been scarcely less sudden or terrible, for the fire falling in the cars exploded their own shells even before it burst their gas envelopes. With a roar and a shock as though heaven and earth were coming together, a vast dazzling mass of flame blazed out, darkening the daylight by contrast, and when it vanished again there was not a fragment of the 13 aerostats to be seen. "So ends the Tsar's brief empire of the air," said Arnold, as the smoke of the explosion drifted away, "and 24 hours more should see the end of his earthly empire as well." "I hope so," said Natasha's voice at his elbow. "This awful destruction is sickening me. I knew war was horrible, but this is more like the work of fiends than of men. There is something monstrous, something superhumanly impious in blasting your fellow creatures with irresistible lightnings like this, as though you were a god instead of a man. Will you not be glad when it is over, Richard?"
"Glad beyond all expression," replied her lover, the angry light of battle instantly dying out of his eyes as he looked upon her sweetly pitiful face. "But tell me, what success has my angel of mercy had in pleading for the lives of her enemies?" he continued, slipping his arm through hers and leading her aft.
"I don't know yet, but my father told me to ask you to go to him as soon as you could leave the deck. Go now, and, Richard, remember what I said to you when you offered me the empire of the world as we were going to Aeria. No one has such influence with the Master as you have, for you have given him the victory and delivered his enemies into his hands. For my sake, and for humanity's, let your voice be for mercy and peace. Surely we have shed blood enough now."
"I shall, angel mine, for your sweet sake. I would spare even Alexander Romanoff himself and all his staff."
"You will never be asked to do that," said Natasha quietly, as Arnold disappeared down the companionway.
It was nearly an hour before he came on deck again, and by this time the Ithuriel, constantly moving to and fro over London, so that any change in the course of events could at once be reported to Natas, had shifted her position to the southward, and was hanging in the air over Sydenham Hill, the headquarters of General le Gallifet, whence could be plainly heard the roar of the tide of battle as it rolled ever northward over the hills of Surrey. An airship came speeding up from the southward as he reached the deck. He signalled to it to come alongside. It proved to be the Mercury, taking a message from Tremayne, who was personally commanding the Army of the South in the Ariel, to the airships operating with the Army of the North. "What is the message?" asked Arnold. "To engage and destroy the remaining Russian war balloons, and then come south at once," replied the captain of the Mercury. "I am sorry to say both the Lucifer and the Azrael have been disabled by chance shots striking their propellers. The Lucifer was so badly injured that she fell to the earth and blew up with a perfectly awful explosion, but the Azrael can still use her fan wheels and stern propeller, though her airplanes are badly broken and twisted." Arnold frowned at the bad news, but took no further notice of it, beyond saying, "That is unfortunate, but I suppose some casualties were inevitable under the circumstances." Then he added, "I have already destroyed all that were left of the Tsar's war balloons, but you can take the other part of the message. Where is the Ariel to be found?" The captain of the Mercury gave him the necessary directions, and the two airships parted. Within an hour a council of war, consisting of Natas, Arnold, and Tremayne, was being held in the saloon of the Ithuriel, on the issue of which the lives of more than 2 millions of men depended. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46. Victory. It was a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Natas, Tremayne, and Arnold ended their deliberations in the saloon of the Ithuriel. At the same hour a council of war was being held by Generals le Gallifet and Cosensz at the Crystal Palace Hotel, Sydenham, where the two commanders had taken up their quarters. Since daybreak matters had assumed a very serious, if not desperate, aspect for the troops of the League to the south of London. Communication had entirely ceased with the Tsar since the night before, and this could only mean that His Majesty had lost the command of the air through the destruction or disablement of his fleet of aerostats. News from the force which had descended upon London told only of a fearful expenditure of life that had not purchased the slightest advantage. The blockade had been broken on the east, and therefore all hope of reducing the city by famine was at an end. Their own war balloons had been either captured or destroyed, thousands of their men had deserted to the enemy, and multitudes more had been slain. Every position was dominated by the captured aerostats and the airships of the Terrorists. Even the building in which the council was being held might be shattered to fragments at any moment by a discharge of their irresistible artillery. Finally, it was practically certain that within the next few hours their headquarters must be surrounded, and then their only choice would lie between unconditional surrender and swift and inevitable destruction by an aerial bombardment. Manifestly the time had come to make terms if possible, and purchase their own safety and that of their remaining troops. Both the generals and every member of their respective staffs saw clearly that victory was now a physical impossibility, and so the immediate issue of the council was that orders were given to hoist the white flag over the tricolour and the Italian standard
on the summits of the two towers of the Crystal Palace, and on the flagstaffs over the headquarters. These were at once seen by a squadron of airships coming from the north in obedience to Tremayne's summons, and within half an hour the same squadron was seen returning from the south, headed by the flagship, also flying, to the satisfaction of the two generals, the signal of truce. The airships stopped over Sydenham and ranged themselves in a circle, with their guns pointing down upon the headquarters, and the Ariel with Tremayne on board descended to within 20 feet of the ground in front of the hotel. As she did so, an officer wearing the uniform of a French general of division came forward, saluted, and said that he had a message for the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation forces. Tremayne returned the salute, and said briefly, "I am here. What is the message?"
"I am commissioned by General Gallifet, Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Division, to request on his behalf the honour of an audience. He awaits you with the General Cosensz in the hotel," replied the Frenchman, gazing in undisguised admiration at the wonderful craft which he now for the first time saw at close quarters.
"With pleasure. I will be with you in a moment," said Tremayne, and as he spoke the Ariel settled gently down to earth, and the gangway steps dropped from her bow. As he entered the room in which the two generals were awaiting him, surrounded by their brilliantly uniformed staffs, he presented a strange contrast to the men whose lives he held in the hollow of his hand. He was dressed in a dark tweed suit with Norfolk jacket and knickerbockers, met by long shooting boots, just as though he was fresh from the moors, instead of from the battlefield on which the fate of the world was being decided. General le Gallifet advanced to meet him with a puzzled look of half recognition on his face, which was at once banished by Tremayne holding out his hand without the slightest ceremony, and saying, "Ah, I see you recognise me, General."
"I do, my Lord Alanmere, and you will permit me to add, with the most profound astonishment," replied the General, taking the proffered hand with a hearty grasp. "May I venture to hope that with an old acquaintance our negotiations may prove all the easier?"
Tremayne bowed and said, "Rest assured, General, that they shall be as easy as my instructions will permit me to make them."
"Your instructions? But I thought—"
"That I was in supreme command? So I am in a sense, but I am the Lieutenant of Natas for all that, and in a case like this his word is law. But come, what terms do you propose?"
"That truce shall be proclaimed for 24 hours. That the commanders of the forces of the League shall meet this mysterious Natas, yourself, and the King of England, and arrange terms by which the armies of France, Russia, and Italy shall be permitted to evacuate the country with the honours of war."
"Then, General, I may as well tell you at once that those terms are impossible," replied the Chief of the Federation quietly, but with a note of inflexible determination in his voice. "In the first place, the honours of war is a phrase which already belongs to the past. We see no honour in war, and if we can have our way this shall be the last war that shall ever be waged on earth. Indeed, I may tell you that we began this war as one of absolute extermination. Had it not been for the intercession of Natasha, the daughter of Natas, you would not even have been given the opportunity of making terms of peace, or even of unconditional surrender. Our orders were simply to slay and spare not, as long as a man remained in arms on British soil. You are, of course, aware that we have taken no prisoners."
"But, my lord, this is not war, it is murder on the most colossal scale!" exclaimed the General, utterly unable to control the agitation that these terrible words evoked, not only in his own breast but in that of every man who heard them.
"To us, war and murder are synonymous terms, differing only as wholesale and retail," replied Tremayne dryly. "For the mere names we care nothing. This world war is none of our seeking, but if war can be cured by nothing but war, then we will wage it to the point of extermination. Now, here are my terms. All the troops of the League on this side of the River Thames, on laying down their arms, shall be permitted to return to their homes, not as soldiers, but as peaceful citizens of the world, to go about their natural business as men who have sworn never to draw the sword again, save in defence of their own homes."
"And His Majesty the Tsar?"
"You cannot make terms for the Tsar, General, and let me beg of you not to attempt to do so. No power under heaven can save him and his advisers from the fate that awaits them."
"And if we refuse your terms, the alternative is what?"
"Annihilation to the last man." A dead silence followed these fearful words, so calmly and yet so inflexibly spoken. General le Gallifet and the Italian Commander in Chief looked at one another and at the officers standing about them. A murmur of horror and indignation passed from lip to lip. Then Tremayne spoke again, quickly but impressively. "Gentlemen, don't think that I am saying what I cannot do. We are inflexibly determined to stamp the curse of war out here and now, if it costs millions of lives to do so. Your forces are surrounded, your aerostats are captured or destroyed. It is no use mincing matters at a moment like this. It is life or death with you. If you do not believe me, General le Gallifet, come with me and take a flight round London in my air ship yonder, and your own eyes shall see how hopeless all further struggle is. I pledge my word of honour as an English gentleman that you shall return in safety. Will you come?"
"I will," said the French commander. "Gentlemen, you will await my return."
And with a bow to his companions he followed the Chief out of the room and embarked on the air ship without further ado. The Ariel at once rose into the air. Tremayne reported to Natas what had been done, and then took the General into the deck saloon and gave orders to proceed at full speed to Richmond, which was reached in what seemed to the Frenchmen an inconceivably short space of time. Then the Ariel swung round to the eastward, and at half speed traversed the whole line of battle over hill and vale at an elevation of 800 feet, from Richmond to Shooter's Hill. What General le Gallifet saw more than convinced him that Tremayne had spoken without exaggeration when he said that annihilation was the only alternative to evacuation on his terms. The grey legions of the League seemed innumerable. Their long lines lapped around the broken squadrons of the League, mowing them down with incessant hailstorms of magazine fire, and overhead the airships and aerostats were hurling shells on them, which made great dark gaps in their formations wherever they attempted anything like order. Every position of importance was either occupied or surrounded by the Federationists. There was no way open save towards London, and that way, as the General knew only too well, lay destruction. To the east of Shooter's Hill the airship swerved round to the northward. The Thames was alive with steamers flying the red flag and carrying food and men into London. To the north of the river the battle had completely ceased, as far as Muswell Hill. There the Black Eagle of Russia still floated from the roof of the palace, and a furious battle was raging round the slopes of the hill, but the Russians were already surrounded and manifestly outnumbered 5 to 1, while 6 aerostats were circling to and fro, doing their work of death upon them with fearful effectiveness. "You see, General, that the aerostats do not destroy the palace and bury the Tsar in its ruins, nor do I stop and do the same, as I could do in a few minutes. Do you understand now why you could not make terms for Russia?"
"What your designs are, Heaven and yourselves only know," replied the General, with quavering lips. "But I see that all is hopelessly lost. For God's sake, let this carnage stop. It is not war, it is butchery, and we have deserved this retribution for employing those infernal contrivances in the first place. I always said it was not fair fighting. It is murder to drop death on defenceless men from the clouds. We will accept your terms. Let us get back to the south and save the lives of what remains of our brave fellows. If this is scientific warfare, I for one will fight no more."
"Well spoken, General," said Tremayne, laying his hand upon his shoulder. "Those words of yours have saved 2 millions of human lives, and by this time to-morrow war will have ceased, I hope, for ever among the nations of the West." The Ariel now swerved southward again, crossed London at full speed, and within half an hour General le Gallifet was once more standing in front of the Crystal Palace Hotel. As it was now getting dusk, the searchlights of the airships were turned on, and they swept along the southern line of battle, flashing the signal, "Victory, cease firing," to the triumphant hosts of the Federation, while at the same time the French and Italian commanders set the field telegraph to work and dispatched messengers into London with the news of the terms of peace. By nightfall all fighting south of the Thames had ceased, and victors and vanquished were fraternising as though they had never struck a blow at each other, for war is a matter of diplomacy and court intrigue, and not of personal animosity. The peoples of the world would be good enough friends if their rulers and politicians would let them. Meanwhile the battle raged with unabated fury around the headquarters of the Tsar. Here despotism was making its last stand, and making it bravely in spite of the tremendous odds against it. But as twilight deepened into night, the numbers of the assailants of the last of the Russian positions seemed to multiply miraculously. A never-ceasing flood of grey-clad soldiery surged up from the south, overflowed the barricades to the north, and swept the last of the Russians out of the streets like so much chaff. All the 100 streams converged upon Muswell Hill, and joined the ranks of the attacking force, and so the night fell upon the last struggle of the World War. Even the Tsar himself now saw that the gigantic game was virtually over, and that the stake of world empire had been played for and lost. A powerful field searchlight had been fixed on the roof of the palace, and as it flashed hither and thither round the area of the battle, he saw fresh hosts of the British and Federation soldiers pouring in upon the scene of action, while his own men were being mown down by thousands under the concentrated fire of millions of rifles, and his regiments torn to fragments by the incessant storm of explosives from the sky. Hour after hour the savage fight went on, and the grey and red lines fought their way up and up the slopes, drawing the ring of flame and steel closer and closer round the summit of the hill on which the autocrat of the north stood waiting for the hour of his fate to strike. The last line of the defenders of the position was reached at length. For an hour it held firm in spite of the fearful odds. Then it wavered and bent and swayed to and fro in a last agony of desperation. The encircling lines seemed to surge backwards for a space. Then came a wild chorus of hurrahs, a swift rush forward of levelled bayonets, the clash of steel upon steel, and then butchery, vengeful and pitiless. The red tide of slaughter surged up to the very walls of the palace. Only a few yards separated the foremost ranks of the victorious assailants from the little group of officers, in the midst of which towered the majestic figure of the White Tsar, an emperor without an empire, a leader without an army. He strode forward towards the line of bayonets fringing the crest of the hill, drew his sword, snapped the blade as a man would break a dry stick, and threw the 2 pieces to the ground, saying in English as he did so, "It is enough. I surrender." Then he turned on his heel, and with bowed head walked back again to his staff. Almost at the same moment a blaze of white light appeared in the sky, 100 feet above the heads of the vast throng that encircled the palace. Millions of eyes were turned up at once and beheld a vision which no one who saw it forgot to the day of his death. The 10 airships of the terrorist fleet were ranged in 2 curves on either side of the Ithuriel, which floated about 20 feet below them, her silvery hull bathed in a flood of light from their electric lamps. In her bow, robed in glistening white fur, stood Natasha, transfigured in the full blaze of the concentrated searchlights. A silence of wonder and expectation fell upon the millions at her feet, and in the midst of it she began to sing the hymn of freedom. It was like the voice of an angel singing in the night of peace after strife. Men of every nation in Europe listened to her, entranced, as she changed from language to language, and when at last the triumphant strains of the Song of the Revolution came floating down from her lips through the still night air, an irresistible impulse ran through the listening millions, and with one accord they took up the refrain in all the languages of Europe, and a mighty flood of exultant song rolled up in wave after wave from earth to heaven, a song at once of victory and thanksgiving, for the last battle of the World War had been lost and won, and the valour and genius of Anglo-Saxondom had triumphed over the last of the despotisms of Europe. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47. The Judgment of Natas. The myriad-voiced chorus of the Song of Revolution ended in a mighty shout of jubilant hurrahs, in the midst of which the Ariel dropped lightly to earth, and Tremayne, dressed now in the grey uniform of the Federation, with a small red rosette on the left breast of his tunic, descended from her deck to the ground with a drawn sword in his hand. He was at once recognised by several of the leaders, and as the words "The Chief! The Chief!" ran from lip to lip, those in the front ranks brought their rifles to the present, while the captains saluted with their swords. The British regulars and volunteers followed suit as if by instinct, and the chorus of cheers broke out again. Tremayne acknowledged the salute and raised his hand to command silence. A hush at once fell upon the assembled multitude, and in the deep silence of anticipation which followed, he said in clear, ringing tones "Soldiers of the Federation and the Empire, that which I hope will be the last battle of the Western nations has been fought and won. The Anglo-Saxon race has rallied to the defence of its motherland, and in the blood of its invaders has wiped out the stain of conquest. It has met the conquerors of Europe in arms, and on the field of battle it has vindicated its right to the empire of the world. Henceforth the destinies of the human race are in its keeping, and it will worthily discharge the responsibility. It may yet be necessary for you to fight other battles with other races, but the victory that has attended you here will wait upon your arms elsewhere, and then the curse and the shame of war will be removed from the earth. Let us hope for ever. European despotism has fought its last battle and lost, and those who have appealed to the sword shall be judged by the sword." As he said this, he pointed with his weapon towards the Tsar and his staff, and continued with an added sternness in his voice "In the Master's name, take those men prisoners. Their fate will be decided to morrow. Forward a company of the 1st Division. Your lives will answer for theirs." As the Chief ended his brief address to the victorious troops, 10 men armed with revolver and sword stepped forward, each followed by 10 others armed with rifle and fixed bayonet, and immediately formed in a hollow square round the Tsar and his staff. This summary proceeding proved too much for the outraged dignity of the fallen autocrat, and he stepped forward and cried out passionately
"What is this? Is not my surrender enough? Have we not fought with civilized enemies, that we are to be treated like felons in the hour of defeat?"
Tremayne raised his sword and cried sharply "To the ready!" and instantly the prisoners were encircled by a hedge of levelled bayonets and rifle barrels charged with death. Then he went on in stern, commanding tones "Silence there! We do not recognise what you call the usages of civilized warfare. You are criminals against humanity, assassins by wholesale, and as such you shall be treated." There was nothing for it but to submit to the indignity, and within a few minutes the Tsar and those who with him had essayed the enslavement of the world were lodged in separate rooms in the building under a strong guard to await the fateful issue of the morrow. The rest of the night was occupied in digging huge trenches for the burial of the almost innumerable dead, a task which, gigantic as it was made light by the work of hundreds of thousands of willing hands. Those of the invaders who had fallen in London itself were taken down the Thames on the ebb tide in fleets of lighters, towed by steamers, and were buried at sea. Happily it was midwinter, and the temperature remained some degrees below freezing point, so the great city was saved from what in summer would infallibly have brought pestilence in the track of war. At 12 o'clock on the following day the vast interior of St. Paul's Cathedral was thronged with the anxious spectators of the last scene in the tremendous tragedy which had commenced with the destruction of Kronstadt by the Ariel, and which had culminated in the triumph of Anglo-Saxondom over the leagued despotism and militarism of Europe. At a long table draped with red cloth, and placed under the dome in front of the chancel steps, sat Natas, with Tremayne and Natasha on his right hand, and Arnold and Alexis Mazanoff on his left. Radna, Anna Ornovsky, and the other members of the inner circle of the Terrorists, including the President, Nicholas Roburoff, who had been pardoned and restored to his office at the intercession of Natasha, occupied the other seats, and behind them stood a throng of the leaders of the Federation forces. Neither the King of England nor any of his ministers or military officers were present, as they had no voice in the proceedings which were about to take place. It had been decided at a consultation with them earlier in the day that it would be better that they should be absent. That which was to be done was unparalleled in the history of the world, and outside the recognised laws of nations, and so their prejudices were respected, and they were spared what they might have looked upon as an outrage on international policy and the ancient but mistaken traditions of so-called civilised warfare. In front of the table 2 double lines of Federation soldiers with rifles and fixed bayonets kept a broad clear passage down to the western doors of the cathedral. The murmur of thousands of voices suddenly hushed as the cathedral clock struck the first stroke of 12. It was the knell of an empire and a despotism. At the last stroke Natas raised his hand and said, "Bring up the prisoners." There was a quick rustling sound mingled with the clink of steel as the two grey lines stiffened up to attention. 12 commanders of divisions marched with drawn swords down to the end of the nave. A few rapid orders were given, and then they returned, heading 2 double files of Federation guards, between which, handcuffed like common felons, walked the once mighty Tsar and the ministers of his now departed tyranny. The footsteps of the soldiers and their captives rang clearly upon the stones in the ominous breathless silence which greeted their appearance. The fallen autocrat and his servants walked with downcast heads, like men in a dream, for to them it was a dream, this sudden and incomprehensible catastrophe which had overwhelmed them in the very hour of victory and on the threshold of the conquest of the world. 3 days ago they had believed themselves conquerors, with the world at their feet. Now they were being marched, guarded and in shackles, to a tribunal which acknowledged no law but its own, and from whose decision there was no appeal. Truly it was a dream, such a dream of disaster and calamity as no earthly despot had ever dreamt before. 4 paces from the table they were halted, the Tsar in the centre facing his unknown judge, and his servants on either side of him. He recognised Natasha, Anna Oranovsky, Arnold and Tremayne, but the recognition only added to his bewilderment. There was a slight flush on the face of Natas, and an angry gleam in his dark magnetic eyes as he watched his captives approach. But when he spoke his tones were calm and passionless, the tones of the conqueror and the judge, rather than of the deeply injured man and a personal enemy. As the prisoners were halted in front of the table, and the rifle butts of the guards rang sharply on the stone pavement, so deep a hush fell upon the vast throng in the cathedral that men seemed to hold their breath rather than break it until the master of the terror began to speak.
"Alexander Romanov, late Tsar of the Russias, and now prisoner of the executive of the Brotherhood of Freedom, otherwise known to you as the Terrorists, you have been brought here with your advisers and the ministers of your tyranny, that your crimes may be recounted in the presence of this congregation, and to receive sentence of such punishment as it is possible for human justice to mete out to you. I deny both your justice and your right to judge. It is you who are the criminals, conspirators and enemies of society. I am a crowned king, and above all earthly laws."
Before he could say any more, 2 bayonets crossed in front of him with a sharp clash, and he was instantly thrust back into his place. "Silence!" said Natas, in a tone of such stern command that even he instinctively obeyed.
"As for our justice, let that be decided between you and me when we stand before a more awful tribunal than this. My right to judge even a crowned king who has no longer a crown rests, as your own authority and that of all earthly rulers has ever done, upon the power to enforce my sentence, and I can and I will enforce it upon you, you heir of a usurping murderess, whose throne was founded in blood and supported by the bayonets of her hired assassins. You have appealed to the arbitration of battle, and it has decided against you. You must therefore abide by its decision. You have waged a war of merciless conquest at the bidding of insatiable ambition. You have posed as the peacekeeper of Europe until the train of war was laid, as you and your allies thought, in secret, and then you let loose the forces of havoc upon your fellow men without ruth or scruple. Your path of victory has been traced in blood and flames from one end of Europe to the other. You have sacrificed the lives of millions, and the happiness of millions more, to a dream of world-wide empire which, if realised, would have been a universal despotism. The blood of the uncounted slain cries out from the earth to heaven against you for vengeance. The days are past when those who made war upon their kind could claim the indulgence of their conquerors. You have been conquered by those who hold that the crime of aggressive war cannot be atoned for by the transfer of territory or the payment of money. If this were your only crime, we would have blood for blood and life for life. as far as yours could pay the penalty. But there is more than this to be laid to our charge, and the swift and easy punishment of death would be too light an atonement for justice to accept. Since you ascended your throne, you have been as the visible shape of God in the eyes of 100 million subjects. Your hands have held the power of life and death, of freedom and slavery, of happiness and misery. How have you used it, you who have arrogated to yourself the attributes of a vicegerent of God on earth? As the power is, so too is the responsibility, and it will not avail you now to shelter yourself from it behind the false traditions of diplomacy and statecraft. Your subjects have starved, while you and yours have feasted. You have lavished millions in vain display upon your palaces, while they have died in their hovels for lack of bread. And when men have asked you for freedom and justice, you have given them the knout, the chain, and the prison. You have parted the wife from her husband.
Here for a moment the voice of Natas trembled with irrepressible passion, which before he could proceed broke from his heaving breast in a deep sob that thrilled the vast assembly like an electric shock, and made men clench their hands and grit their teeth, and wrung an answering sob from the breast of many a woman who knew but too well the meaning of those simple yet terrible words. Then Natas recovered his outward composure and went on, but now there was an angrier gleam in his eyes and a fiercer ring in his voice.
You have parted the wife from her husband, the maid from her lover, the child from its parents. You have made desolate countless homes that were once happy, and broken hearts that had no thought of evil towards you, and you have done all this and more to maintain as vile a despotism as ever insulted the justice of man or mocked at the mercy of God. In the inscrutable workings of eternal justice it has come to pass that your sentence shall be uttered by the lips of one of your victims. For no offence known to the laws of earth or heaven, my flesh has been galled by your chains and torn by your whips. I have toiled to win your ill-gotten wealth in your mines, and by the hands of your brutal servants the iron has entered into my soul. Yet I am but one of thousands whose undeserved agony cries out against you in this hour of judgment. Can you give us back what you have taken from us? The years of life and health and happiness, our wives and our children, our lovers and our kindred? You have ravished, but you cannot restore. You have smitten, but you cannot heal. You have killed, but you cannot make alive again. If you had 10,000 lives they could not atone, though each were dragged out to the bitter end in the misery that you have meted out to others. But so far as you and yours can pay the debt, it shall be paid to the uttermost farthing. Every pang that you have inflicted you shall endure. You shall drag your chains over Siberian snows, and when you faint by the wayside, the lash shall revive you, as in the hands of your brutal Cossacks it has goaded on your fainting victims. You shall sweat in the mine and shiver in the cell, and your wives and your children shall look upon your misery and be helpless to help you, even as have been the fond ones who have followed your victims to exile and death. They have seen your crimes without protest and shared in your wantonness. They have toyed with the gold and jewels that they knew were bought with the price of misery and death, and so it is just that they should see your sufferings and share in your doom. To the mines for life! And when the last summons comes to you and me, may eternal justice judge between us, and in its equal scales weigh your crimes against your punishment. Begone, for you have lucked your last on freedom. You are no longer men. You are outcasts from the pale of the brotherhood of the humanity you have outraged. Alexis Mazanov, you will hold yourself responsible for the lives of the prisoners and the execution of their sentence. You will see them in safe keeping for the present, and on the 30th day from now you will set out for Siberia.
The sentence of Natas, the most terrible one which human lips could have uttered under the circumstances, was received with a breathless silence of awe and horror. Then Mazanoff rose from his seat, drew his sword, and saluted. As he passed round the end of the table, the guards closed up round the prisoners, who were staring about them in stupefied bewilderment at the incredible horror of the fate which in a moment had hurled them from the highest pinnacle of earthly power and splendour down to the degradation and misery of the most wretched of their own Siberian convicts. No time was given for protest or appeal, for Mazanoff instantly gave the word "Forward!" and, surrounded by a hedge of bayonets, the doomed men were marched rapidly down between the two grey lines. As they reached the bottom of the nave the great central doors swung open, and through them came a mighty roar of execration from the multitude outside as they appeared on top of the cathedral steps. From St. Paul's churchyard down through Ludgate Hill and up the Old Bailey to the black frowning walls of Newgate they were led through triple lines of Federation soldiers amidst a storm of angry cries from the crowd on either side, cries which changed to a wild outburst of savage, pitiless exultation as the news of their dreadful sentence spread rapidly from lip to lip. They had shed blood like water, and had known no pity in the hour of their brief triumph, and so none was shown for them in the hour of their fall and retribution. The hour following their disappearance from the cathedral was spent in a brief and simple service of thanksgiving for the victory which had wiped the stain of foreign invasion from the soil of Britain in the blood of the invader, and given the control of the destinies of the Western world finally into the hands of the dominant race of Earth. The service began with a short but eloquent address from Natas, in which he pointed out the consequences of the victory and the tremendous responsibilities to the generations of men in the present and the future which it entailed upon the victors. He concluded with the following words: "My own part in this world revolution is played out. For more than 20 years I have lived solely for the attainment of one object, the removal of the blot of Russian tyranny upon European civilization, and the necessary punishment of those who were guilty of the unspeakable crime of maintaining it at such a fearful expense of human life and suffering. The object has now been accomplished. The soldiers of freedom have met the hirelings of despotism on the field of the world's Armageddon, and the god of battles has decided between them. Our motives may have been mistaken by those who only saw the bare outward appearance, without knowing their inward intention, and our ends have naturally been misjudged by those who fancied that their accomplishment meant their own ruin. Yet, as the events have proved, and will prove in the ages to come, we have been but as intelligent instruments in the hands of that eternal wisdom and justice which, though it may seem to sleep for a season and permit the evildoer to pursue his wickedness for a space, never closes the eye of watchfulness or sheathes the sword of judgment. The empire of the earth has been given into the hands of the Anglo-Saxon race, and therefore it is fitting that the supreme control of affairs should rest in the hands of one of Anglo-Saxon blood and lineage. For that reason I now surrender the power which I have so far exercised as the Master of the Brotherhood of Freedom into the hands of Alan Tremayne, known in Britain as Earl of Alanmere and Baron Tremayne, and from this moment the Brotherhood of Freedom ceases to exist as such, for its ends are attained, and the objects for which it was founded have been accomplished. With the confidence born of intimate knowledge, I give this power into his keeping, and those who have shared his counsels and executed his commands in the past will in future assist him as the Supreme Council, which will form the ultimate tribunal to which the disputes of nations will henceforth be submitted, instead of to the barbarous and bloody arbitration of battle. No such power has ever been delivered into the hands of a single body of men before, but those who will hold it have been well tried, and they may be trusted to wield it without pride and without selfishness, the twin curses that have hitherto afflicted the divided nations of the earth, because, with the fate of humanity in their hands and the wealth of earth at their disposal, it will be impossible to tempt them with bribes, either of riches or of power, from the plain course of duty which will lie before them." As Natas finished speaking, he signed with his hand to Tremayne, who rose in his place and briefly addressed the assembly. "I, and those who will share it with me, accept alike the power and the responsibility, not of choice, but rather because we are convinced that the interests of humanity demand that we should do so. Those interests have too long been the sport of kings and their courtiers, and of those who have seen in selfish profit and aggrandizement the only ends of life worth living for. Under the pretences of furthering civilization and progress, and maintaining what they have been pleased to call law and order, they have perpetrated countless crimes of oppression, cruelty, and extortion, and we are determined that this shall have an end. Henceforth, so far as we can ensure it, the world shall be ruled, not by the selfishness of individuals or the ambitions of nations, but in accordance with the everlasting and immutable principles of truth and justice, which have hitherto been burlesqued alike by despots and their thrones, and by political partisans in the senates of so-called democratic countries. Tomorrow, at midday in this place, the chief rulers of Europe will meet us, and our intentions will be further explained. And now, before we separate to go about the rest of the business of the day, let us, as is fitting, give due thanks to Him who has given us the victory." He ceased speaking, but remained standing. The same instant the organ of the cathedral pealed out the opening notes of the familiar Normanton chant, and all those at the table, saving Natas, rose to their feet. Then Natasha's voice soared up clear and strong above the organ notes, singing the first line of the old well-known chant, "The strain of praise of joy and praise." And as she ceased, the swell of the organ rolled out, and the mighty chorus of hallelujahs burst by one consent from the lips of the vast congregation, filling the huge cathedral and flowing out from its now wide open doors, until it was caught up and echoed by the thousands who thronged the churchyard and the streets leading into it. As this died away, Radna sang the second line, and so the psalm of praise was sung through, as it were in strophe and antistrophe, interspersed with the jubilant hallelujahs of the multitude who were celebrating the greatest victory that had ever been won on earth. That night the inhabitants of the delivered city gave themselves up to such revelry and rejoicing as had never been seen or heard in London since its foundation. The streets and squares blazed with lights, and resounded with the songs and cheerings of a people delivered from an impending catastrophe which had bidden fair to overwhelm it in ruin, and bring upon it calamities which would have been felt for generations. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48. The Ordering of Europe. While these events had been in progress, 3 squadrons of airships had been speeding to St. Petersburg, Vienna, and Rome. 3 vessels had been dispatched to each city, and the instructions of those in command of the squadrons were to bring the German Emperor, the Emperor of Austria, and the King of Italy to London. The news of the defeat of the League had preceded them by telegraph, and all 3 monarchs willingly obeyed the summons which they carried to attend a conference for the ordering of affairs of Europe. The German Emperor was at once released from his captivity, although only under a threat of the destruction of the city by the airships, for the Grand Duke Vladimir, who ruled at St. Petersburg as deputy of the Tsar, had first refused to believe the astounding story of the defeat of his brother and the destruction of his army. The terrible achievements of the airships were, however, too well and too certainly known to permit of resistance by force, and so the Kaiser was released, and made his first aërial voyage from St. Petersburg to London, arriving there at 10 o'clock on the evening of the 8th, in the midst of the jubilations of the rejoicing city. The King of England had sent a dispatch to the Emperor of Austria inviting him to the conference, and General Cosenz had sent a similar one to the King of Italy, and so there had been no difficulty about their coming. At midday on the 9th the conference was opened in St. Paul's, which was the only public building left intact in London capable of containing the vast audience that was present, an audience composed of men of every race and language in Europe. Natas was absent, and Tremayne occupied his seat in the centre of the table. The other members of the Inner Circle, now composing the Supreme Council of the Federation, were present, with the exception of Natasha, Radna, and Anna Ornovsky, and the other seats at the table were occupied by the monarchs to whom the purposes of the conference had been explained earlier in the day. France was represented in the person of General le Gallifet.
The body of the cathedral was filled to overflowing, with the exception of an open space kept round the table by the Federation Guards. The proceedings commenced with a brief but impressive religious service conducted by the Primate of England, who ended it with a short but earnest appeal, delivered from the altar steps to those composing the conference, calling upon them to conduct their deliberations with justice and moderation, and reminding them of the millions who were waiting in other parts of Europe for the blessings of peace and prosperity which it was now in their power to confer upon them. As the Archbishop concluded the prayer for the blessing of heaven upon their deliberation, with which he ended his address, Tremayne, after a few moments of silence, rose in his place, and, speaking in clear deliberate tones, began as follows: "Your Majesties have been called together to hear the statement of the practical issues of the conflict which has been decided between the armies of the Federation of the Anglo-Saxon peoples and those of the late Franco-Slavonian League. Into the motives which led myself and those who have acted with me to take part which we have done in this tremendous struggle, there is now no need for me to enter. It is rather with results than with motives that we have to deal, and those results may be very briefly stated. We have demonstrated on the field of battle that we hold in our hands means of destruction against which it is absolutely impossible for any army, fortress, or fleet to compete with the slightest hope of victory. And, more than this, we are in command of the only organised army and fleet now on land or sea. We have been compelled by the necessities of the case to use our powers unsparingly up to a certain point. That we have not used them beyond that point, as we might have done, to enslave the world, is the best proof that I can give of the honesty of our purposes with regard to the future. But it must never be forgotten that these powers remain with us, and can be evoked afresh should necessity ever arise. It is not our purpose to enter upon a war of conquest, or upon a series of internal revolutions in the different countries of Europe, the issue of which might be the subversion of all order and the necessity for universal conquest on our part in order to restore it. With two exceptions, the internal affairs of all the nations of Europe, saving only Russia, which for the present we shall govern directly, will be left undisturbed. The present tenure of land will be abolished, and the only right to the possession of it that will be recognised will be occupation and cultivation. Experience has shown that the holding of land for mere purposes of luxury or speculative profit leads to untold injustices to the general population of a country. The land on which cities and towns are built will henceforth belong to the municipalities, and the rents of the buildings will be paid in lieu of taxation. The other exception is even more important than this. We have waged war in order that it may be waged no more, and we are determined that it shall now cease for ever. The peoples of the various nations have no interest in warfare. It has been nothing but an affliction and a curse to them, and we are convinced that if one generation grows up without drawing the sword, it will never be drawn again as long as men remain upon the earth. All existing fortifications will therefore be at once destroyed. Standing armies will be disbanded, and all the warships in the world, which cannot be used for peaceful purposes, will be sent to the bottom of the deepest part of the ocean. For the maintenance of peace and order, each nation will maintain a body of police, in which all citizens between the age of 20 and 40 will serve in rotation, and this police will be under the control, first of the Sovereign and Parliament of the country, and ultimately of an international board, which will sit once a year in each of the capitals of Europe in turn, and from whose decision there will be no appeal. The possessions of weapons of warfare, save by the members of this force, will be forbidden under penalty of death, as we shall presuppose that no man can possess such weapons save with intent to kill, and all killing, save execution for murder, will henceforth be treated as murder. Declaration of war by one country upon another will be held to be a national crime, and should such an event ever occur, the forces of the Anglo-Saxon Federation will be at once armed by authority of the Supreme Council, and the guilty nation will be crushed, and its territories will be divided amongst its neighbours. Such are the broad outlines of the course which we intend to pursue, and all I have now to do is to commend them to your earnest consideration in the name of those over whom you are the constituted rulers." As the President of the Federation sat down, the German Emperor rose and said in a tone which showed that he had heard the speech with but little satisfaction,
"From what we have heard, it would seem that the Federation of the Anglo-Saxon peoples considers itself as having conquered the world, and as being therefore in a position to dictate terms to all the peoples of the earth. Am I correct in this supposition?"
Tremayne bowed in silence, and he continued,
"But this amounts to the destruction of the liberties of all peoples who are not of the Anglo-Saxon race. It seems impossible to me to believe that free-born men who have won their liberty upon the battlefield will ever consent to submit to a despotism such as this. What if they refuse to do so?"
Tremayne was on his feet in an instant. He turned half round and faced the Kaiser, with a frown on his brow and an ominous gleam in his eyes. "Your Majesty of Germany may call it a despotism if you choose, but remember that it is a despotism of peace and not of war, and that it affects only those who would be peace breakers and drawers of the sword upon their fellow creatures. I regret that you have made it necessary for me to remind you that we have conquered your conquerors, and that the despotism from which we have delivered the nations of Europe would infallibly have been 10,000 times worse than that which you are pleased to miscall by the name. You deplore the loss of the right and the power to draw the sword one upon another. Well, now take that right back again for the last time. Say here and now that you will not acknowledge the supremacy of the Council of the Federation, and take the consequences. Our soldiers are still in the field. Our aerial fleet is still in the air, and our sea navy is under steam. But remember, if you appeal to the sword, it shall be with you as it was with Alexander Romanoff and the Russian force which invaded England. We have annihilated the army to a man, and exiled the autocrat for life. Choose now, peace or war, and let those who would choose war with you take their stand beside you, and we will fight another Armageddon." The pregnant and pitiless words brought the Kaiser to his senses in an instant. He remembered that his army was destroyed, his strongest fortresses dismantled, his treasury empty, and the manhood of his country decimated. He turned white to the lips and sank back into his chair, covered his face with his hands, and sobbed aloud. And so ended the last and only protest made by the spirit of militarism against the new despotism of peace. One by one the monarchs now rose in their places, bowed to the inevitable, and gave their formal adherence to the new order of things. General le Gallifet came last. When he had affixed his signature to the written undertaking of allegiance which they had all signed, he said, speaking in French, "I was born and bred a soldier, and my life has been passed either in warfare or the study of it. I have now drawn the sword for the last time, save to defend France from invasion. I have seen enough of modern war, or, as I should rather call it, murder by machinery, for such it only is now. They spoke truly who prophesied that the solution of the problem of aerial navigation would make war impossible. It has made it impossible because it has made it too unspeakably horrible for humanity to tolerate it. In token of the honesty of my belief, I ask now that France and Germany shall bury their long blood feud on their last battlefield, and, in the persons of His German Majesty and myself, shake hands in the presence of this company as a pledge of national forgiveness and perpetual peace." As he ceased speaking, he turned and held out his hand to the Kaiser. All eyes were turned on William II to see how he would receive this appeal. For a moment he hesitated, then his manhood and chivalry conquered his pride and national prejudice, and amid the cheers of the great assembly he grasped the outstretched hand of his hereditary enemy, saying in a voice broken by emotion,
"So be it. Since the sword is broken for ever,
let us forget that we have been enemies, and remember only that we are neighbours."
This ended the public portion of the conference. From St. Paul's those who had composed it went to Buckingham Palace, in the grounds of which the aerial fleet was reposing on the lawns under a strong guard of Federation soldiers. Here they embarked, and were borne swiftly through the air to Windsor Castle, where they dined together as friends and guests of the King of England, and after dinner discussed far on into the night the details of the new European Constitution, which was to be drawn up and formally ratified within the next few days. Shortly after noon on the following day, the Ithuriel, with Natas, Natasha, Arnold, and Tremayne on board, rose into the air from the grounds of Buckingham Palace and headed away to the northward. The control of affairs was left for the time being to a committee of the members of what had once been the inner circle of the Terrorists, and which now was the Supreme Council of the Federation. This was under the joint presidency of Alexis Mazanoff and Nicholas Roburoff, who was exerting his great and well-proved administrative abilities to the utmost in order to atone for the fault which had led to the desertion of the Lucifer, and to amply justify the intercession of Natasha, which had made it possible for him to be present at the last triumph of the Federation and the accomplishment of the long and patient work of the Brotherhood. There was an immense amount of work to be got through in the interval between the pronouncement of the judgment of Natas on the Tsar and his ministers and the execution of the sentence. After 24 hours in Newgate they were transferred to Wormwood Scrubbs prison, and there, under a guard of Federation soldiers, who never left them for a moment day or night, they awaited the hour of their departure to Siberia. Communication with all parts of the continent and America was rapidly restored. The garrisons of the League were withdrawn from the conquered cities, gave up their arms at the depôt of their respective regiments, and returned to their homes. The French and Italian troops round London were disarmed and taken to France in the Federation fleet of transports. Meanwhile 3 airships were placed temporarily at the disposal of the Emperor of Austria, the Kaiser, and the King of Italy, to convey them to their capitals and furnish them with the means of speedy transit about their dominions, and to and from London during the drawing up of the new European Constitution. A fleet of 4 airships and 15 aerostats was also dispatched to the Russian capital, and compelled the immediate surrender of the members of the Imperial family and the ministers of the government, and the instant disarmament of all troops on Russian soil, under the pain of immediate destruction of St. Petersburg and Moscow, and invasion and conquest of the country by the Federation armies. The Council of State and the ruling Senate were then dissolved, and the executive passed automatically into the hands of the controllers of the Federation. Resistance was of course out of the question, and as soon as it was once known for certain that the Tsar had been taken prisoner and his army annihilated, no one thought seriously of it, as it would have been utterly impossible to have defended even Russia against the overwhelming forces of the Federation and the British Empire, assisted by the 2 aerial fleets. The Ithuriel, after a flight of a little more than an hour, stopped and descended to the earth on the broad sloping and now snow-covered lawn in front of Alanmere Castle. Lord Marazion and his daughter, who, as it is almost needless to say, had been kept well informed of the course of events since the Federation forces landed in England, had also been warned by telegraph of the coming of their aerial visitors, and before the Ithuriel had touched the earth, the new mistress of Alanmere had descended down the steps of the terrace that ran the whole length of the castle front to welcome its lord and hers back to his own again. Then there were greetings of lovers and friends, well known to each other by public report and familiar description, yet never seen in the flesh till now, and of others long parted by distance and by misconception of aims and motives. But however pleasing it might be to dwell at length upon the details of such a meeting, and its delightful contrast to the horrors of unsparing war and merciless destruction, there is now no space to do so, for the original limits of this history of the near future have already been reached and overpassed, and it is time to make ready for the curtain to descend upon the last scenes of the world drama of the Year of Wonders, 1904. Tremayne was the first to alight, and he was followed by Natasha and Arnold at a respectful distance, which they kept until the first greeting between the 2 long and strangely parted lovers was over. When at length Lady Muriel got out of the arms of her future lord, she at once ran to Natasha with both her hands outstretched,
a very picture of grace and health and blushing loveliness. She was Natasha's other self, saving only for the incomparable brilliance of colouring and contrast which the daughter of Natas derived from her union of Eastern and Western blood. Yet no fairer type of purely English beauty than Muriel Penarth could have been found between the border and the Land's End, and what she lacked of Natasha's half Oriental brilliance and fire she atoned for by an added measure of that indescribable blend of dignity and gentleness which makes the English gentlewoman perhaps the most truly lovable of all women on earth.
"I could not have believed that the world held two such lovely women," said Arnold to Tremayne as the two girls met and embraced. "How marvellously alike they are, too! They might be sisters. Surely they must be some relation."
"Yes, I'm sure they are," replied Tremayne. "Such a resemblance cannot be accidental. I remember in that queer double life of mine, when I was your unconscious rival, I used to interchange them until they almost seemed to be the same identity to me. There is some little mystery behind the likeness which we shall have cleared up before very long now. Natas told me to take Lord Marazion to him in the saloon, and said he would not enter the castle till he had spoken with him alone. There he is at the door. You go and make Muriel's acquaintance, and I will take him on board at once." So saying, Tremayne ran up the terrace steps, shook hands heartily with the old nobleman, and then came down with him towards the air ship. As they met Lady Muriel coming up with Arnold on one side of her and Natasha on the other, Lord Marazion stopped suddenly with an exclamation of wonder. He took his arm out of Tremayne's, strode rapidly to Natasha, and before his daughter could say a word of introduction, put his hands on her shoulders and looked into her lovely upturned face through a sudden mist of tears that rose unbidden to his eyes.
"It is a miracle," he said in a low voice that trembled with emotion. "If you are the daughter of Natas, there is no need to tell me who he is, for you are Sylvia Penarth's daughter too. Is that not so, Sylvia Dimerska? For I know you bear your mother's name."
"Yes, I bear her name, and my father's. He is waiting for you in the air ship, and he has much to say to you. You will bring him back to the castle with you, will you not?" Natasha spoke with a seriousness that had more weight than her words, but Lord Marazion understood her meaning. He stooped down and kissed her on the brow, saying
"Yes, yes, the past is the past. I will go to him, and you shall see us come back together."
"And so we are cousins!" exclaimed Lady Muriel, slipping her arm round Natasha's waist as she spoke. "I was sure we must be some relation to each other, for, though I am not so beautiful Don't talk nonsense, or I shall call you your ladyship for the rest of the day. Yes, of course we are alike, since our mothers were twin sisters, and the very image of each other according to their portraits." While the girls were talking of their new found relationship, Arnold had dropped behind to wait for Tremayne, who, after he had taken Lord Marazion into the saloon of the Ithuriel, had left him with the Natas and returned to the castle alone. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. The Story of the Master. That evening, when the lamps were lit and the curtains drawn in the library at Alanmere, in the same room in which Tremayne had seen the vision of Armageddon, Natas told the story of Israel Dimerska, the Jewish-Hungarian merchant, and of Sylvia Penarth, the beautiful English wife whom he had loved better than his own faith and people, and how she had been taken from him to suffer a fate which had now been avenged as no human wrongs had ever been before. 25 years ago," he began, gazing dreamily into the great fire of pine logs around the hearth of which he and his listeners were sitting, "I, who am now an almost helpless, half-mutilated cripple, was a strong, active man in the early vigour of manhood, rich, respected, happy, and prosperous even beyond the average of earthly good fortune. I was a merchant in London, and I had inherited a large fortune from my father, which I had more than doubled by successful trading. I was married to an English wife, a woman whose grace and beauty are faithfully reflected in her daughter." As Natas said this, The fierce light that had begun to shine in his eyes softened, and the hard ring left his voice, and for a little space he spoke in gentler tones, until sterner memories came and hardened them again. "I will not deny that I bought her with my gold and fair promises of a life of ease and luxury, but that is done every day in the world in which I then lived, and I only did as my Christian neighbours about me did. Yet I loved my beautiful Christian wife very dearly, more dearly even than my people and my ancient faith, or I should not have married her. When Natasha was 2 years old, the black pall of desolation fell suddenly on our lives, and blasted our great happiness with a misery so utter and complete that we, who were wont to count ourselves among the fortunate ones of the earth, were cast down so low that the beggar at our doors might have looked down upon us. It was through no fault of mine or hers, nor through any circumstance over which either of us had any control, that we fell from our serene estate. On the contrary, it was through a work of pure mercy intended for the relief of those of our people who were groaning under the pitiless despotism of Russian officialism and superstition that I fell, as so many thousands of my race had fallen, into that abyss of nameless misery and degradation that Russian hands have dug for the innocent in the ghastly solitudes of Siberia, and without knowing it dragged my sweet and loving wife into it after me. It came about in this wise. I had a large business connection with Russia, and at a time when all Europe was ringing with the story of the persecution of the Russian Jews, I, at the earnest request of a committee of the leading Jews in London, undertook a mission to St. Petersburg to bring their sufferings, if possible, under the direct notice of the Tsar, and to obtain his consent to a scheme for the payment of a general indemnity, subscribed to by all the wealthy Jews of the world, which should secure them against persecution and official tyranny until they could be gradually and completely removed from Russia. I, of course, found myself thwarted at every turn by the heartless and corrupt officialism that stands between the Russian people and the man whom they still regard as the vicegerent of God upon earth. Upon one pretext and another I was kept from the presence of the Tsar for weeks, until he left his dominions on a visit to Denmark. Meanwhile I travelled about, and used my eyes as well as the officials would permit me, to see whether the state of things was really as bad as the accounts that had reached England had made it out to be. I saw enough to convince me that no human words could describe the awful sufferings of the sons and daughters of Israel in that hateful land of bondage. Neither their lives nor their honour, their homes nor their property, were safe from the malice and the lust and the rapacity of the brutal ministers of Russian officialdom. I conversed with families from which fathers and mothers, sons and daughters had been spirited away, either never to return or to come back years afterwards broken in health, ruined and dishonoured, to the poor wrecks of the homes that had once been peaceful, pure and happy. I saw every injury, insult and degradation heaped upon them that patient and long-suffering humanity could bear, until my soul sickened within me, and my spirit rose in revolt against the hateful and inhuman tyranny that treated my people like vermin and wild beasts, for no offence save a difference in race and creed. At last the shame and horror of it all got the better of my prudence, and the righteous rage that burned within me spoke out through my pen and lips. I wrote faithful accounts of all I had seen to the committee in England. They never reached their destination, for I was already a marked man, and my letters were stopped and opened by the police. At last one day I attended a court of law, and heard one of those travesties of justice which the Russian officials call a trial for conspiracy. There was not one tittle of anything that would have been called evidence, or that would not have been discredited and laughed out of court in any other country in Europe. Yet 2 of the 5 prisoners, a man and a woman, were sentenced to death, and the other 3, 2 young students and a girl who was to have been the bride of one of them in a few weeks' time, were doomed to 5 years in the mines of Kara, and after that, if they survived it,
to 10 years' exile in Sakhalin. So awful and so hideous did the appalling injustice seem to me, accustomed as I was to the open fairness of the English criminal courts, that, overcome with rage and horror, I rose to my feet as the judge pronounced the frightful sentence, and poured forth a flood of passionate denunciations and wild appeals to the justice of humanity to revoke the doom of the innocent. Of course, I was hustled out of the court and flung into the street by the police attendants, and I groped my way back to my hotel with eyes blinded with tears of rage and sorrow. That afternoon I was requested by the proprietor of the hotel to leave before nightfall. I expostulated in vain. He simply told me that he dared not have in his house a man who had brought himself into collision with the police, and that I must find other lodgings at once. This, however, I found to be no easy matter. Wherever I went I was met with cold looks, and was refused admittance. Lower and lower sank my heart within me at each refusal, and the terrible conviction forced itself upon me that I was a marked man, amidst all powerful and unscrupulous enemies whom no Russian dare offend. I was a Jew and an outcast, and there was nothing left for me but to seek for refuge, such as I could get amongst my own persecuted people. Far on into the night I found one, a modest lodging, in which I hoped I could remain for a day or two while waiting for my passport, and making the necessary preparations to return to England and shake the mire of Russia off my feet for ever. It would have been 1,000 times better for me and my dear ones, and for those whose sympathy and kindness involved them in my ruin, if, instead of going to that ill-fated house, I had flung myself into the dark waters of the Neva, and so ended my sorrows ere they had well begun. I applied for my passport the next day, and was informed that it would not be ready for at least 3 days. The delay was, of course, purposely created, and before the time had expired a police visit was paid to the house in which I was lodging, and papers written in cipher were found within the lining of one of my hats. I was arrested, and a guard was placed over the house. Without any further ceremony I was thrown into a cell in the fortress of Peter and Paul, to await the translation of the cipher. 3 days later I was taken before the Chief of Police, and accused of having in my possession papers proving that I was an emissary from the Nihilist headquarters in London. I was told that my conduct had been so suspicious, and of late so disorderly, that I had been closely watched during my stay in St. Petersburg, with the result that conclusive evidence of treason had been found against me. As I was known to be wealthy and to have powerful friends in England, the formality of a trial was dispensed with, and after eating my heart out for a month in my cell in the fortress, I was transferred to Moscow to join the next convict train for Siberia. Arrived there, I for the first time learned my sentence: 10 years in the mines, and then 10 in Sakhalin. Thus I was doomed by the trick of some police spy to pass what bade fair to be the remainder of a life that had been so bright and full of fair promise in hopeless exile, torment, and degradation, and all because I protested against injustice and made myself obnoxious to the Russian police. As the chain gang that I was attached to left Moscow, I found to my intense grief that the good Jew and his wife who had given me shelter were also members of it. They had been convicted of harbouring a political conspirator, and sentenced to 5 years' hard labour, and then exile for life as politicals, which, as you no doubt know, meant that if they survived the first part of their sentence, they would be allowed to settle in an allotted part of southern Siberia, free in everything but permission to leave the country. Were I to talk till this time tomorrow, I could not properly describe to you all the horrors of that awful journey along the great Siberian road, from the Pillar of Farewells that marks the boundary between Europe and Asia, across the frightful snowy wastes to Kara. The hideous story has been told again and again without avail to the Christian nations of Europe, and they have permitted that awful crime against humanity to be committed year after year without even a protest, in obedience to the miserable principles that bade them to place policy before religion, and the etiquette of nations before the everlasting laws of God. After 2 years of heart-breaking toil at the mines, my health utterly broke down. One day I fell fainting under the lash of the brutal overseer, and as I lay on the ground he ran at me and kicked me twice with his heavy iron-shod boots, once on the hip, breaking the bone, and once on the lower part of the spine, crushing the spinal cord and paralysing my lower limbs forever. As this did not rouse me from my fainting fit, the heartless fiend snatched a torch from the wall of the mine gallery and thrust the burning end in my long thick beard, setting it on fire and scorching my flesh horribly, as you can see. I was carried out of the mine and taken to the convict hospital, where I lay for weeks between life and death, and only lived instead of died because of the quenchless spirit that was within me crying out for vengeance on my tormentors. When I came back to consciousness, the first thing I learned was that I was free to return to England on condition that I did not stop on my way through Russia. My friends, urged on by the tireless energy of my wife's anxious love, had at last found out what had befallen me, and proceedings had been instituted to establish the innocence that had been betrayed by a common and too well-known device used by the Russian police to secure the conviction and removal of those who had become obnoxious to the bureaucracy. Whether my friends would ever have accomplished this of themselves is doubtful, but suddenly the evidence of a Pope of the Orthodox Church, to whom the spy who had put the forged letters in my hat had confessed the crime on his deathbed, placed the matter in such a strong, clear light that not even the officialism of Russia could cloud it over. The case got to the ears of the Tsar, and an order was telegraphed to the Governor of Kara to release me, and send me back to St. Petersburg on the conditions I have named. Think of the mockery of such a pardon as that! By the unlawful brutality of an official who was not even reprimanded for what he had done, I was maimed, crippled, and disfigured for life. And now I was free to return to the land I had left on an errand of mercy, which tyranny and corruption had wilfully misconstrued into a mission of crime, and punished with the ruin of a once happy and useful life. That was bad enough, but worse was to come before the cup of my miseries should be full. Natas was silent for a moment, and as he gazed into the fire, the spasm of a great agony passed over his face, and 2 great tears welled up in his eyes and overflowed and ran down his cheeks onto his breast. On receiving the order, the Governor telegraphed back that I was sick almost to death, and not able to bear the fatigue of the long, toilsome journey, and asked for further orders. As soon as this news reached my devoted wife, she at once set out, in spite of all the entreaties of her friends and advisers, to cross the wastes of Siberia and take her place at my bedside. It was winter time, and from Ekaterinburg, where the rail ended in those days, the journey would have been performed by sledge. She, therefore, took with her only 1 servant and a courier, that she might travel as rapidly as possible. She reached Tiumen, and there all trace was lost of her and her attendants. She vanished into that great wide wilderness of ice and snow as utterly as though the grave had closed upon her. I knew nothing of her journey until I reached St. Petersburg many months afterwards. All that money could do was done to trace her, but all to no avail. The only official news that ever came back out of that dark world of death and misery was that she had started from one of the post stations a few hours before a great snowstorm had come on, that she had never reached the next station, and after all that was mystery. 5 years passed. I had returned to find my little daughter well, and blooming into a youthful beauty, and my affairs prospering in skilful and honest hands. I was richer in wealth than I had ever been, and in happiness poorer than a beggar, while the shadow of that awful uncertainty hung over me. I could not believe the official story, for the long search along the Siberian road had been too complete not to have revealed evidence of the catastrophe of which it was told when the snows melted, and none such were ever found. At length, one night, just as I was going to bed, I was told that a man who would not give his name insisted on seeing me on business that he would tell no one but myself. All that he would say was that he came from Russia. That was enough. I ordered him to be admitted. He was a stranger, ragged and careworn, and his face was stamped with the look of sullen, unspeakable misery that men's faces only wear in one part of the world. "You are from Siberia," I said, stretching out my hand to him. "Welcome, fellow sufferer. Have you news for me?" "Yes, I am from Siberia," he replied, taking my hand. "An escaped nihilist convict from the mines. I have been 4 years getting from Kara to London, else you should have had my news sooner. I fear it is sad enough, but what else could you expect from the Russian prison land? Here it is." As he spoke he gave me an envelope, soiled and stained with long travel, and my heart stood still as I recognized in the blurred address the handwriting of my long lost wife. With trembling fingers I opened it, and through my tears I read a letter that my dear one had written to me on her deathbed 4 years before. It has lain next my heart ever since, and every word is burnt into my brain to stand there against the day of vengeance. But I have never told their full tale of shame and woe to mortal ears, nor ever can. Let it suffice to say that my wife was beautiful with a beauty that is rare among the daughters of men, that a woman's honour is held as cheaply in the wilderness of Siberia as is the life of a man who is a convict. The official story of her death was false, false as are all the 10,000 other lies that have come out of that abode of oppression and misery, and she whom I mourned would have been well favoured of heaven if she had died in the snowdrifts, as they said she did, rather than in the shame and misery to which her brutal destroyer brought her. He was an official of high rank, and he had the power to cover his crime from the knowledge of his superiors in St. Petersburg. If it was ever known, it was hushed up for fear of the trouble that it would have brought to his masters. But 2 years later he visited Paris, and was found one morning in bed with a dagger in his black heart, and across his face the mark that told he had died by order of the Nihilist executive. When I read those awful tidings from the grave, sorrow became quenchless rage, and despair was swallowed up in revenge. I joined the brotherhood, and thenceforth placed a great portion of my wealth at their disposal. I rose in their councils till I commanded their whole organisation. No brain was so subtle as mine in planning schemes of revenge upon the oppressor, or of relief for the victims of his tyranny. In a word, I became the brain of the brotherhood, which men used to call nihilists, and then I organised another society behind and above this, which the world has known as the Terror, and which the great ones of the earth have for years dreaded as the most potent force that ever was arrayed against the enemies of humanity. Of this force I have been the controlling brain and the directing will. It was my creature, and it has obeyed me blindly, but ever since that fatal day in the mine at Kara I have been physically helpless, and therefore obliged to trust to others the execution of the plans that I conceived. It was for this reason that I had need of you, Alan Tremayne, and this is why I chose you after I had watched you for years unseen as you grew from youth to manhood, the embodiment of all that has made the Anglo-Saxon the dominant factor in the development of present-day humanity. I have employed a power which, as I firmly believe, was given to me when eternal justice made me the instrument of its vengeance upon the generation that had forgotten alike its God and its brother, to bend your will unconsciously to mine, and to compel you to do my bidding. How far I was justified in that, let the results show. It was once my intention to have bound you still closer to the Brotherhood by giving Natasha to you in marriage while you were yet under the spell of my will, but the Master of Destiny willed it otherwise, and I was saved from doing a great wrong, for the intention to do which I have done my best to atone." He paused for a moment and looked across the fireplace at Arnold and Natasha, who were sitting together on a big, low lounge that had been drawn up to the fire. Natasha raised her eyes for a moment, and then dropped them. She knew what was coming, and a bright red flush rose up from her white throat to the roots of her dusky, lustrous hair. "Richard Arnold, in the first communication I ever had with you, I told you that if you used the powers you held in your hand well and wisely, you should, in the fullness of time, attain your heart's desire. You have proved your faith and obedience in the hour of trial, and your strength and discretion in the day of battle. Now it is yours to ask and to have." For all answer Arnold put out his hand and took hold of Natasha's, and said quietly but clearly, "Give me this." "So be it," said Natas. "What you have worthily won you will worthily wear. May your days be long and peaceful in the world to which you have given peace." And so it came to pass that 3 days later, in the little private chapel of Alanmere Castle, the two men who held the destinies of the world in their hands took to wife the two fairest women who ever gave their loveliness to be the crown of strength and the reward of loyal love. For a week the Lord of Alanmere kept open house and royal state, as his ancestors had done 500 years before him. The conventional absurdity of the honeymoon was ignored, as such brides and bridegrooms might have been expected to ignore it. Arnold and Natasha took possession of a splendid suite of rooms in the eastern wing of the castle, and the two new wedded couples passed the first days of their new happiness under one roof without the slightest constraint, for the castle was vast enough for solitude when they desired it, and yet the solitude was not isolation or self-centred seclusion. Tremayne's private wire kept them hourly informed of what was going on in London, and when necessary the Ithuriel was ready to traverse the space between Alanmere and the capital in an hour, as it did more than once to the great delight and wonderment of Tremayne's bride, to whom the marvellous vessel seemed a miracle of something more than merely human skill and genius. So the days passed swiftly and happily until the Christmas bells of 1904 rang out over the length and breadth of Christendom, for the first time proclaiming in very truth and fact, so far as the Western world was concerned, peace on earth, goodwill to man. On the 8th of January a swift warship attended by two dynamite cruisers left Portsmouth, bound for Odessa. She had on board the last of the Tsars of Russia, and those of his generals and ministers who had been taken prisoners with him on Muswell Hill. 1,000 feet overhead floated the Ariel under the command of Alexis Mazanoff. From Odessa the prisoners were taken by train to Moscow. There, in the central convict depot, they met their families and the officials whose share in their crimes made it necessary to bring them under the sentence pronounced by Natas. They were chained together in squads, Tsar and Prince, noble and official, exactly as their own countless victims had been in the past, and so they were taken with their wives and children by train to Ekaterinburg. Although the railway extended as far as Tomsk, Mazanoff made them disembark there and march them by the great Siberian road to the Pillar of Farewells on the Asiatic frontier. There, as so many thousands of heartbroken, despairing men and women had done before them, they looked their last on Russian soil. From here they were marched on to the first Siberian Etape, one of the long series of foul and pestilential prisons which were to be the only halting places on their long and awful journey. The next morning, as soon as the chill grey light of the winter's dawn broke over the snow-covered plains, the men were formed up in line, with the sleighs carrying the women and children in the rear. When all was ready, Mazanoff gave the word "Forward!" The whips of the Cossacks cracked, and the mournful procession moved slowly onward into the vast, white, silent wilderness, out of which none save the guards were destined ever to emerge again. End of chapter 49. Epilogue. And on earth peace. The winter and summer of 1905 passed in unbroken tranquillity all over Europe and the English-speaking world. The nations, at last utterly sickened of bloodshed by the brief but awful experience of the last 6 months of 1904, earnestly and gladly accepted the new order of things. From first to last of the war, the slaughter had averaged more than 1 million of fighting men a month, and fully 5 millions of non-combatants, men, women and children, had fallen victims to famine and disease, or had been killed during the wholesale destruction of fortified towns by the war balloons of the League. At the lowest calculation, the invasion of England had cost 4 million lives.
It was an awful butcher's bill, and when the peoples of Europe awoke from the delirium of war to look back upon the frightful carnival of death and destruction, and realise that all this desolation and ruin had come to pass in little more than 7 months, so deep a horror of war and all its abominations possessed them that they hailed with delight the safeguards provided against it by the new European Constitution, which was made public at the end of March. It was a singularly short and simple document, considering the immense changes which it introduced. It contained only 5 clauses. Of these the first proclaimed the supremacy of the Anglo-Saxon Federation in all matters of international policy, and set forth the penalties to be incurred by any state that made war upon another. The second constituted an International Board of Arbitration and Control, composed of all the sovereigns of Europe and their prime ministers for the time being, with the new President of the United States, the Governor-General of Canada, and the President of the now federated Australasian colonies. This board was to meet in sections every year in the various capitals of Europe, and collectively every 5 years in London, Paris, Berlin, Vienna, Rome, and New York in rotation. There was no appeal from its decision save to the Supreme Council of the Federation, and this appeal could only be made with the consent of the President of that Council, given after the facts of the matter in dispute had been laid before him in writing. The third clause dealt with the rearrangement of the European frontiers. The Rhine from Karlsruhe to Basel was made the political as well as the natural boundary between France and Germany. The ancient kingdom of Poland was restored, with the frontiers it had possessed before the first partition in 1773, and a descendant of Kosciuszko, elected by the votes of the adult citizens of the reconstituted kingdom, was placed upon the throne. Turkey in Europe ceased to exist as a political power. Constantinople was garrisoned by British and Federation troops, and the country was administered for the time being by a provisional government under the presidency of Lord Cromer, who was responsible only to the Supreme Council. The other states were left undisturbed. The fourth and fifth clauses dealt with land, property, and law. All tenures of land existing before the war were cancelled at a stroke, and the soil of each country was declared to be the sole and inalienable property of the state. No occupiers were disturbed who were turning the land to profitable account, or who were making use of a reasonable area as a residential estate, but the great landowners in the country and the ground landlords in the towns ceased to exist as such, and all private incomes derived from the rent of land were declared illegal and so forfeited. All incomes unearned by productive work of hand or brain were subjected to a progressive tax, which reached 50% when the income amounted to £10,000 a year. It is almost needless to say that these clauses raised a tremendous outcry among the limited classes they affected, but the only reply made to it by the President of the Supreme Council was that honestly earned incomes paid no tax, and that the idle and useless classes ought to be thankful to be permitted to exist at any price. The alternative of the tax would be compulsory labour paid for at its actual value by the state. Without one exception, the grumblers preferred to pay the tax. All rents revised according to the actual value of the produce or property were to be paid direct to the state. As long as he paid this rent tax, no man could be disturbed in the possession of his holding. If he did not pay it, the non-payment was to be held as presumptive evidence that he was not making a proper use of it, and he was to receive a year's notice to quit. But if at the end of that time he had amended his ways, the notice was to be revoked. In all the countries the civil and criminal codes of law were to be amalgamated and simplified by a committee of judges appointed directly by the Parliament with the assent of the sovereign. The fifth clause of the Constitution plainly stated that no man was to be expected to obey a law that he could not understand, and that the Supreme Council would uphold no law which was so complicated that it needed a legal expert to explain it. It is almost needless to say that this clause swept away at a blow that pernicious class of hired advocates who had for ages grown rich on the weakness and the dishonesty of their fellow men. In after years it was found that the abolition of the professional lawyer had furthered the cause of peace and progress quite as efficiently as the prohibition of standing armies had done. On the conclusion of the war the aerial fleet was increased to 25 vessels, exclusive of the flagship. The number of war balloons was raised to 50, and 3 millions of Federation soldiers were held ready for active service until the conclusion of the war in the East between the Moslems and the Buddhists. By November the Moslems were victors along all the line, and during the last week of that month the last battle between Christian and Moslem was fought on the southern shore of the Bosphorus. All communications with the Asiatic and African shores of the Mediterranean were cut as soon as it became certain that Sultan Mohammed Reshad, at the head of 1.5 million of victorious Moslems, and supported by Prince Abbas of Egypt at the head of 700,000 more, was marching to the reconquest of Turkey. The most elaborate precautions were taken to prevent any detailed information as to the true state of things in Europe reaching the Sultan, as Tremayne and Arnold had come to the conclusion that it would be better, if he persisted in courting inevitable defeat, that it should fall upon him with a crushing force and stupefying suddenness, so that he might be the more inclined to listen to reason afterwards. The Mediterranean was patrolled from end to end by airships and dynamite cruisers, and aerial scouts marked every movement of the victorious Sultan until it became absolutely certain that his objective point was Scutari. Meanwhile 2 millions of men had been concentrated between Galata and Constantinople, while another million occupied the northern shore of the Dardanelles. An immense force of warships and dynamite cruisers swarmed between Gallipoli and the Golden Horn. 20 airships and 45 war balloons lay outside Constantinople, ready to take the air at a moment's notice. The conqueror of Northern Africa and Southern Asia had only a very general idea as to what had really happened in Europe. His march of conquest had not been interrupted by any European expedition. The Moslems of India had exterminated the British garrisons, and there had been no attempt at retaliation or vengeance, as there had been in the days of the Mutiny. England, he knew, had been invaded, but according to the reports which had reached him, none of the invaders had ever got out of the island alive, and then the English had come out and conquered Europe. Of the wonderful doings of the aerial fleets only the vaguest rumours had come to his ears, and these had been so exaggerated and distorted that he had but a very confused idea of the real state of affairs. The Moslem forces were permitted to advance without the slightest molestation to Scutari and Lamsaki, and on the evening of the 28th of November the Sultan took up his quarters in Scutari. That night he received a letter from the President of the Federation, setting forth succinctly and yet very clearly what had actually taken place in Europe, and calling upon him to give his allegiance to the Supreme Council, as the other sovereigns had done, and to accept the overlordship of Northern Africa and Southern Asia in exchange for Turkey in Europe. The letter concluded by saying that the immediate result of refusal to accept these terms would be the destruction of the Moslem armies on the following day. Before midnight Tremayne received the Sultan's reply. It ran thus: "In the name of the most merciful God, from Mohammed Reshad, Commander of the Faithful, to Alan Tremayne, Leader of the English. I have come to retake the throne of my fathers, and I am not to be turned back by vain and boastful threats. What I have won with the sword I will keep with the sword, and I will own allegiance to none save God and his holy Prophet, who have given me the victory. Give me back Stamboul and my ancient dominions, and we will divide the world between us. If not, we must fight. Let the reply to this come before daybreak. Mohammed." No reply came back, but during the night the dynamite cruisers were drawn up within half a mile of the Asiatic shore, with their guns pointing southward over Scutari, while other warships patrolled the coast to detect and frustrate any attempt to transport guns or troops across the narrow strip of water. With the first glimmer of light, the two aerial fleets took to the air, the war balloons in a long line over the van of the Moslem army, and the airships spread out in a semicircle to the southward. The hour of prayer was allowed to pass in peace, and then the work of death began. The war balloons moved slowly forward in a straight line at an elevation of 4,000 feet, sweeping the Moslem host from van to rear with a ceaseless hail of melanite and cyanogen bombs. Great projectiles soared silently up from the water to the north, and where they fell buildings were torn to fragments, great holes were blasted into the earth, and every human being within the radius of the explosion was blown to pieces, or hurled stunned to the ground. But more mysterious and terrible than all were the effects of the assault delivered by the airships. which divided into squadrons and swept hither and thither in wide curves, with the sunlight shining on their silvery hulls, and their long slender guns, smokeless and flameless, hurling the most awful missiles of all far and wide over a scene of butchery and horror that beggared all description. In vain the gallant Moslems looked for enemies in the flesh to confront them. None appeared, save a few sentinels across the Bosphorus. And still the work of slaughter went on, pitiless and passionless as the earthquake or the thunderstorm. Millions of shots were fired into the air without result, and by the time the rain of death had been falling without intermission for 2 hours, an irresistible panic fell upon the Moslem soldiery. They had never met enemies like these before, and, brave as lions and yet simple as children, they looked upon them as something more than human, and with one accord they flung away their weapons and raised their hands in supplication to the sky. Instantly the aerial bombardment ceased, and within an hour East and West had shaken hands. Sultan Mohammed had accepted the terms of the Federation, and the long warfare of Cross and Crescent had ceased, as men hoped, for ever. Then the proclamation was issued disbanding the armies of Britain and the Federation and the forces of the Sultan. The warships steamed away westward on their last voyage to the South Atlantic, beneath whose waves they were soon to sink with all their guns and armaments for ever. The war balloons were to be kept for purposes of transportation of heavy articles to Aeria, while the fleet of airships was to remain the sole effective fighting force in the world. While these events were taking place in Europe, those who had been banished as outcasts from the society of civilised men by the terrible justice of Natas had been plodding their weary way in the tracks of the thousands they had themselves sent to a living grave, along the great Siberian road to the hideous wilderness, in the midst of which lie the mines of Kara. From the Pillar of Farewells to Tiumen, from thence to Tomsk, where they met the first of the released political exiles, returning in a joyous band to their beloved Russia, and thence to Irkutsk, and then over the ice of Lake Baikal, and through the awful frozen desert of the Trans-Baikal provinces, they had been driven like cattle until the remnant that had survived the horrors of the awful journey reached the desolate valley of the Kara, and were finally halted at the lower diggings. Of nearly 300 strong and well-fed men who had said good-bye to liberty at the Pillar of Farewells, only 120 pallid and emaciated wretches stood shivering in their rags and chains when the muster was called on the morning after their arrival at Kara. Mazanoff and his escort had carried out their part of the sentence of Natas to the letter. The Arctic blasts from the tundras, the forced march, the chain and the scourge had done their work, and more than half the exile convicts had found in nameless graves along the road respite from the long horrors of the fate which awaited the survivors. The first name called in the last muster was Alexander Romanoff. "Here," came in a deep, hollow tone from a gaunt and ragged wreck of the giant who, 12 months before, had been the stateliest figure in the brilliant galaxy of European royalty. "Your sentence is hard labour in the mines for—" The last word was never spoken, for ere it was uttered the tall and still erect form of the dethroned autocrat suddenly shrank together, lurched forward, and fell with a choking gasp and a clash of chains upon the hard trampled snow. A stream of blood rushed from his white, half-open lips, and when they went to raise him he was dead. If ever son of woman died of a broken heart, it was Alexander Romanoff, last of the tyrants of Russia. Never had the avenging hand of Nemesis, though long delayed, fallen with more precise and terrible justice. On the very spot on which thousands of his subjects and fellow creatures, innocent of all crime save a desire for progress, had worn out their lives in torturing toil to provide the gold that had gilded his luxury, he fell as the idol fell of old in the temple of Dagon. He had seen the blasting of his highest hopes in the hour of their apparent fruition. He had beheld the destruction of his army and the ruin of his dynasty. He had seen kindred and friends and faithful servants sink under the nameless horror of a fate he could do nothing to alleviate, and with the knowledge that nothing but death could release them from it. And now, at the last moment, death had snatched from him even the poor consolation of sharing the sufferings of those nearest and dearest to him on earth. This happened on the 1st of December 1905, at 9 o'clock in the morning. At the same hour, Arnold leapt the Ithuriel over the ridge, passed down the valley of Aeria like a flash of silver light, and dropped to earth on the shores of the lake. In the same grove of palms which had witnessed their despairing betrothal he found Natasha swinging in a hammock, with a black-eyed 6 weeks-old baby nestling in her bosom, and her own loveliness softened and etherealized by the sacred grace of motherhood. "Welcome, my lord," she said, with a bright flush of pleasure and the sweetest smile even he had ever seen transfiguring her beauty, as she stretched out her hand in welcome at his approach. "Does the king come in peace?" "Yes, angel mine. The empire that you ask for is yours. There is not a regiment of men under arms in all the civilized world. The last battle has been fought and won, and so there is peace on earth at last." End of the epilogue. Recording by Kevin Green. End of The Angel of the Revolution by George Griffith.